June 10th. The oppressive weight of the college entrance exams had finally lifted just 2 days ago. Today marks a milestone. It's my 18th birthday. My family is gathered around the small dining table. As the final off-key notes of the birthday song fade into the humid evening air, I close my eyes to make a wish.
I wish for Mom and Dad to stay healthy, for our family to stay safe, and for us to be happy together forever.
With a deep breath, I blow out the flickering candles on the cake, plunging the room into a brief, warm twilight.
Time truly does fly. It feels like only yesterday you were just a child, and now, in the blink of an eye, you're 18.
Mom stands up from across the table. Her smile is fixed, almost painted on, as she picks up the serrated cake knife.
Here, let me do that, Mom. I'll cut the cake.
I reach for the handle, but she pulls it back with a sharp jerk of her head. She begins to drift toward me, her footsteps silent on the linoleum floor.
Exactly as it should be. The moment the livestock reaches maturity, that is when the flesh is at its absolute peak.
Dad is staring at me from the other side. He swallows audibly, his pupils dilated as his gaze rakes over my body.
Dad, what are you talking about? You're scaring me.
Hurry it up. I can't wait another second to taste him.
He doesn't even look at me when he speaks. His lower jaw hangs loose, and a thick string of saliva stretches from his lip to the table's edge.
Dad, stop it. I know you like the cake, but you're being disgusting.
I wasn't talking about the cake at all. I was talking about you.
Me?
Yi.
Mom's voice is a dry rasp against my ear. She's standing right behind me. Before I can even turn my head, a cold, piercing agony erupts in my chest. I look down to see the cake knife buried to the hilt in my heart.
Happy birthday.
Her voice is the final sound I register before the light bleeds out of the world and I sink into the black. My eyes snap open. The world is a blur of candlelight for a heartbeat before reality crashes back into focus. The cake, my parents, the silver knife lying motionless on the table. Everything is exactly as it was. My heart hammers against my ribs like a trapped bird. I can still feel it, the phantom sensation of cold steel sliding between my ribs, the absolute agony of my lungs collapsing. That knife, it should be buried in my heart right now. I jolt upright so violently that my chair flies backward. I scramble to feel my chest, my fingers digging into the fabric of my shirt. Intact. No blood, no hole, just the frantic rhythmic thumping of a live heart. Was it a dream? A hallucination brought on by exam stress? But the pain, it was too real to be a figment of my imagination. And the bigger question, why did my own mother try to kill me? If I really died, how am I standing here now?
Yi, what's the matter? You're sweating through your shirt. Are you feeling unwell, dear?
No, it's nothing. Just a dizzy spell.
Time truly does fly. It feels like only yesterday you were just a child, and now, in the blink of an eye, you're 18.
The exact same words. The same practiced hollow warmth. A freezing numbness crawls up my spine and settles in my scalp. I watch her with wide eyes as she stands up, wearing that same static smile, and reaches for the knife.
Mom, wait!
I lunge across the table and snatch the knife before her fingers can close around the handle. My hand is shaking so violently I can barely keep my grip.
I'll handle it. I'll cut the cake.
The moment the livestock reaches maturity, that is when the flesh is most succulent. I've waited so long to see how he tastes.
I look at Dad. His jaw is slack, just like before, and a thick, glistening thread of saliva is already spilling over his lip and toward the table. It's all happening again. Every word, every movement. It's a perfect, horrific mirror of the death I just escaped. Coincidence? No. This is a recurring nightmare I can't wake up from. The memory of the knife in my chest is as fresh as a new burn. I stand there, frozen, as a wave of goosebumps erupts across my skin like a physical blow.
Yi, happy birthday.
Her voice is a soft, melodic purr, but to me it sounds like the rhythmic sharpening of a blade. A flash of pure, unadulterated terror ignites in my chest. I stumble backward, my chair scraping harshly against the floor with a sound like a scream. I raise the knife, the silver point trembling as I aim it at the two strangers wearing my parents' faces.
No, get back. You're not them. You're not my parents. Who are you? What have you done with them? Where are my real parents?
I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, but inside, I'm just a terrified child again, desperately praying for a miracle. I'm begging for Dad to look at me with real concern, for Mom to drop the act and wrap me in a familiar, warm hug. I'm waiting for them to tell me I'm just having a terrible dream. But the warmth never comes. Instead, the air in the room turns frigid and heavy.
Oh dear. It seems our little lamb has finally noticed the wolf in the room.
Her smile doesn't just fade, it turns rigid, like a carving in old wood. It's a mask that no longer fits the horror lurking beneath.
Strange. He spent 18 years in total. Blissful ignorance. Why would he wake up to the truth now?
Dad, or the thing wearing his shape, stands up. He doesn't look like a father anymore. He looks like a gourmet chef assessing a prime cut of meat.
How truly disappointing. Chronic fear makes the livestock's meat turn bitter and sour. We'll have to be quick.
She doesn't stop. If anything, she moves faster now, her movements losing their human rhythm and becoming a fluid, predatory glide toward me.
Stop! I'll do it! I'll use this! I swear, don't come any closer!
Yi, don't be so afraid. It's only natural for children to return to their masters.
As she closes the distance, her smile suddenly looks natural again, the same motherly warmth I've known my whole life. It's a sickening psychological trick. I know she's a monster, but looking at that face, I can't bring myself to strike.
You're right about one thing, little Yi. We aren't your parents. We are your masters.
And nothing, absolutely nothing, is more exquisite than a head of livestock on its 18th birthday.
Dad's voice rises into a manic, high-pitched screech. His entire body begins to undergo a grotesque expansion, his clothes shredding like wet paper as his frame swollen and distorts. The face I knew warps beyond recognition. The skin stretches translucent before tearing open in jagged ruptures. Dark, viscous fluid oozes from the wounds, but he just lets out a guttural, wet laugh.
Monsters!
I'm paralyzed. My muscles turn to lead. Something else is emerging from within his shattered human shell. I see it now, a jet-black horror covered in heavy, obsidian-like chitinous armor. Huge, multifaceted compound eyes peer out from beneath the remnants of his torn face. Hooked, barbed tentacles erupt from his abdomen, writhing in the air like a nest of hungry snakes. This is the truth of the world.
What? What on earth are you?
Yi, don't be so afraid.
Amidst my paralyzing shock, she has already closed the distance. Her hand, cold as ice, reaches out and gently strokes my hair with a mockery of maternal love.
It'll be over in a heartbeat. I promise it won't hurt at all.
Air!
The terror in my heart finally explodes into a raw, animalistic scream. I grip the broken knife with both hands and lunge forward, pouring every ounce of desperate, frantic strength into the strike. The blade pierces her outer skin only to strike something impossibly hard underneath. The knife snaps in half, the broken tip spinning away into the deep shadows. Beneath the shallow cut, I see a glint of the same black, chitinous armor that covers the horror behind her.
What a truly disobedient head of livestock.
The maternal facade finally vanishes completely. Her face is a blank clinical mask as she looks down at me, her eyes entirely devoid of emotion. Suddenly, an agonizing, white-hot pain erupts in my stomach, stealing the very breath from my lungs. I look down, my vision swimming in a sea of red. Something black and wet has impaled me. A thick, barbed tentacle has burst from my mother's side, piercing straight through my gut. The barbs grind against my internal organs as it writhes with a sickening, wet friction. The sharp, metallic scent of my own blood floods the room. Through the gathering haze of pain, I see their faces. They aren't looking at me with love or even hate, only pure, ecstatic hunger.
It smells so divine.
Her face begins to ripple and warp like melting wax, the monster within struggling to shred the last of her human shell.
I knew it. The meat of livestock harvested exactly on its maturity. It's pure, unadulterated ecstasy.
The chitinous horror that was my father rushes toward me. His mouth widens until it's a gaping maw of serrated, needle-thin teeth that glint in the flickering light. I feel the crushing pressure as his jaws clamp onto my neck. I feel the warmth of my own blood as he begins to drain it with a frantic, animalistic hunger.
Happy birthday, Yi.
The words are a cruel, mocking echo in the dark. For the second time today, I feel the light bleed out of my vision as I am slaughtered at my own birthday table.
No, no more, please, stop it!
I roar the words at the ceiling as my eyes snap open. The memory of teeth sinking into my neck and the cold steel in my gut is so vivid I can practically feel the blood soaking my clothes. The music cuts out abruptly. The heavy thrum of the bass is replaced by a thick, suffocatingly awkward silence. I'm blinking rapidly, my vision swirling with the chaotic, needle-like reflections of a spinning disco ball. I'm not in my dining room. I'm not being devoured. I scramble to feel my neck, then my stomach, my fingers clawing at my chest. No holes, no blood. My breath comes in frantic, ragged hitches that sound like a wounded animal.
I'm alive? I'm not dead?
I'm sitting in a cramped booth. The leather under my hands is sticky with spilled drinks, and the air is thick with the smell of stale beer and cheap cigarettes.
Where is this? The Empress KTV.
Lin Yi! Hey man, what's with the outburst? You okay?
The guy sitting next to me is a classmate, Zhang. His face is a blur of genuine confusion and concern. He leans in closer, his heavy eyebrows furrowed.
What was all that no more about? You look like you've seen a ghost, or maybe you just had one too many drinks?
Why? Why am I here? We were just at home. We were having dinner.
At home? We've been here for an hour. We agreed on this during dinner yesterday, remember? KTV tonight, then the net cafe for a marathon?
Dinner? KTV? The marathon?
My brain feels like it's being put through a heavy industrial shredder. None of this makes sense.
Wait, didn't we did all of this already? Yesterday? After the exams were over?
Yesterday? No way, man! Yesterday the exams finished, and we all just went home to sleep. Today is the big celebration.
Yesterday? The exams finished? Yesterday! My heart skips a beat. I scramble to pull my phone from my pocket. My fingers are so slick with sweat, I nearly drop the device. I tap the screen with a trembling thumb, and the date stares back at me. June 9th.
I'm back. I've moved back an entire day.
Lin Yi? Hey, what's the matter?
One of his classmates leaned in, noticing the deathly pallor of his skin. Their voice was thick with worry.
You look like you're about to pass out. Should we get you to a doctor?
I'm okay.
Lin Yi forced himself to his feet, though the floor seemed to tilt beneath him. His mind was a storm of static and jagged memories. This place was too loud, too bright. He had to escape the noise if he wanted to regain any sort of clarity.
Something just came up at home. I have to go, now.
Without waiting for a reply, he turned and sprinted for the exit, leaving the neon haze of Empress KTV behind. The world outside was a cacophony of engines and glaring headlights. Lin Yi drifted through the crowds like a ghost, his thoughts a chaotic swirl of fear and disbelief. The idea of returning to his own front door was paralyzing. Behind that door waited the two entities that wore his parents' skins, monsters that viewed him as nothing more than a meal. He knew his acting would never hold up. One wrong look, one tremor in his voice, and the cycle would end before it truly began. He wouldn't survive another night. The paradox of his own existence gnawed at him. He had felt the blade pierce his heart. He had died. So how was he breathing the cold night air? Why had the universe rewound? What force had dragged him back to the hours before his execution? The logic of it remained out of reach, leaving him only with a growing list of impossible questions. When had they replaced them? Was there ever a time his family was real, or had his life always been a farm for these creatures? And what about the ones who loved him? Were they rotting in a grave somewhere, or worse? Should he seek help? The authorities? He dismissed the thought instantly. The truth sounded like the ramblings of a madman. No one would listen until it was too late. A violent shiver racked his frame. It felt as if that phantom knife was still buried in his chest, being twisted deeper with every pulse of his heart. Terror, suffocating and vast, threatened to drown him. He was a survivor with nowhere to run and no plan to follow. His aimless wandering had led him back to the silent, gated entrance of his high school.
Lin Yi, is that you?
A thin figure emerged from the gloom of the school gates. It was Teacher Yao, his homeroom advisor.
Teacher Yao.
The presence of his mentor provided a rare spark of hope in the overwhelming darkness.
What are you doing here at this hour? Weren't you supposed to be at karaoke with the rest of the class?
I couldn't stay there.
Still worried about the graduation exams? Don't let them get to you. Life is so much bigger than a single test. You should take this time to rest while you can.
Yao had always been the image of a selfless educator, always ready to lend an ear or an arm to a student in need. Perhaps he could find sanctuary here. Perhaps he didn't have to face this alone.
Teacher, I've seen something impossible, something horrific.
Breathe, Lin Yi. Take it slow. I'm here.
Yao stepped into the pool of light, his expression full of paternal concern.
You're going to think I'm insane. I don't know who else to turn to.
I believe you. You know you can trust me. Just tell me what's wrong.
My parents, they're gone. The people in my house, their things, monsters mimicking them. They murdered my real family and stole their lives.
Monsters? Lin Yi, listen to yourself.
I'm not crazy. I saw them. I saw what was underneath their skin.
Are you certain about this? This is a very serious accusation, Lin Yi.
I am sure. More sure than I've ever been of anything.
Teacher Yao's eyes darted toward the street, a strange shift in his demeanor. He placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and gestured toward the shadows behind the gate.
Lin Yi, I believe every word you've said.
A wave of profound relief crashed over Lin Yi, nearly bringing him to his knees. The crushing isolation since his rebirth finally began to fracture.
Can you describe them? Their appearance? Their nature?
Lin Yi nodded, his eyes fixed on the pavement as he recalled the nightmare.
They're abominations. Their bodies are encased in some kind of insectoid shell, a beetle's carapace that's immune to any normal blade, and their stomachs, they open up to reveal these pulsing tentacles covered in jagged, backwards-facing spikes. And their eyes, they have...
Lin Yi's voice died in his throat. He looked up, and the relief he had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp sense of wrongness. Yao wasn't a large man, but as he stood there in the shadows, his silhouette seemed to expand. His shoulders broadened, and his height increased with a sickening, liquid sound of grinding bone.
The creatures you encountered? Lin Yi?
A grotesque, too-wide grin split Teacher Yao's face. His jaw unhinged, dropping further than any human anatomy should allow. The skin at the corners of his mouth ripped open in crimson streaks. From the darkness of his throat, thousands of tiny vibrating suction cups emerged, followed by the slow, moist, bulbous growth of massive, multifaceted compound eyes. His chest heaved and then burst. The professional white shirt was shredded as a dozen barbed tentacles surged out, writhing like a nest of snakes.
Tell me, did they look exactly like this?
Lin Yi's world fractured. The one person he thought he could trust was nothing more than a predator wearing his teacher's face. Panic finally seized him, but it was too late. Before he could even turn to flee, the lashing tentacles had already snared his limbs and torso in a crushing grip. The spikes ground into his ribs, shredding his clothes and burying themselves deep into his muscles.
Someone, anyone, help!
White-hot agony flooded his system. He saw the monster's maw widen, eclipsing his vision. Teacher Yao lunged forward, his teeth sinking with surgical precision into Lin Yi's neck, tearing his throat out in a single, violent motion. Lin Yi bolted upright, his lungs burning as he clawed at the air. The sensation of teeth tearing into his throat was so vivid, he reached up to find only dry, unbroken skin. He was back in his sanctuary. His bedroom, the morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow that felt entirely fraudulent.
I'm alive? I'm really back?
He fumbled for his phone. The date was June 9th. It was the morning of his birthday again. This was the second time. Every death seemed to reset the clock, dragging him back to the start of this horrific day.
Yair, are you awake yet? I can hear your alarm going off.
His mother's voice, usually a comfort, now hit him like a physical blow. He froze in place, his heart hammering against his ribs.
Yeah, it's just the alarm. I'm already up.
He heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching his door.
I'm just going to pop in for a second.
Panic seized him. He wasn't ready to face her. He wasn't ready to look at the thing that had murdered him in cold blood just a few hours ago in another timeline.
No, wait, I'm changing. Don't come in.
Oh, don't be so modest. I've been taking care of you since you were in diapers. What haven't I seen by now?
She laughed, a gentle, melodic sound that seemed impossible for a monster to produce.
Fine, I won't disturb you. I'm heading out to run some errands. I've left a little extra cash for you on the dining table.
The normalcy of her departure left Lin Yi trembling. If he hadn't experienced the violence twice now, he would have believed it was all a fever dream. He clenched his fists, forcing the air into his lungs in slow, measured breaths. He couldn't afford to break down. Not if he wanted to survive the day. He had to find answers. Were his real parents gone? Who were these things? He recalled Teacher Yao's words, or rather the monster's words. 18. That was the threshold, the age when the livestock were ripe for harvest. That meant his classmates. Most of them were still safe. Some were 17, some 18. Only those who reached the milestone were in immediate danger. He couldn't fight an army of monsters alone. He needed people he could trust, people who weren't masters. His phone screen illuminated with the class group chat. Lu Jinhai was already 19. He was definitely one of them. And Teacher Yao. He quickly opened a new group, meticulously excluding any adults and anyone over 18.
What's this new group for? Lin Yi, why the secrecy? Wait, Jinhai isn't in here. Let me add him real quick.
Absolutely not. Do not add anyone else. Just listen to me. This is a matter of life and death. Do not mention this group to your parents, your teachers, or Lu Jinhai. Tell no one.
You're getting weird, man. What's the deal?
10 o'clock this morning. Meet me at the old abandoned factory behind the mountain. Come prepared for the truth. And remember, keep this between us.
He tossed the phone onto the bed and moved to the door, pressing his ear against the wood. Once the sound of the front door closing echoed through the apartment, he finally emerged. Lin Yi nearly threw himself backward, his breath hitching in his chest. His nerves were so frayed that even the simplest sound felt like an assault. He crept toward the glowing device, his hand hovering over it with hesitation. The screen displayed a string of digits he didn't recognize. No name, no location, just a void of an identity.
Who could be calling me now?
Lin Yi stared at the glowing screen of his phone. An unfamiliar string of digits pulsed there, unknown and ominous. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face before he finally swiped to answer.
Hello?
Do not go there. The voice on the other end was a low, gravelly rasp that sent a shiver down his spine. Before Lin Yi could even draw breath to reply, the line went dead with a sharp, final click.
Don't go?
Lin Yi stood perfectly still, the phone still pressed to his ear. The warning echoed in the silence of his room. He frantically hit the redial button, desperate for answers, but a cold, automated voice informed him that the number was no longer in service. He checked the clock on his nightstand. It was already pushing 9 in the morning. The journey to the hills in the back of the city would take at least half an hour by cab. He couldn't afford any more delays. He needed to be there before anyone else. He had spent hours crafting a plan, a way to tear the veil from his classmates' eyes and force them to see the truth. Pushing the unsettling warning to the back of his mind, he grabbed his things and bolted out the door, racing toward the back hills. By the time the clock neared 10, the first of his classmates started to trickle into the designated meeting point, their youthful faces oblivious to the horror he was about to reveal.
What's the meaning of this? Lin Yi, why are we all out here?
Jiang Fan, the school's PE representative, looked like he'd been dragged through a hedge backward. He slumped onto a nearby boulder, his eyes bloodshot and heavy.
I was up until 5 a.m. gaming, man. I'm practically a zombie.
Same here. I was on a tear with Xuan Si, 18 straight wins.
Another classmate chimed in, boasting about his late-night digital conquests with a grin that didn't help Jiang Fan's mood. Zijin, our class monitor, stepped forward. Her voice was as clear and refreshing as wind chimes on a summer breeze.
That's enough, everyone. Lin Yi wouldn't have called us here without a good reason.
And Yun frowned, her fingers obsessively twirling a lock of hair she'd just dyed just the day before.
Can't we just do this over the group chat? I don't see why we have to be out here in the heat. Besides, isn't there a graduation dinner later today? You could have brought it up then.
Lin Yi ignored the complaints, his eyes scanning the gathering. Aside from 2 classmates traveling with their families, only Chu Kai was missing.
Where's Chu Kai?
He said something came up at home. He's not coming.
Jiang Fan let out a long, theatrical yawn.
Seriously, Lin Yi, quit with the drama. Just tell us what's going on so I can go catch some Z's.
Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the road leading up the hill.
We're still waiting on one person.
Zijin looked around, counting heads herself.
Who else? Everyone who can be here is already present, and the others are in the chat.
Lu Jinhai.
Jiang Fan's expression soured.
Jinhai? I thought you said we weren't inviting him? Why the sudden change of heart?
Lin Yi didn't answer. He just pointed toward the path.
He's here.
Far down the path, a lone figure was moving toward the skeletal remains of the factory. Lin Yi's posture stiffened. He began to tremble, his face pale and drained of color.
What I have to show you, you'll understand everything in a moment. It's going to be more than you can imagine. Brace yourselves.
He slipped behind the rusted factory door, his hand gripping a coarse rope he'd rigged earlier. This was the only way to believe in monsters. They had to see one. They had to see it bleed. He had ensured Lu Jinhai didn't know about the meeting, contacting him separately to ensure he arrived late. The sound of footsteps on gravel grew louder, heavy and rhythmic. Lin Yi felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple.
Oh, you guys are already here?
Lu Jinhai stepped into the dimly lit workshop, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the gloom. With a sudden, violent tug, Lin Yi pulled the rope. A massive, jagged stone broke loose from its suspension, plummeting toward Lu Jinhai's skull. Lu Jinhai crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut. He hit the concrete floor with a sickening thud and didn't move.
Oh my god.
And Yun's scream was sharp enough to cut through the rising tension, her hands flying to her face in horror.
Lin Yi! What the hell is wrong with you?
Jiang Fan scrambled backward, his lethargy instantly replaced by a frantic, wide-eyed terror. Zijin stood her ground, her brow furrowing as she stared at Lin Yi with a mixture of confusion and pity.
Lin Yi? Why? Why would you do something like this?
Lin Yi whirled around, his eyes wild and bloodshot. He pointed a trembling finger at the prone body.
Can't you see? He's not human. He's one of them, a monster.
You're insane! You've completely snapped, Lin Yi.
And Yun began to edge toward the exit, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi as if he were a rabid animal.
Call the police! Get an ambulance now!
Jiang Fan fumbled with his phone, his fingers shaking so much he could barely unlock the screen.
I'll show you. I'll prove it to everyone.
Lin Yi dropped to his knees beside Lu Jinhai. He snatched up a jagged piece of stone, its edges sharp and unforgiving. He didn't hesitate. He drove the stone into the skin of Lu Jinhai's arm, tearing through the flesh with desperate force. The pain jolted Lu Jinhai into a fleeting, terrified consciousness. Lin Yi didn't stop. He raised the rock again, his face a mask of frenzied conviction.
He's a creature, just wearing a human skin. I just have to get to the shell, the carapace.
He dug deeper, his hands slick with a spreading warmth. But as he pulled the flesh apart, his breath hitched.
Wait, why? Why isn't it there?
Murderer! He's a murderer!
The accusation sparked a total collapse of order. The remaining students broke into a blind panic, fleeing the workshop in a desperate scramble for safety. Lin Yi sat frozen, the blood-stained rock slipping from his nerveless fingers. He looked down at Lu Jinhai. There was no carapace, no monster, just red human blood. The stench of copper filled the air, thick and cloying. Fresh crimson was everywhere on the floor, on his clothes, on his hands. The workshop grew silent as the last of the students vanished. Only Lin Yi, the cooling body of Lu Jinhai, and Gu Zijin remained. Lin Yi rocked back and forth, his voice a broken whisper.
He was 19. I know he was. Why wasn't he one of them? Why?
A soft, graceful shadow fell over him. Gu Zijin was standing there, her expression and voice disturbingly calm.
Oh, Lin Yi. It seems you've made a rather unfortunate professional error.
He looked up, his eyes wide with a new kind of terror. She didn't look afraid. She was smiling.
Tell me, how exactly did you find out about us?
Her words were like a sub-zero plunge. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow.
It's you.
You made a very grave mistake. But I suppose I should thank you for the appetizer.
Her voice was still beautiful, but it had taken on a dark underlying resonance that made his skin crawl.
You see, the timing of the harvest depends entirely on the palate of the diner. Some like their livestock young and tender. Others prefer them aged and seasoned with a bit of trauma. I wonder, do you know how many pieces of livestock are left in our little class? Would you like to guess?
Without warning, her abdomen split open with a wet, tearing sound. Long, Glistening tentacles erupted from the cavity, coiling around Lin Yi like iron bands. She leaned in close, her tongue flicking out to taste the salt of his tears and the copper of the blood on his cheek.
You smell divine. Truly, livestock always tastes better when it's terrified.
She unhinged her jaw and clamped down hard on his throat. Lin Yi thrashed, his lungs burning for air he couldn't take in, until the world finally faded into a merciful black. The sound acted like a bolt of lightning, jolting Lin Yi's consciousness back into existence. His eyes snapped open. He wasn't in the factory. He was sitting at a desk, a half-finished exam paper in front of him. The air smelled of pencil lead and old paper, not blood. The realization hit him with a wave of nausea. He was back on June 8th, the final day of the National College Entrance Exam. A figure loomed over him, the exam invigilator.
Student, the exam has concluded. Please put down your pen and stop writing at once.
Lin Yi stared down at his hand. It was white-knuckled and shaking, his fingers still clamped around the cheap plastic pen as if it were the only thing grounding him to this reality.
Just shut up!
His voice was a ragged whisper, barely audible above the scratch of dozens of other pens across paper.
Excuse me, what did you say, student?
The invigilator blinked, taken aback by the sudden, defiant interruption of the exam's sanctity. Lin Yi didn't just speak, he exploded. He bolted upright, his chair clattering against the floor with a violence that made half the room jump.
I said shut the hell up.
He hurled the pen across the room. It bounced off a desk and skittered into a corner, forgotten. He began to scream, a raw, hysterical sound that tore from his throat. He looked down at his palms, expecting to see them slicked with Lu Jinhai's crimson, but they were clean. The image of the rock descending, the wet sound of the impact. It wouldn't leave him. Every student in the hall had stopped. They weren't writing anymore. They were all staring at him with a silent, judging intensity. A bitter, broken laugh bubbled up in his chest. He looked at the rows of familiar faces, faces he'd just seen fleeing in terror.
You're all monsters, aren't you? Every single one of you. I know your secret. Stop pretending. You're not human. You're monsters. Monsters!
Son, please, take a breath. Are you all right? Do you need to see the nurse?
The invigilator stepped forward, his expression shifting from annoyance to genuine, professional concern.
Get away! Don't you dare touch me!
Lin Yi threw himself backward, his back hitting the chalkboard. He was trapped, surrounded by a room full of eyes that felt like needles on his skin. Why was this happening? Why couldn't he stay dead? The cycle, the blood, the terror, it was a closed loop of agony.
What's real anymore? Can anyone tell me what's actually real?
The pain in his head was a physical weight, a piercing spike that throbbed with every heartbeat. He felt the threads of his sanity snapping, one by one. Tears carved tracks through the dust on his face as he collapsed to the floor, his body racked with violent sobs.
Just give it back! Give me back my life! Give me back my parents, please!
In his haze of grief and madness, he sensed a movement. Someone was approaching, their footsteps soft and light.
I'm so sorry, teacher. He's in my class. The pressure of the finals. It must have just been too much for him. He's not normally like this.
Lin Yi's blood turned to ice. He knew that voice. It was the same low, gravelly rasp from the phone, only here it sounded perfectly human. Lin Yi squinted at the figure ahead. Even from behind, the profile was unmistakable.
Chukai?
It clicked. That anonymous caller from the 9th, it had been him all along. He had tried to mask his voice, but the cadence was identical. The invigilator's shadow fell over them, his eyes boring into Lin Yi.
Is he really okay? He looks like he's seen a ghost.
There was no warmth in that gaze. Instead, it was the cold, calculating hunger of a wolf assessing its prey.
I should probably take him to the faculty office. Put him somewhere quiet.
Before the teacher could move, Chu Kai stepped into the light, placing himself between the man and Lin Yi.
There's no need for that, sir. You know how much the entrance exam weighs on everyone. He's just spiraling because he thinks he blew it. He's overwhelmed, that's all.
Chu Kai tilted his head back, his eyes flashing with a warning for Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, don't be rude. Tell the teacher you're sorry, now.
Lin Yi remained frozen. In this clinical room, the line between man and monster had blurred into a terrifying gray. Chu Kai didn't flinch, his voice steady as iron.
What are you doing? Snap out of it.
He reached out, grabbing Lin Yi's shoulder and physically shoving his head down into a bow.
Apologize to the man.
Under the cover of the bow, Chu Kai dug his fingers into Lin Yi's ribs, a sharp, grounding pain. The sudden sting was a pinprick compared to a monster's claws, but it was enough to pull him back from the brink of panic. This was the second time Chu Kai had intervened. Could there really be another human in this nightmare? Just having him there felt like a small, fragile shield against the suffocating tension in the hall.
I'm sorry, sir, Lin Yi mumbled.
He kept his gaze firmly on his shoes, his vision blurring with tears of pure terror. Dread pooled in his stomach like lead. He could feel the proximity of the thing standing over him.
I shouldn't have acted out. Please forgive me. It was all my fault.
Silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. The air in the room seemed to thin out. The teacher looked between the two boys, his eyes reflecting nothing but the cold light of the room.
You're positive you don't need to visit the infirmary?
The teacher's expression was frozen like ice, a mask of concern that didn't reach his predatory eyes.
We're very grateful, teacher, but he'll be fine once he gets home. His parents are already outside waiting for him.
A thin, hollow smile touched the teacher's lips. It was a terrifyingly human gesture on a face that felt anything but. He reached out, his hand moving with a slow, deliberate grace. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder. The contact felt like ice-cold iron pressing through his shirt.
Well then, the test is behind you. Go home and find some rest.
Lin Yi's skin crawled at the touch, every instinct screaming at him to bolt and never look back. Chu Kai's hand was a steady weight on his arm, anchoring him to the spot with a silent strength. Without that grip, Lin Yi would have disintegrated into pure, directionless terror.
It's all right now, Lin Yi. Your results don't define you, and I'm sure your family will understand. Go on. Thank the teacher for being so patient with you.
Thank you, sir.
He spoke the words like a wind-up toy, his voice hollow and devoid of actual gratitude. The teacher finally turned away, his tall form merging back into the clinical gloom of the classroom. Lin Yi exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, but the relief was gone in an instant. The other students were still there, seated in their identical rows. Dozens of pairs of eyes were fixed on him, silent, unblinking, and utterly devoid of human emotion. The suffocating weight of fear settled into Lin Yi's chest, making every breath a struggle. He looked at the sea of unblinking eyes surrounding him. Was the secret out? Did they all know? The horrific truth gnawed at him. His parents, his favorite teacher, even the class monitor. How many of them were just monsters in human skin?
Lin Yi, move. We need to leave this room now.
Chu Kai didn't wait for an answer, steering him toward the exit with a firm hand on his shoulder. They were centimeters from the threshold, the promise of the corridor just ahead.
Wait. You there, student. Hold on a moment.
Lin Yi's blood turned to slush in his veins. He stopped dead at the door. His mind raced in separate directions. Should he pretend he didn't hear? Should he bolt for the stairs? A flash of memory, the sensation of steel piercing his heart, the cold embrace of the void. He couldn't let it happen again. His heart pounded against his ribs with such violence he was certain everyone could hear it.
Pull yourself together. If you want to walk out of here alive, stay level.
Chukai's voice was a needle of ice that popped the bubble of his rising mania. Lin Yi forced himself to turn around, his face a brittle mask of student-like compliance.
Yes, teacher? Did I forget something?
Your pens. You left them right there on the desk.
The invigilator gestured toward the back of the room with a thin, unsettling smile.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'll just grab them.
He scurried back to the desk, snatching up his stationery with hands that wouldn't stop shaking.
Don't mention it. You should really head home and get some sleep. It's only an exam, after all. For someone like you, grades aren't really the priority, are they?
The subtext of those words felt like a physical blow to his gut, knocking the air from his lungs. A freezing sweat drenched his skin. He'd heard that sentiment before, from the people he thought were his parents. He'd always appreciated how laid back they were about his schooling. He thought they were being supportive parents. The reality was far bleaker. They weren't being kind. They simply didn't care about his grades. To them, Lin Yi was nothing more than a head of livestock in a pen, waiting for market day. And nobody puts effort into educating their dinner.
Hurry up. This way.
They ducked away from the main exit, Chukai pulling him toward the back stairwell, bypassing the crowd. They burst onto the rooftop, the sudden gust of wind whipping at their clothes and silencing the distant school activity. Chukai scanned the perimeter, his eyes checking the stairwell and the vents to ensure they were truly alone.
How long have you known the truth?
His voice was like a blade, sharp and devoid of any teacher-pleasing emotion.
It's complicated. I can't explain it easily.
How could he even begin to tell him? Where would he start? How could he explain that he'd already died? That his own birthday was a countdown to a massacre he'd already lived through? He'd sound like a madman. Lin Yi swallowed hard, the words sticking in his throat.
Never mind. It doesn't change anything now.
Chukai looked down at the courtyard below, watching the students stream out like ants toward the gate.
We have to disappear before they realize you're compromised. If we linger on campus, we're dead.
Them? You mean the things? The monsters?
Silence. There are no such things as monsters.
Chukai's eyes were as hard as flint, boring into Lin Yi with a terrifying intensity.
As far as the world is concerned, as far as they are concerned, you know nothing. You saw nothing. You suspect nothing. If you want to survive the next hour, you will play the part of a perfect, oblivious student.
I can't just go back to pretending. Not after everything.
Lin Yi shook his head, his skin itching with the phantom sensation of a blade sliding between his ribs. To pretend that everything was normal was a special kind of mental hell he wasn't sure he could endure. He wasn't some trembling coward, but he knew exactly what was scheduled for June 10th. In 48 hours, he was destined to be the centerpiece at a family dinner from hell.
Chukai, tell me what you know. What is actually happening to this world? Why are they mimicking us? Why is everyone I thought I knew just a mask? My parents, were they even real to begin with?
Chukai let out a long, weary sigh, the sound momentarily lost in the howling wind.
I don't have all the answers, but I know this much. Those people you called mother and father, they were never your kinsmen.
Lin Yi went rigid, the concrete beneath his feet feeling like it might collapse. The chilling final words of the woman who wore his mother's face flooded back to him from that night of blood and steel. We aren't your parents, Lin Yi. We are your masters.
Masters, that was the word she used. Masters.
Masters? It's a fitting title for them, isn't it?
Chukai let out a dry, brittle laugh that sounded more like a cough.
The world has become a giant pen, and we're just the prize cattle inside it. They've styled themselves as masters and relegated us to meat. They wait for the livestock to grow fat, and then the feast begins.
You use the word livestock. That's exactly what they call us.
Chukai's face twisted, his eyes widening with a sudden, sharp alarm.
Livestock? You've actually heard them use that term?
He lunged closer, his looming shadow swallowing Lin Yi in the dim light.
How do you know that word? Have you seen them drop the act? Have you seen what's underneath the skin?
Lin Yi gave a slow, heavy nod, his eyes fixed on Chukai's.
I've seen it, all of it. I've seen the things they hide when they think we aren't looking. My family, Yao, even Gu Zijin, they're all the same, monsters wearing our faces like clothing.
Every ounce of color drained from Chukai's face, leaving him looking like a ghost in the storm. Without warning, he lunged, his hands striking with the speed of a predator. He seized Lin Yi by the collar, hoisting him up until they were mere inches apart.
Why are you telling me this now? You've just signed both our death warrants. Do you want us both on the chopping block?
Chukai's sudden, violent response sent a jolt of alarm through Lin Yi.
What's going on? Why are you reacting like this?
Lin Yi asked, his voice shaking.
There's a code among these things. Other monsters can't touch you unless the one feeding you finds out you've seen the truth.
Chukai explained, his eyes darting with frantic energy. He checked his phone again, his feet already moving toward the exit through the stairwell.
But you've been in the thick of it. You've looked under the skin. You're fair game for any monster now. And because I helped you back in that room, they probably have target on my back too. If I go down, my sister will be all alone. I have to make it. I have to keep her safe.
You have a sister?
Lin Yi blinked in surprise. It hit Lin Yi then how little he actually knew about his schoolmate. Chukai had always been a ghost in the classroom, a loner whom nobody really talked to. Now it made sense. If Chukai already knew everyone around them was a predator, why would he ever want to be their friend? The desperation in Chukai's voice was clear. He wasn't afraid for himself, but for the one person he still had to protect.
Wait, listen.
Lin Yi interjected, catching Chukai's arm.
I'm not compromised.
Don't lie.
Chukai snapped back, his face contorted in alarm.
These things never show their real faces unless their cover is completely blown.
I'm telling you, it's not like that.
Lin Yi tried to find the words.
They don't know that I know, at least not in this version of the world.
Taking a breath, he began to lay out the impossible truth of what had happened to him.
I've already met my end 3 separate times.
He confessed, his voice devoid of emotion.
You've what?
Chukai looked at him with disbelief. The other boy's movements halted as if he'd been struck.
I've died 3 times. Wait, if I count my parents' first attempt, it's actually 4.
Lin Yi's voice was low as he continued his grim story.
June 10th was supposed to be my birthday. Instead, the things wearing my parents' faces slaughtered me, twice in a row.
A sharp sting of resentment flared in his chest as he spoke the words. To think that the people he loved, the ones who had raised him, were really just skin-clad beasts waiting for the right moment to feed. It was a weight that nearly crushed him.
The next time was the night of the 9th. I ran into Teacher Yao on campus. I thought he'd help me, but the moment I spoke up, he ended me. Then, early the next morning, I tried to warn the others. I gathered everyone at the old factory site behind the hill. I was so blind. Every single person in that room was one of those things. Right before it happened, you called me. You begged me not to go, but I was too stubborn to listen.
What the hell are you saying?
Chukai demanded, his face twisting with confusion.
June 9th? Lin Yi, it's only the 8th today.
I expected you to think I'm crazy.
Lin Yi replied, his shoulders slumping.
All I know is that they slaughtered me. But then I wake up and I'm whole again. It's like the world resets. I'm back before it all goes wrong. If you need proof, I still have that number you used to reach me.
With perfect clarity, Lin Yi rattled off the long string of digits from the mysterious call. Chu Kai's expression physicalized his shock, his forehead creasing into deep lines.
That's my private line. How could you possibly have it?
Because on June 9th, you gave it to me?
Lin Yi stated plainly. The number was a match, a secret Chu Kai had guarded with his life. Fearful of surveillance, he'd gone to great lengths to acquire a ghost phone, a simple device tied to no name, meant only for the direst situations. It was a secret that shouldn't have been out in the open.
Please, Chu Kai, everything I've told you is the truth.
I know, Chu Kai said quietly.
The other boy stopped in his tracks, his hand falling away from the rooftop door.
Wait, what? You actually believe me? Just like that?
Lin Yi blinked, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in Chu Kai's attitude.
You're serious? You don't think I'm losing my mind?
I think you've manifested an ability, Chu Kai explained.
An ability? What kind of ability?
The concept was entirely foreign to Lin Yi.
I don't have all the answers, Chu Kai admitted, his voice low. But rumors say that some of us, the cattle, can develop unique talents if we survive long enough. Maybe the universe decided we needed a fighting chance against those monsters. Though honestly, yours sounds like a bit of a letdown.
Lin Yi couldn't even argue. He felt the same way. A power that only worked when he died was a cruel joke. He was perpetually on the brink, yet unable to truly change his fate.
If you know this much about abilities, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Does that mean you have one of your own?
A subtle, grim nod was Chu Kai's only answer.
What can you do? Lin Yi pressed.
I can.
Chu Kai's voice cut off as he suddenly tensed, his head snapping toward the entrance to the roof.
Stay back, he hissed, his face hardening. Someone's coming up, and they aren't human.
A monster here on the roof?
Lin Yi's pulse hammered in his ears as he recoiled from the door. Chu Kai barely moved, only offering a sharp, affirmative tilt of his head.
Have they found us out? Are they coming to finish what they started?
Not yet, Chu Kai replied, his nostrils flaring as he tasted the air. But you've been marked. That thing downstairs is following your trail.
It's hunting me? Lin Yi's blood ran cold. We can't just stay here. We need to move.
There's no time. Chu Kai cut him off, his voice a low vibration. Listen to me, Lin Yi. You have to survive this encounter. No matter what happens, you act like the same oblivious livestock you were this morning.
Survive? How? They're going to slaughter me in 2 days anyway.
The memory of his birthday, the blood, the cold steel, the monster's mockery flashed before his eyes like a death sentence.
The 10th is a lifetime away, Chu Kai snapped, his words coming faster now. Concentrate on the next 5 minutes. If you can't make it past this door, there won't be a June 10th.
The heavy metal door groaned on its hinges, swinging wide to reveal the silhouette of a newcomer. The figure that stepped into the dying sunlight was unnervingly familiar. Lin Yi is mother, her clothes pristine and her posture impeccable.
Yar, what are you doing all the way up here? She asked, her voice light and melodic.
She wore the same gentle, maternal smile that Lin Yi had grown up with, but now it looked like a painted-on mask.
I have been waiting by the gates for an eternity. I thought you might have already left without me.
Mom, how did you find me here?
The question fell from Lin Yi's lips before he could stop it, his voice cracking.
I grew worried, so I came looking. A few of your classmates mentioned they saw you heading toward the roof, so I thought I would check.
She began to walk toward him, her footsteps silent against the concrete, her eyes never leaving his.
I was just... the test. It was.
Words failed him. The sheer impossible horror of her presence, the monster disguised as his protector, left his mind in a chaotic, frozen state.
I am sorry to interrupt, Auntie, but Lin Yi is just a bit shaken up, Chu Kai said, stepping forward with an easy, practiced grace.
The transformation was chilling. Seconds ago, Chu Kai had been a cornered animal. Now, he was the picture of a polite, helpful student.
He is convinced he failed the exam today. You know how he is. He puts so much pressure on himself. The others were all celebrating and comparing answers downstairs. I thought the noise would only make his head spin, so I brought him up here for some fresh air and a quick pep talk.
Lin Yi watched him in stunned silence. The absolute ease with which Chu Kai wore this mask was both impressive and terrifying. There was not a trace of the frantic boy who had been smelling the air for predators just moments before.
Is that what happened, Yer? His mother asked, her eyes searching his face for any sign of a lie.
Lin Yi forced himself to breathe, to push the image of her true form into the back of his mind. He offered a small, miserable nod.
I'm sorry, Mom. I did not want you to see me like this. He managed to choke out.
The word mom felt like ash in his mouth. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to scream, to reveal the truth. But he remembered Chu Kai's warning. Survival was the only priority now. He could not afford to be a hero. He had to be the perfect son, the perfect livestock.
The questions, they were just so different from what I studied. I feel like I let everyone down.
He hung his head, his shoulders trembling with a grief that was entirely real, even if the cause was a lie.
Oh, sweetheart, it is just one test, his mother cooed, her hand reaching out to brush a stray hair from his forehead. One grade does not define who you are to us. You are still our perfect boy. Now let's head back. I have prepared a special dinner for you.
The car rumbled down the desolate street. Inside, Lin Yi felt like a caged animal, his pulse thundering against his chest with every breath. He kept his eyes fixed on the woman beside him, her hands steady on the wheel. Dark, desperate impulses swirled in his mind like a black tide. Lin Yi gripped his jacket, wondering if he could use it to end this right here. Just one quick wrap around her neck. He quickly dismissed the idea. If her human skin hit a thick insectoid carapace, a simple piece of fabric wouldn't do a thing. Besides, I'm still in the moving car. If she floors the gas and we crash, it's over for both of us. Maybe poison would be better. I could secretly contaminate their next meal. But their senses are so sharp. What if they smell the toxins before they even take a bite? The scale of the problem was overwhelming. How many of these creatures were there? 100? 1,000? If the whole world was infested, where would he even go? Was his life just a waiting game in a massive slaughterhouse? His mother's voice drifted from the driver's seat, breaking the heavy silence.
Yi, why are you so quiet all of a sudden?
Lin Yi jolted, his nerves screaming as he tried to find a natural response.
I just didn't do well on the exam. I'm not in a great place right now. I don't really feel like talking.
She spoke again, her voice softening into a tone that was supposed to be motherly. It only made his stomach churn with revulsion.
Yi, didn't I tell you before? Your grades aren't what matters to us. We won't be angry, even if you failed.
Lin Yi felt a bitter sneer forming in his mind. Of course you won't! Why would the cattle's grades matter to the butcher? The woman shifted slightly, her eyes fixed on the road, but her attention clearly focused on him.
I heard from some of your classmates. It sounds like you lost your temper with the invigilator after the test. Is that true?
Lin Yi's heart began to race. He was certain his only classmate in that room was Chu Kai. How could she possibly know? He remembered the rooftop. She had known he was there too. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He was being watched every second of every day.
Yes, I did.
He kept his answer short. Lying would only raise more suspicion now that she clearly had a source.
I also heard that you mentioned something about monsters. Is that right?
The air in the car suddenly felt thin. Looking out the window, he realized the streets were empty, and this was not the path home. She's testing me. She's waiting to see if I've figured it out.
Yi? Why aren't you answering me?
He forced himself to speak, his voice thin and trembling. He had to make it a lie she would believe.
Monsters. I saw monsters.
She began to turn her head toward him, her expression unreadable.
Yi, what kind of monsters?
Before she could get a good look at his eyes, he blurted out the next part of his story.
The exam papers. I looked at the questions and the words. They were turning into monsters. I couldn't answer them because they were fighting me.
He buried his face in his hands, feigning a breakdown.
My teacher told me to think of each question as a monster to defeat, but this time I couldn't do it. I lost.
A heavy silence settled over the car. He could feel her gaze burning into the side of his head.
Oh, Yi, is that all?
Lin Yi nodded frantically, playing the part of the stressed-out student to perfection. The car engine hummed back to life, and the vehicle began to move again. She didn't ask another question.
There's no need to take it so hard. The test is already behind you. You just need to relax and focus on getting back to your best.
My best state. My most appetizing state.
I think I'm just exhausted. I'll probably be fine once I get some sleep.
That's a good idea. I'll prepare something extra special for dinner tonight.
Special dinner. The words sent a fresh wave of nausea through him. He didn't want to think about what was in their pantry. An emergency news update began to play, and the narrator's voice was grim. Police are currently hunting for Chengdao, a local meat shop owner suspected of a series of violent attacks on Yishui Road. He is considered dangerous.
How awful. It's becoming so dangerous out there. I really think you should stay inside for the next few days, Yi.
Lin Yi felt like laughing. Inside? Outside? It didn't matter. The entire city was a farm, and he was just one of the livestock.
Actually, I already promised my classmates I'd go to our graduation dinner tomorrow. It would be rude to skip it.
He tried to keep his voice steady, masking the desperation to get away from her.
I'll just go for the meal and come straight back. I'll stay home after that, I promise.
All right then. Just be careful.
As the elevator doors slid open, they were met by a familiar face from the upper floors.
Grandma Liu, out for a walk with the little one again?
Lin Yi's mother looked down at the bundle in the old woman's arms with a smile that didn't reach her eyes.
Oh, you know how it is. My husband is just absolutely obsessed with children. He was practically pining away without a young one around. So I brought him home to keep us company for a few days. We're going to have a wonderful time together.
Lin Yi kept his gaze fixed on the floor, his back to them. He couldn't bear to look at the child. He remembered the little girl she had been carrying last year, a 5-year-old with bright ribbons in her hair. Now, she had a baby boy. The biological math didn't add up, and the horror of it settled in his gut like lead. That wasn't her grandson. That was a fresh piece of meat brought in to satisfy a monstrous hunger. I'm sorry. He repeated the words in his mind, a silent, useless apology to the innocent in her arms. I can't even save my own life. There's nothing I can do for you.
Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, Lin Yi is turning 18 the day after tomorrow. Is that right?
The question sent a jolt of pure dread through his scalp, making his skin crawl.
Yes, that's the day. He's finally grown up.
You've waited a long time for this. You must be looking forward to the celebration. He's perfect now.
Lin Yi bit his lip, the metallic taste of blood grounding him as the memory of June 10th played back in high definition. I won't let you butcher me again. I'm going to make it through this loop. I have to. Back within the supposed safety of the apartment, Lin Yi mumbled a hollow excuse about exhaustion before retreating. He shut his bedroom door and collapsed onto the bed, his mind a whirlwind of static and desperate plans. Over the next few hours, the bedroom door creaked open several times as his mother peered inside. Each time, he kept his eyes squeezed shut, regulating his breath into the steady, slow rhythm of false sleep. But even through his closed lids, he could feel her. He could sense her presence looming beside the bed, stationary, silent, and watching. The long shadows of dusk were stretching across the room when the rhythmic chime of the doorbell broke the heavy silence. Outside the bedroom, heavy footsteps echoed through the hallway. Lin Yi's chest tightened. Had his father returned so soon? The door to his room swung open, and a figure stepped into the dim orange light.
Lin Yi, it's just me.
The familiar voice hit him like a breath of fresh air. It was Chu Kai. Lin Yi sat up, his heart slowing just a fraction. He felt the crushing weight of the day lift, if only for a second.
Chu Kai? Man, am I glad to see you? What are you doing here?
He trailed off as he saw his friend's face clearly. Chu Kai looked like a ghost. His skin was a sickly, translucent gray, and his eyes were raw and bloodshot.
Lin Yi, something happened. Something terrible.
Chu Kai's voice was barely a whisper, thick with a level of despair that chilled Lin Yi to the bone.
What is it? Did they find out? Are we exposed?
Chu Kai slowly shook his head, a single tear tracking through the grime on his cheek.
No, they didn't find out. Lin Yi, I'm so sorry.
Gasping, he looked down. A heavy kitchen knife was buried deep in his abdomen, the handle gripped tight in Chu Kai's trembling, blood-stained hand.
You? How could you? Why?
He looked up into his best friend's eyes, searching for a spark of the person he knew, but found only a crushing, hollow despair.
I'm sorry, I really am. But I have to do this. This is the only way I get to live.
Attention all candidates. 15 minutes remain. Ensure all answers are transferred to your response sheets. The sterile electronic voice from the PA system jarred Lin Yi back to consciousness. He blinked, focus returning to the ink-scrawled paper laid out before him. The date triggered a painful realization, June 8th, the morning session of the exams.
Damn it!
A white-hot anger flared in his chest. He had made his choice to live, to fight, yet the cycle had claimed him once again. But the worst part wasn't the monsters. It was the face of his killer, Chu Kai, a human, just like him.
Candidate, absolute silence must be maintained at all times.
The invigilator's shadow loomed over him as dozens of eyes turned toward his desk, their gazes heavy with cold curiosity.
Back off!
Lin Yi barked, slamming his hands against the desk as he stood up. He ignored the gasps of his classmates, his eyes darting toward the back of the room until they locked onto a specific target.
Chu Kai.
His voice was a low growl as he marched toward the boy, seizing his collar and hoisting him upward.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Chu Kai stammered, his eyes wide with genuine confusion.
Stop this at once. Any further disruption will result in immediate disqualification.
The teacher rushed forward, voice trembling with performative authority.
Take it. I'm finished here.
Lin Yi snapped, casting a venomous look at the educator. He knew the thing wearing the teacher's skin was a predator, but the fear that once paralyzed him had vanished. As long as he played the part of the unruly student and didn't reveal his secret, they would stay their claws. For now, he was safe. On the surface, at least.
And he's coming with me.
Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi hauled a protesting Chu Kai toward the exit.
Get your hands off me.
Chu Kai snarled the moment they cleared the doorway, wrenching himself free.
Have you lost your mind?
Lin Yi tightened his grip on Chu Kai's collar, leaning close enough to feel the other boy's frantic breathing.
Listen to me and keep your mouth shut, he whispered, his voice cold and sharp. If you ever want to see your sister alive again, you'll follow me right now.
The color drained from Chu Kai's face as the threat hit home. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, flickering fear. Without another word, Lin Yi turned and marched out the door, leaving the suffocating silence of the exam hall behind.
Candidate, is there a problem? Do you require assistance?
The invigilator's voice trailed after them, sounding strained and hollow as it echoed off the hallway tiles.
No, it's nothing. I'm submitting my paper as well.
Chu Kai managed to stammer out a response before rushing to catch up with Lin Yi's retreating shadow. They moved swiftly through the empty corridors, the only sound the rhythmic thud of their shoes against the concrete. Moments later, they reached the heavy iron door at the top of the stairwell. Lin Yi stepped out onto the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the entrance as he waited for his target to appear. The moment Chu Kai's head cleared the stairwell, Lin Yi lunged. He threw a desperate, wild punch fueled by entire lifetimes of frustration. Chu Kai moved with a fluid, unnatural grace. He didn't just dodge, he flowed around the strike like water around a stone.
Stand still, damn you! Lin Yi roared, his feet scuffing against the gravelly surface of the roof. You owe me this! Just one punch!
What the hell is wrong with you? Chu Kai's face was a mask of grim concern. You mentioned my sister. What happened to her?
I'll tell you after I've leveled the score. Lin Yi ignored the question, charging again with a reckless shoulder tackle.
Chu Kai's reaction was tectonic. He caught Lin Yi's leading arm, twisted his own weight, and executed a surgical leg sweep. Lin Yi hit the concrete hard, the air driven from his lungs. Before he could roll, Chu Kai was pinning him down with a knee to his chest.
Chu Kai, you traitorous bastard! Lin Yi spat, clawing at the gravel. You think your sister's life is the only one that matters? What about mine? Does my life mean nothing to you? To save her, you'd cut me down without a second thought? You have no idea how hard I've fought to survive this hell, only to have it ended by you.
What? What are you saying? Chu Kai's grip loosened slightly, his expression shifting from anger to a chilling sort of dread. What could you possibly know?
Lin Yi grit his teeth, the words tumbling out of him in a flurry of bitter resentment. He laid out the timeline, the betrayal and the cold steel in his back.
Couldn't we have just talked? Did you have to stick a knife in me? Do you know how it feels to have your lungs fill with blood? Try it sometime and tell me if you're still so slummum.
Lin Yi's voice was thick with the weight of a dozen unfair deaths, his words vibrating with an almost pathetic sense of being wronged. Chu Kai slowly withdrew his weight, standing back to look at Lin Yi with a mixture of disbelief and mounting suspicion.
You're telling me that my sister is going to be slaughtered this afternoon? By them?
How the hell should I know? Lin Yi scrambled to his feet, dusting off his uniform with aggressive, jerky motions. That's just the story you told me while you were murdering me. You said you went home after the morning exams and found her, changed. You made me promise to tell this version of you so you could definitely save her. It's insane. How could you even tell she was a monster? Did you see her reveal herself?
I heard it, Chu Kai said, his eyes unfocused as if listening to something far away. The heartbeat.
Heartbeat? What are you talking about?
A monster's heart doesn't beat like a human's. The frequency is wrong. It's too steady, too rhythmic, like a machine trying to mimic a pulse.
Chu Kai's gaze returned to Lin Yi, his expression hardening. My senses are enhanced. I can hear the blood through the walls. I can tell a predator from prey just by the sound of their chest cavity. Lin Yi suddenly understood. In the previous timeline, Chu Kai had known exactly when his mother was approaching the roof. He hadn't seen her. He'd heard her. It was why he had called to warn Lin Yi about the back of the mountain. He hadn't been guessing. He had known he was the only other living thing in that classroom.
So you're saying you'll walk into your home this afternoon, hear her heart, and realize she's gone?
Lin Yi paused, a logical inconsistency gnawing at him. He remembered Gu Zijin's cold words during one of his many ends.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. If they're hunting her, why are you still here? The ones who raised me said they have preferences. Some like children, some like adults. If there's a monster in your house that likes children, why would they wait? Why haven't they eaten you both already?
Chu Kai shook his head, a dark, hollow smile touching his lips.
Our situations are nothing alike, Lin Yi. You were raised in a curated family home, fed and protected until you were ripe. I grew up in an orphanage.
Lin Yi felt a sudden chill. He realized he knew almost nothing about the boy standing before him, only the rumors of his isolation and his fanatical devotion to his sister. Now, looking at the scars of age and trauma in Chu Kai's eyes, he finally saw the truth of that devotion.
If you're from an orphanage, how do they operate there? Is it just a slaughterhouse?
To them, an orphanage isn't a home. It's a supermarket, a shelf full of livestock waiting for a buyer.
Chu Kai's voice was devoid of emotion now, a flat, clinical recitation of a nightmare.
I realized what I was when I was a toddler. I saw the people who came to adopt us. I heard their hearts. They weren't looking for children to love. They were browsing the menu.
Lin Yi's mind flashed back to the hallway, to Grandma Lu and the small swaddled bundle she had held so tightly. He felt a wave of nausea as the pieces clicked into place. That child hadn't been a grandson. It was a purchase. The image of Grandma Lu cradling that silent, swaddled bundle burned in Lin Yi's mind. A grandson purchased from the shelf. He looked at Chu Kai, and for the first time a flicker of genuine respect pierced through his resentment. Lin Yi had only ever had to survive the two horrors wearing his parents' faces. Chu Kai had grown up in the mouth of the beast, surrounded by an endless cycling pack of predators.
How are you still here? Lin Yi asked, his voice low with disbelief. How did you keep from getting adopted?
Chu Kai leaned against the rusted railing, his eyes distant as the memory of the gray brick walls rose around them like a ghost.
The records, he said, his tone flat. Every time a client came to browse, I would use my hearing to track where the director kept our files. I'd steal mine and my sister's, then we'd hide in the crawl spaces until the selection was over. Once the monsters had their fill and left with their prizes, I'd slip back and return the papers to the drawer. To the administrators, we were just clerical errors that corrected themselves.
It was a survival strategy born of pure, distilled terror.
You've known for so long. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you run or take action?
Action? Chu Kai's laugh was a dry, brittle thing. How, Lin Yi? Against an entire world of them?
He gestured broadly at the city skyline, then pointed down toward their own classroom windows.
Look at our class, 40 students and 42 people in that room. Take out you and me, and what's left? A nest. If one classroom is a feeding ground, what do you think the rest of the city looks like? They kill, they replace. They take the identity and the life, and they just continue. And those who aren't replaced, they're just erased, smothered out like a candle in the wind. No one remembers them. It's as if they never lived at all.
Lin Yi felt the weight of those words, the absolute crushing insignificance of a human life in this new ecosystem. But then, a name surfaced in his memory. A contradiction.
Wait, that's not entirely true.
Lin Yi shook his head, his thoughts racing back to their previous interactions.
There's at least one more. Besides us, there's another student in our class who's still human.
Impossible. Chukai countered instantly, his tone final. I've heard every pulse in that room. There are only 2 hearts beating with the right rhythm.
Lu Jinhai, Lin Yi insisted. He's over 19. He's safe from the rules, and he knows something is wrong. I've seen him.
Lu Jinhai?
Chukai's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a gravelly, chilling register that vibrated in Lin Yi's chest.
No, Lin Yi. You're wrong. He's one of them too.
The words hung in the air like a death sentence, the silence of the rooftop suddenly feeling much more crowded. Chukai was sweating, his face pale as he leaned toward Lin Yi.
I'm telling you, I didn't get it wrong.
His voice was a low, desperate hiss, thick with conviction.
His heart trait was a perfect match for those things. Lu Linhai, he's not one of us. He's one of them.
Are you sure your ability isn't acting up?
Lin Yi challenged him, his own voice steady and calm. He had a reason to be so sure.
I can promise you, Lu Linhai is human. I've seen it myself.
Lin Yi looked away, his mind flashing back to a memory that still sat heavy in his gut. In the last loop, he had been the one to end Lu Linhai's life. He remembered the warmth of the blood. He remembered the skin giving way to reveal muscle and bone, not a hard black beetle carapace.
None of that matters now.
Chukai shook his head, physically waving away the debate. He had a more pressing fear.
The real problem is my sister. We have to save her. Did the future version of me say when she was taken? Or where it happened?
Lin Yi could only give him a slow, silent shake of the head.
You never told me.
Then why the hell didn't you ask me?
How was I supposed to ask anything?
Lin Yi's frustration finally boiled over, his voice rising just a notch.
The second you saw me, you went for my throat with a knife. I was a little busy trying to avoid dying, not interviewing you for family details.
Chukai went dead silent. The panic in his eyes softened into a brief, heavy flicker of guilt.
I'm sorry.
He looked down at his own shaking hands, his breath ragged.
Look, if it makes you feel better, go ahead and hit me, hard as you want. I won't even block.
Lin Yi stared at him. What an obsessed freak, he thought, though the anger in his chest was already starting to fade. Seeing Chukai so broken and desperate, the desire for revenge felt petty.
Just save it for later.
Lin Yi turned his head away, sighing deeply.
Once we're through with this, I'll find a time to get even. For now, we move.
I thought it would be enough to just steal our records. I thought we could just hide from them.
Chukai's fists were white-knuckled, his whole body trembling with suppressed energy.
I believed that if I just grew up and held it together, I could protect her and get her out of that orphanage. I thought as long as we were invisible, as long as I pretended the monsters weren't there, we could just survive. But it's not enough. It's never enough.
Stop it. Get it together.
Lin Yi's voice was sharp, cutting through Chukai's spiraling thoughts.
You're her brother. You know her patterns better than anyone. Where would she be right now?
Chukai forced himself to take a breath, his mind clicking back into analytical mode.
Everything's closed for the college entrance exam. She's in 10th grade, so she doesn't have a test. She should be at the orphanage.
So, if she's staying there, why is she in danger? You think they'll attack the orphanage?
No, that's not how they work. They never make a scene inside the orphanage. They wait for a child to be adopted before they strike.
Is it possible she was adopted today by mistake?
Impossible. If someone or something was coming to adopt, we'd get a notice first. They make us tidy up, prepare the dossiers. That's how I was able to steal our records in the first place. But I checked. There were no notices for today, no visitors scheduled,
Then what the hell are we missing?
Lin Yi was genuinely stumped. The pieces weren't fitting together.
If we can't find the pattern,
Chu Kai's voice dropped, becoming deathly quiet.
then I'll just have to glue myself to her side every second of every day.
So you're just walking away? Skipping the exam entirely?
It's not just me. We're both staying away.
Chu Kai's eyes were hard, the urgency of his plan overriding any academic concern.
Think about it. In a world like this, what good is a test score compared to a life, especially my sister's?
Wait, we? You're expecting me to tag along?
Lin Yi's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected to be part of Chu Kai's escape route.
And why should I? Give me one good reason.
Because you're marked for death.
Chu Kai took a step closer, his voice dropping to a low, intense frequency.
You're the one who said it. June 10th. Today is the day you die in every other version of this nightmare. If you want to see June 11th, you have to run, fast and far.
Run where?
Lin Yi's voice was weary. He'd seen the reach of the monsters. Was anywhere truly safe?
You said it yourself. They're everywhere. We flee this nest just to walk into another one.
We just need to break the connection here.
Chu Kai was already mapping out the logic, his hands moving as if tracing an invisible path.
If we disappear to a city where no one knows our faces, we become just another pair of unremarkable humans. As long as we don't tip our hand, they won't have a reason to single us out. To them, we'll just be livestock that hasn't realized the truth yet, completely beneath their notice.
Lin Yi considered it. It was a gamble, but a logical one. Better to be a stranger in a new hell than a known target in an old one.
But what if?
There is no what if.
Chu Kai cut him off before the doubt could fully form.
The alternative is certain. We stay, we die, we leave, we might live. Are you really okay with just being livestock?
I'm not.
Lin Yi's resolve hardened. He thought of the parents he'd never known, the life he'd been robbed of.
I want to survive, and I want the truth. If this is the only way to find my real parents, then I'm in.
Good. Then it's done.
Chu Kai pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket, scribbling an address with frantic speed.
Here's the rendezvous spot. Go home now. Pack light, cash and essentials only. No heavy bags. I'll see you there this afternoon.
Just as he finished, the school bell rang out, its sharp, mechanical toll echoing through the courtyard. The silence of the exam hall shattered as students began flooding out of the main building, their voices a sudden, overwhelming wall of suburban chatter. Chu Kai spoke faster now, his eyes darting toward the encroaching crowd. This was the most dangerous moment.
One last thing. Whatever you do, don't let them see you leave. Not the teachers, not the neighbors. Nobody.
Without another word, the two split up, disappearing into the sea of students as if they were nothing more than ordinary teenagers leaving another ordinary day. The hours of the noon break were a frantic, heart-pounding blur of preparation and paranoia. It was pushing 4 in the afternoon by the time Lin Yi stumbled onto the weed-choked path of the meeting point.
Finally, where have you been?
Chu Kai was already there, his brow furrowed as he watched Lin Yi's slow, cautious approach. Lin Yi didn't have the breath to answer immediately. His focus was pulled elsewhere to the girl standing quietly beside his classmate. She was younger, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. Her eyes were large and clear, reflecting a world far different from the one Lin Yi and Chu Kai were seeing. When she caught him looking, she tilted her head and gave him a shy, genuine smile, her cheeks dimpling.
So, this is the sister? Hey there, brother-in-law.
Do you want me to kill you right here?
Chu Kai's voice was a sharp bark, his patience clearly at its end.
I asked you a question. Why are you so late? Every minute we're standing here is a minute we're exposed.
You tried dodging a monster in a sedan.
Lin Yi grumbled, wiping sweat from his forehead. The memory of the car ride still made his skin crawl.
That thing drove me right to the front gate. It wouldn't leave until it saw me walk inside the building. I had to hide in a bathroom stall until the afternoon bell rang. Then I caught my break and went over the back wall. Walking here from the school took forever.
Monster? What monster are you talking about?
Chu Yun interjected, her voice light and curious. She looked between the two of them with innocent confusion.
It's just a game, Yun Yun. We're talking about a session we played earlier.
Chu Kai answered with practiced ease, his voice softening instantly before he grabbed Lin Yi by the shoulder and pulled him away.
You haven't told her?
No.
Chu Kai's voice was a low, harsh whisper. He glanced back at his sister to make sure she was out of earshot.
She's too young for this nightmare. If she knew the truth, she'd never be able to hold it together. She'd give us away the second a teacher looked at her.
She's in 10th grade, Chu Kai. That's not exactly a baby.
Lin Yi said, casting another glance back at the girl.
Eyes front.
Chu Kai hissed, his expression darkening.
You want to lose your sight? Keep staring at her and see what happens.
Fine. I'm looking away.
Lin Yi raised his hands in mock surrender, returning his focus to their escape.
So what's the plan? We heading to the station? Catching the next train out?
Too obvious.
Chu Kai shook his head, his gaze returning to the horizon.
Public transport is a death trap. They have cameras, checkpoints, and God knows how many of them are working the staff. We'd be tracked before the first stop.
If we're not taking the train or a bus, then what? You stole a car?
We're using our own 2 feet.
Walking?
Lin Yi stopped dead. He stared at Chu Kai as if the other boy had grown a second head.
You want to hike out of the city? Are you insane?
I've been preparing for this.
Chu Kai was entirely serious. He spoke with the confidence of someone who had already lived the journey a dozen times in his head.
Ever since I saw them for what they are, I've been scouting routes, mapping the gaps in their surveillance. We'll cut through Sifang Mountain. It's rough terrain, and it'll take us 5 days to reach Ling City. But more importantly, there's nobody out there to watch us. Once we're in Ling City, we're just strangers. Then, and only then, can we risk a vehicle.
As he spoke, Chu Kai's head suddenly snapped up. His whole body went rigid, his nostrils flaring as he caught a scent or perhaps a sound.
Someone's coming.
What, already?
Lin Yi felt his heart hammer against his ribs. Had they been tracked? Was it his mother?
It's not a monster.
Chu Kai said, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the path.
The heartbeat is rhythmic, human.
God, don't scare me like that.
Lin Yi let out a long, shaky breath, leaning against a rusted fence post.
If it's just a person, what's there to worry about?
Everything.
Chu Kai's expression didn't soften. If anything, he looked even more concerned.
Look around. We're in the middle of nowhere, miles from the main road. Nobody has any business being on this trail.
Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a shadow fell across the path. Chu Yun stepped forward, her eyes wide as she looked toward the bend in the trail.
Brother?
Chu Yun followed her brother, her mind swirling with confusion. She didn't understand the sudden urgency in his pace, but her faith in him was unshakable. A sudden realization flickered in her eyes as she pulled at his sleeve.
Brother, hold on. I just remembered something. I promised one of my classmates we'd go shopping this afternoon.
She moved closer to Chu Kai, her voice low and apologetic.
I wanted to get you a special gift since the college entrance exams are finally over.
Is this where you were supposed to meet her?
Chu Kai's voice was gentle, though his eyes remained scanning their surroundings.
Yes, she said she'd pick me up right here on her scooter.
Chu Yun nodded. gesturing toward the entrance of the orphanage.
I told her this place was hard to find, so we agreed on this exact spot. I should call her and let her know I'm leaving. I don't want her to worry when she doesn't see me.
Lin Yi watched the exchange, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. He leaned toward Chu Kai and whispered,
Chu Kai, that person coming this way, is that her friend?
It's a possibility.
Chu Kai's sentence died in his throat, his face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror.
What's wrong? What do you see?
Lin Yi's heart hammered against his ribs as he watched Chu Kai's reaction.
There's a monster. It's right behind them.
What? How did you miss it until now?
The range of my perception is limited. I can only detect them within 800 meters.
Chu Kai's breath came in sharp, shallow gasps.
800 meters? That means it's almost on top of us.
Lin Yi shook his head, trying to force back the panic.
Maybe they're just passing by. They might not be coming for us.
That's weird. Why isn't she picking up?
Chu Yun frowned at her phone, the screen glowing in the dim light.
Maybe she's riding and can't hear the ring.
It's coming here. There's no mistake.
Chu Kai's voice was grim, his eyes fixed on a point in the distance.
The person running toward us. I can hear their phone ringing.
A chill swept through Lin Yi. He looked at Chu Yun, then back at the approaching figure. The timing was too precise. The phone call, the approaching scooter, it was all lining up. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a collision of fate. Lin Yi's blood ran cold. The realization hit him like a physical blow.
Wait, everything makes sense now. Chu Kai and the other loops, you said you found your sister after she'd been taken by those things. It happened while everyone was busy with the exams.
Lin Yi checked his phone with trembling hands. The time was exactly right.
If we were still in that hall, we wouldn't be here. This is it. This is when it happens.
The pieces of the tragedy were finally coming together. The friend arriving at the gates, the monster tailing her because she'd seen its true face. It was all happening at once. The monster must have chased her here, only to find Chu Yun waiting at the meeting spot.
Damn it, we walked right into the middle of the slaughter.
Lin Yi cursed, his foot slamming into the cracked pavement in frustration.
Xiao Yun, run. We have to move right now.
Chu Kai didn't wait for an answer. He seized his sister's hand, wrenching her toward the road as they burst into a sprint.
Hey, don't leave me behind.
Lin Yi scrambled after them, his lungs already starting to burn as they fled the orphanage gates.
Brother, please, tell me what's happening.
Chu Yun's voice was tight with fear, her eyes searching her brother's panicked face.
Keep running. I'll explain when we're safe.
Chu Kai's legs pumped hard against the asphalt, his mind solely focused on putting distance between them and the beast. Behind them, the shadow of the monster loomed ever closer. Every fiber of Lin Yi's being screamed in terror. He had no desire to relive his previous gruesome deaths. If they didn't widen the gap now, they'd be slaughtered before they even reached the highway. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing ring cut through the air. Chu Yun's phone was vibrating violently in her pocket. She fumbled for the device and pressed the green icon. Immediately, a voice erupted from the speaker, raw and jagged with agony.
Chu Yun? Where are you? Please, God, help me. There's a monster. It's going to kill me.
Lin Yi's jaw tightened in frustration.
Damn it. Why does this keep happening?
He couldn't fathom why these predators, who usually blended so seamlessly into the human crowd, were suddenly discarding their masks. Had Xiao Qi witnessed something she wasn't supposed to? A feeding or a transformation? But she was on her scooter, riding through a main thoroughfare. It didn't make sense for a reveal to happen in such a public place.
We're out of time.
Chu Kai skidded to a halt. In one fluid motion, He reached into his bag and brandished a gleaming razor-sharp blade.
What are you doing? Why did we stop?
The sound of a scooter echoed through the narrow street, growing louder with every heartbeat. A girl on a scooter suddenly veered around the corner, her face a pale mask of desperation as she rode toward them.
Xiaokei, you're here.
Chu Yun, save me, please. There's something horrific behind me.
From the shadows of the road emerged an abomination. It was a mass of jet-black chitin, its entire body shielded by a thick, segmented carapace that looked like a beetle's shell. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever seen one of them without its human disguise. The reality was far worse than his nightmares. 6 spindly, insectoid legs clicked against the asphalt. Where arms should have been, 2 jagged scythe-like blades hung ready to strike. From its underbelly, a cluster of barbed tentacles lashed out, swaying like blind snakes seeking a target. Its head was a nightmare of massive compound eyes and a circular, tooth-lined sucker that constantly oozed a thick, yellowish slime.
Brother, what is that?
Chu Yun stood paralyzed, her gaze locked on the approaching horror.
Stay behind me. Don't look at it.
Chu Kai stepped in front of his sister, his grip on the knife tightening until his knuckles turned white.
Chu Kai, look at it. There's something off about this one.
Lin Yi had seen death at the hands of these creatures before, but this one felt different. Usually they were articulate, even eloquent in their cruelty. But this beast only thrashed its head, senseless and wild. A wave of nausea hit Lin Yi as a sharp artificial scent wafted over the unmistakable smell of cheap alcohol.
Is it just me? Or is that thing drunk? Did it transform because it's wasted?
It seemed ridiculous, but Lin Yi remembered the staggering amount of booze his father used to consume.
It's more than that. Listen to its heart. It's too slow. It's old, or maybe it's suffering from some kind of disease.
Are you serious? These things can get sick?
How should I know? It's just a guess. Now shut up and get ready.
I'm sorry, Chu Yun. I can't stay.
Xiaokei didn't even slow down as she neared them. Her face was twisted into a mask of pure betrayal and terror. She gunned the throttle, her scooter screaming as she sped past the group and into the safety of the main road.
This is your fault. If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't be part of this nightmare.
Lin Yi watched Xiaokei's retreating figure, the dust settling in her wake. In that moment, the jagged, broken history of the previous timelines finally made sense. It wasn't a random attack. Xiaokei had led the nightmare straight to the meeting point, using Chu Yun as an unwitting shield. She had abandoned her friend without a second thought, leaving the innocent girl to face the abomination alone in every other life.
I can't believe it. She just left her here to die?
Lin Yi's voice was hollow, his mind reeling from the cowardice he'd witnessed.
It won't matter. You can't run from them once the veil is lifted. They'll find her eventually.
Chu Kai sighed, a heavy sound that carried the weight of inevitable violence.
Xiao Yun, listen to me. Find a place to hide. Don't come out until I tell you.
He lowered his center of gravity, his muscles coiling like a spring as he prepared for the lunge.
Chu Kai, wait. You aren't seriously thinking of taking that thing on, are you?
Lin Yi looked at the horrific beast as it drew closer, its scythes gleaming in the orange streetlight.
I'm not doing it alone.
Chu Kai didn't turn back, his eyes locked on the monster.
We're doing it together.
Lin Yi felt the blood drain from his face. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic wheezing of the monster. Facing the horrific creature, Lin Yi stood his ground. He didn't run, not because he was brave, but for a far more practical reason. He simply wasn't fast enough to escape. With no hope of outrunning the beast, he steeled himself and readied for a struggle. terror clawed at his chest, but a sudden realization calmed his nerves. Even if he died here, he would just wake up in the past. If he failed, he would just reset. That thought acted like a switch, flooding his body with a desperate, icy resolve. For the first time, his strange power didn't seem so useless. It was a second chance that made even death lose its sting. Watching Chu Kai battle the monster, however, brought a sharp sting of jealousy to Lin Yi's gut. He couldn't help but whisper under his breath.
He's incredible.
The creature was a nightmare of biological efficiency. Its half-dozen insectoid limbs propelled its bulk with a sickening, graceful speed. Blades like scythes lashed out repeatedly, accompanied by a writhing nest of tentacles bursting from its midsection. No normal human could hope to survive such an onslaught. But Chu Kai was proving to be anything but ordinary. His responses were just as swift, just as lethal. It was obvious he'd spent every moment since his discovery honing his body into a weapon. Combined with his heightened perception, the monster was finding it impossible to land a killing strike. His sharpened eyes tracked every lash of the tentacles before they even moved. His hearing, fine-tuned to the air itself, let him anticipate the whistle of the scythe arms. Even the feeling of the hilt in his hand was more acute, granting him absolute mastery over his blade. Chu Kai's blade found its mark, but instead of the wet sound of slicing flesh, there was only the dull clack of metal on bone-hard armor. The beetle carapace remained unbroken. Lin Yi cupped his hands and yelled over the din of the struggle.
It's armored, every inch of it. You're not going to get through that shell with a knife.
Chu Kai threw himself to the side, a scythe arm whistling through the space he'd occupied a split second before. He didn't look back as he spat out a reply.
Then do something besides vocalizing. I need backup, not a commentator.
Lin Yi gave a helpless shrug, keeping his distance from the reach of the tentacles.
Easy for you to say. I'm not a super soldier. If I had your reflexes, I'd have cut its head off by now.
He narrowed his eyes, searching for any vulnerability in the creature's alien anatomy. Then, he saw it.
The eyes, Chu Kai. Aim for the eyes. They're the only part not covered in that damn plating.
Chu Kai knew that already, but knowledge was useless without an opening. The monster's defense was absolute. It wouldn't let him get anywhere near its face. A series of low, rhythmic growls vibrated from the creature's gullet, an alien language of pure frustration. It was clearly losing its patience with its slippery prey. Watching the two dance their deadly sequence, Lin Yi's brow clouded with worry. This was a battle of attrition they couldn't win. Chu Kai was human, and humans had limits. The monster, however, showed no signs of slowing down. If Chu Kai's strength failed, they were as good as dead. He refused to let another loop end in his own slaughter. Desperation fueled him as he yanked his backpack off and began digging through the contents with trembling hands. The scythe arms were predictable enough to evade, but the swarm of tentacles was a different story. They were too fast, too many, and moved with a chaotic intelligence that defied prediction. Chu Kai skipped backward to avoid a lashing limb, his eyes darting toward Lin Yi for a fleeting second. He saw what Lin Yi was doing and instantly caught on. To give his friend the time he needed, Chu Kai threw himself back into the fray with renewed aggression.
Hey, ugly. Right here. Are you even trying?
His fingers closed around the cold glass of a liquor bottle. It was filled with the pungent, high-grade alcohol he'd scavenged from the KTV. With practiced haste, he jammed a strip of clean cloth into the neck and produced a flickering lighter from his pocket. Lin Yi locked eyes with Chu Kai, his gaze hard and demanding.
Move! Get out of the way, now!
Chu Kai didn't need a second warning. One look at the makeshift incendiary in Lin Yi's hand was enough. He delivered a powerful kick to the creature's armored side, using the force to propel himself away. Simultaneously, Lin Yi struck the lighter, the cloth blooming into flame before he launched the bottle with every ounce of strength he possessed. The The glass disintegrated against the beast's spine. The alcohol atomized and ignited, engulfing the creature's upper half in a localized sun of orange fire. It wasn't a killing blow, the flames were too small for that, but the searing heat and sudden blinding light were more than enough to send the monster into a shrieking, uncoordinated frenzy. Chu-yun, emerging from her hiding spot, watched the spectacle with a dark, manic joy.
Yes! Burn it! Burn to ashes, you freak!
Chu-kai roughly grabbed her arm, snapping her out of her trance.
Don't just watch. Run. Move your legs.
They didn't wait to see if the monster recovered. Chu-kai practically dragged Chu-yun along, with Lin Yi hot on their heels, his pulse drumming a frantic rhythm in his ears. They plunged into the swallow-all darkness, running without direction, their only goal to put distance between themselves and the fire. Chu-kai's eyes never left the shadows behind them, but his heart was with the girl stumbling at his side.
Xiao-yun, are you with me? Can you keep going?
She was gasping for air, her words coming out in shaky, disjointed bursts.
I'm fine. I can make it.
A wave of relief washed over Chu-kai. As long as she was coherent, they had a chance. But his hope was short-lived. Even at her best, her pace was a crawl compared to the desperate sprint of the two men. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The orange glow had vanished, replaced by the encroaching, heavy silence of the beast. It was gaining on them. He ground his teeth together, the sound audible over their heavy breathing. Without a word of apology, he scooped the girl up.
Get on now.
The extra weight was an anchor. His strides became heavy and labored, and the gap between them and the pursuing horror began to vanish. He turned his gaze to Lin Yi, a look of grim necessity in his eyes.
Lin Yi, catch.
He reached into his pocket and sent a metal object spinning through the air. A simple fruit knife. Lin Yi snatched it out of the air. His fingers curled around the grip and he instinctively dropped his center of gravity into a guard position. In that moment, a bizarre warmth flooded his limbs. It felt as if a reservoir of untapped strength had suddenly burst open inside him. Minutes bled into an eternity of pounding feet and ragged breath. The creature was a shadow that refused to be shaken, a silent predator that matched their every desperate pace. Chu-yun's face was the color of bone, her eyes glazed with exhaustion. Her voice was a mere puff of air, barely carrying through the dark.
I can't. Please. I can't go any further.
Even Lin Yi felt the icy grip of fatigue settling into his marrow. His legs felt like lead, and the surge of energy from earlier was beginning to flicker and fade. Chu-kai pointed toward a dark opening between the buildings.
In there, the alley, faster.
He adjusted Chu-yun's weight and dove into the claustrophobic side street, his feet pounding against the slick pavement. But his momentum died almost instantly. Chu-kai skidded to a halt, his chest heaving. Lin Yi nearly collided with him, his eyes darting back toward the entrance.
Chu-kai, why'd you stop? Is it gone? Did we lose it?
Chu-kai didn't answer right away. He just stared ahead, his jaw locked in a hard line.
We're not losing it. We're being corralled. Look.
Lin Yi looked past him. Emerging from the shadows at the far end of the alley were two more of the nightmares. They were perfect copies of the first insectoid, armored and utterly lethal. A wave of cold terror washed over Lin Yi. These weren't just animals, they were hunters. They knew how to flank, they knew how to trap. The two creatures ahead began a slow, rhythmic march toward them. Simultaneously, the first monster rounded the corner behind them, sealing the exit. The space was a coffin. At barely 3 meters wide, there was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to hide. Chu-kai shifted the fruit knife in his hand, his grip so tight his fingers had gone bloodless.
Damn it. We're pinned.
He raised the small blade, a desperate defiance flashing in his eyes.
If we're going down swinging. Ready yourself.
Chu Kai lunged forward, his blade a silver flash aiming for the nearest beast, but the strike never landed. A sudden, hauntingly familiar voice drifted from the mouth of the alley, cutting through the predatory shrieks.
Lin Yi, Chu Kai, is that you? What are you guys doing back here?
Lin Yi?
Chu Kai's expression darkened as a figure stepped out from the alley corner.
Why are you out here?
Lin Yi's voice crackled with surprise. It didn't make sense. Lin Yi was supposed to be miles away, trapped in the examination hall. A cold suspicion bloomed in Lin Yi's chest. Was this really his classmate, or another monster wearing a human skin? But the memory was hauntingly clear. He had killed Lin Yi in a previous loop. And in that moment, he had confirmed it. Lin Yi wasn't one of them. He was human.
I'm just heading home.
Lin Yi looked completely lost, his confusion genuine.
Home?
Lin Yi's brow pulled into a deep frown.
Wait, shouldn't you be in the middle of your exam right now?
Look at the time, man. The session ended ages ago.
Lin Yi checked his phone. It was nearly 6. The test had indeed concluded.
Anyway, what are you guys even doing in this place?
Lin Yi asked, drifting closer to the pair.
Hold it right there. Don't you dare take another step.
Chu Kai acted instantly, shoving Chu Yun behind his back as he pulled his blade.
Chu Kai, what? What are you doing?
Lin Yi recoiled in terror. The sight of the drawn knife and Chu Kai's murderous glare sent a jolt of panic through him.
Cut the crap. I know exactly what you are. You monster.
Chu Kai's words were spat through bared teeth, dripping with a visceral hatred.
Monster?
Lin Yi's face was a map of pure bewilderment.
What kind of monster are you even talking about?
Chu Kai, you're telling me the thing that was stalking us was just Lin Yi?
The weight of the situation suddenly hit Lin Yi like a physical blow. Chu Kai remained silent. His eyes locked onto Lin Yi as he gave a single, grim nod of confirmation.
Damn, you really had me going there.
Lin Yi let out a long, shaky breath, the tension beginning to drain from his shoulders.
I'm telling you, he's human. He's not one of those things.
Are you guys doing some kind of crazy role play?
As Lin Yi instinctively closed the distance, Chu Kai's voice erupted in a thunderous roar.
Stay back. I told you not to come any closer. Maybe you've managed to trick Lin Yi, but those games won't work on me.
Chu Kai, seriously, what is wrong with you?
But the argument was cut short. From the mouth of the alley, a low, wet sound began to echo, growing closer with every passing second. Lin Yi couldn't see the thing yet, but the primal sense of dread in his gut told him it was closing in.
Chu Kai, you have to listen to me. Lin Yi is human.
Lin Yi pleaded with his friend, his voice cracking under the strain of the situation.
If we don't start moving now, none of us are making it out of this alley.
I trust my instincts, and right now, they're screaming monster.
Chu Kai's expression was a mask of cold, unwavering determination.
That heartbeat. It's a perfect match for the things that killed my family.
Use your head. If he was one of them, why would he bother with this charade? He'd have torn our throats out the moment he stepped from the corner.
For the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed Chu Kai's face as the cold logic of Lin Yi's words began to sink in. But before he could respond, Lin Yi's face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror.
What the hell is that?
His trembling finger pointed toward the rooftops further down the alley corridor.
Oh God, what is that thing?
They turned as one, and there it was. The creature had finally bridged the gap. The narrow alleyway had done nothing to slow it. Instead, the monster was skittering with terrifying speed across the brick walls. It moved like a giant, chitinous insect, its presence turning the cramped space into a lethal trap.
Move! Run for your lives!
Chu Kai didn't hesitate this time. He grabbed Chu Yun and surged forward into a desperate sprint.
Lin Yi, wait! What is that thing behind us?
Lu Lin Hai remained frozen for a split second, staring at the impossibility of the creature.
Is this part of the game? This looks way too real.
Are you kidding me? This ass isn't high-end. It's a death sentence.
Lin Yi tore past Lu Lin Hai, his face a mask of primal survival instinct.
That is a real monster. If you stay there, you're dead. Get moving.
A real monster?
Reality finally shattered Lu Lin Hai's denial. He took one last, terrified look at the skittering horror and bolted. They wove through the twists and turns of the labyrinthine alley, but Chu Kai's hope that the corners would slow the creature was quickly proven false. The creature launched itself from the brickwork, clearing a fence with a single graceful arc that landed it squarely in their path. Its jagged, scythe-like arms swept downward in a lethal arc. Chu Kai reacted with a predator's speed, but Chu Yun, clinging to his back, was too slow to avoid the strike. Chu Kai spun around, pulling his sister into his chest to shield her with his own body. But before the blades could find their mark, a new figure lunged into the fray.
Go! Run while you can!
Lu Lin Hai threw himself at the siblings, shoving them clear of the impending strike with every ounce of his strength. The serrated blades descended, not on Chu Kai, but on the boy who had chosen to stand in their way, skewering through his chest with a sickening crunch.
No, Lu Lin Hai.
As the crimson spray painted the alley walls, Lin Yi's mind fractured. He was buried under a sudden, suffocating memory, the previous loop where he too had shed this boy's blood.
Why? Why did you do that?
Chu Kai stared at his classmate, his mind reeling as he tried to reconcile the monster he suspected with the human who had just saved his life.
Who knows?
Lu Lin Hai's voice was a ragged, hollow sound as he struggled to speak through the blood filling his throat.
Guess my body just moved on its own.
He looked toward his friends, his entire frame beginning to seize with violent, uncontrollable tremors. In a final, heartbreaking effort to keep them from panicking, he tried to force a smile, but the tremors only made his face twist into a grotesque, painful grimace. Lin Yi realized then how little he actually knew of this boy. Lu Lin Hai had always been just another face in the classroom. He was a repeater, someone who had joined them late in their senior year, yet in every memory Lin Yi had, Lu Lin Hai was acting like a protective older brother. He was the kind of person who couldn't bear to see a classmate in trouble, a truly decent soul lost in this hollow world.
Run, please! Just go!
The monster had no interest in their grief. Its tentacles lashed out, coiling around the boy's broken body and squeezing with a mindless, cruel efficiency. The creature's serrated suckers sank deep into the boy's neck, a sickening squelch echoing through the alley as it began to drain him dry. Lu Lin Hai was gone. He had given his life, but his final act had bought the others a few precious heartbeats of escape. The monster made no attempt to follow them. It was too preoccupied with its prize, its focus entirely on the warm, fresh feast it had just claimed. Chu Kai scrambled to his feet, hauling a trembling Chu Yun up with him. He spared one last, agonized look at Lu Lin Hai's lifeless form before his eyes hardened.
Move, now.
His command was like a whip crack, spat through teeth clenched so tight his jaw ached.
You two go. Get as far away from here as you can.
Lin Yi didn't budge. He stood anchored to the spot, his fists trembling with a suppressed, volcanic energy. Deep within his chest, a fire had been kindled, a rage so absolute it made the world around him seem to hum with an invisible, murderous heat.
Lin Yi, damn it. He's already dead.
Chu Kai lunged at him, his hand gripping Lin Yi's shoulder in a desperate attempt to drag him toward the alley exit.
We can't do anything for him. Look at that thing. We're not a match for it.
I can save him. I'm going to save him.
Lin Yi took a long, slow breath. When he looked at Chukai, his eyes had hollowed out into something hard, cold, and entirely focused.
I have to save him.
You're going to do it, aren't you?
Chukai's eyes widened. He knew exactly what Lin Yi was proposing, the price he was willing to pay to rewrite this tragedy.
Think about it, Lin Yi. Even if you bring him back now, what about the next time? Are you going to throw your life away every time someone falls? You can't keep this up forever?
Later doesn't matter. Not to me.
Lin Yi's gaze didn't waver. He reached out and snatched the blade from Chukai's hand, his movements sudden and decisive.
Maybe I can't save everyone, but right now, in this moment, I have to try. Because I owe him this much. Because he was more of a brother to me than my own ever was.
Lin Yi, please.
Just run.
Lin Yi roared the command without even turning his head to look at them.
If I fail, at least you and your sister will still be alive. Now go!
Chukai's expression was a mask of agony, but he chose to trust his friend. He gripped his sister tight and retreated into the shadows of the alley exit.
Hey, you overgrown freak, look at me!
Lin Yi stood alone before the feasting horror and unleashed a primal, glass-shattering scream of pure defiance.
Take your hands off him, you filth!
The monster didn't even flinch. Snarling, Lin Yi tightened his grip on the knife and launched himself at the feasting horror. Lin Yi wasn't acting on pure instinct. He knew he couldn't pierce the monster's reinforced beetle carapace, so he aimed his strike for the soft, vulnerable, unprotected belly. The creature's underside was a mass of writhing, unprotected tentacles, a target for a desperate man with a blade. But the creature was too fast for a human. Before Lin Yi's blade could even graze its flesh, the appendages lashed out and coiled around his limbs like iron bands. The monster hoisted Lin Yi into the air, its remaining compound eye twitching as it examined the tiny, defiant parasite that had dared to strike it.
I'll see you in hell.
Lin Yi let out a raw, animalistic roar and hurled the knife with every remaining shred of his strength. The blade found its mark, burying itself deep in the center of the monster's compound eye. A geyser of dark fluid erupted as the creature let out a high-pitched, discordant shriek. The tentacles thrashed in an agonizing spasm, hurling Lin Yi across the alleyway. He struck the far brick wall with a sickening impact that echoed through the narrow corridor. A world of agonizing pain exploded through his consciousness. It felt as if every bone had been ground to dust, every organ within him ruptured and torn. The monster wasn't done. Its 6 insectoid legs began to stomp the pavement in a frenzied rhythm, repeatedly crushing Lin Yi's broken and defenseless body into the soot-stained earth.
Heh, heh, you ugly piece of shit.
Watching the monster's mindless, agonizing rage, a wave of dark amusement washed over Lin Yi. He had done it. He had left a mark.
Enjoy the view, because one day, I'm going to carve the hearts out of every last one of you bastards.
His vision blurred and then failed completely. The agonizing pain gave way to a cold, gray void as his consciousness was swallowed by the dark.
Attention, students. You may now begin the afternoon examination.
The familiar, monotone announcement sliced through the silence, ringing in his ears like a ghost from another life. Lin Yi's eyes snapped open. He gasped, his heart hammering against his ribs in a frantic rhythm. The crisp, white exam paper lay before him, untouched and pristine. The smell of ink and old paper filled his lungs, grounding him in the here and now. It was true. The loop had held. He was back in the afternoon of June 7th, hours before the nightmare in the alley would begin. The air in the room felt thick, almost impossible to breathe. Lin Yi felt like he was drowning in the oppressive silence. It was a soul-crushing realization. After 3 days of relentless struggle, after thinking he was finally breaking free, he discovered he hadn't even finished the tutorial. He was stuck at the very beginning of this nightmare. He glanced toward the front of the room. The invigilator sat there, perched like a vulture by the podium. A surge of violent impulse flared in his chest. He wanted to leap up and end them where they sat. Rage boiled in his veins. His grip tightened until his knuckles turned white, the sharp tip of his pen slashing right through the exam paper with a quiet, jagged tear. Slowly, he forced the air into his lungs. He had to stay calm. He had to be cold. To escape this place, he couldn't just lash out. He needed a strategy. The clock was ticking. In a few days, Chu Kai's sister would fall prey to one of those things. Lin Yi knew the date, but he didn't know the face. Every moment they waited was a gamble they couldn't afford. He couldn't risk waiting until tomorrow. If they tried to run then, they might walk straight into a trap before the hunt even officially began. There was no other choice. It had to be tonight. Escaping right after the exam was impossible. His mother would be there, eyes fixed on the gate. The second he failed to emerge, the alarm would be raised and the loop would be compromised. What about later? After dinner, perhaps? No, that wouldn't work either. Tomorrow was the last day of the exams. If he disappeared overnight, his parents would hunt him down before he could leave the city limits. The window was narrow. Tonight, in the dead hours after the monsters at home finally drifted into their mimicry of sleep. By the time they realized the livestock had fled the pen, he and the others would already be miles beyond their reach. A shadow fell across his desk. Someone was standing right over him. Lin Yi looked up. A sudden, icy drip of sweat ran down his spine. The teacher was looming there. Eyes narrowed as they scrutinized the nearly empty paper on his desk. There wasn't a single mark on it, just the jagged hole where his pen had slipped earlier.
What's your problem? Is it a crime to not know the answers?
The invigilator recoiled slightly, clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected such blatant defiance from a student who seemed to have given up. As soon as the teacher moved on, Lin Yi's hand began to fly. He filled in the bubbles with practiced ease. A blank sheet was an invitation for unwanted attention. He'd already seen these questions. He'd lived this day before. The answers flowed from his memory without a second thought. He waited, counting the seconds until only 15 minutes remained. He gathered his things and stood up. Passing Chu Kai's desk, he leaned in and murmured a few urgent words.
Hey, you? What do you think you're doing? If you're done, turn it in and leave. I won't have any whispering in my exam hall.
The command had barely echoed through the room before Chu Kai was on his feet.
I'm done too, sir.
He handed his paper to the startled invigilator and hurried out the door, following right on Lin Yi's heels. The humid afternoon air swept across the school rooftop. It was the only place they could speak without prying ears. Lin Yi didn't hold back. He laid out every detail of his experience. He spoke with clinical precision, recounting the events not as a story, but as a map of the future. Chu Kai listened, his face a mask of focus. He didn't ask for proof. He knew Lin Yi wasn't lying. But when Lin Yi mentioned Lu Lin Hai, a flicker of genuine shock crossed Chu Kai's face. The news that the class bully had risked his life to save them in another timeline was hard to swallow.
Lu Lin Hai? You're telling me he saved us?
He's more complicated than he looks. A meddler, through and through. There are layers to this story you haven't even glimpsed yet. Without his intervention, you would have gone to your grave thinking he was just another one of them.
But how? His heartbeat. I've heard it. It's too fast, too rhythmic. It's the same signature as the creatures.
Listen, humans aren't all built on the same blueprint. People have internal organs on the wrong side of their bodies all the time. A weird heartbeat doesn't make him an eldritch horror. Look, we don't have time to debate biology. We need to stay on target.
Lin Yi pulled his phone from his pocket, the screen bright in the afternoon light. The exam hall would be emptying soon.
Be there tonight. And remember, Lu Lin Hai is coming with us. I don't want to hear another word about him being a monster when we meet.
A strange calm had settled over Lin Yi. The fear that once paralyzed him had been replaced by a cold, practiced efficiency. He was ready to look the monsters in the eye. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the apartment into a deep, heavy shadow. Night had arrived. He waited in the silence, listening for the rhythmic, unsettlingly slow breathing of the creatures in the next room. Once he was certain their mimicry of sleep was complete, Lin Yi eased himself through the door and vanished into the darkness of the hall. Lin Yi reached the edge of the city. The others were already waiting in the shadows of the rusted fence.
Lin Yi, look at me. Chu Kai just said, he said everyone in this city is a monster. Tell me he's joking. Please, tell me it's not true.
It was obvious Chu Kai had broken the news. The weight of the secret had finally been shared. Chu Yun didn't say a word. She just stood there, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. She believed her brother, and that belief was terrifying. Lu Linhai, however, looked like a man who had watched the ground beneath his feet turn into quicksand. His usual bravado was gone, replaced by a desperate, wide-eyed confusion.
Are we really doing this? Just leaving everything behind? And the other thing, he said you died. He said you gave your life to save mine and some other life. Is that the truth? Or is he just crazy?
The words tumbled out of him, a torrent of desperate inquiry. He was searching for a single reason to wake up from this nightmare.
Do you really come back? Can you actually return to the past when the monsters catch you?
Every word of it is true, Lu Linhai. We gain nothing by lying to you. Look at our faces. Do we look like we're playing a game?
Lin Yi could see the denial fighting with the evidence. He couldn't blame the boy. If he hadn't felt his own blood go cold so many times, he wouldn't have believed it either.
Save the questions for the road. We need to move.
Chu Kai reached out and took his sister's trembling hand. His grip was the only thing keeping her anchored to reality.
I checked the route home after our talk. You were right. There's something new prowling near the orphanage. A beggar. He's stumbling around, half crazed, demanding alcohol from anyone he passes. But he isn't human. If we had waited until tomorrow, he's the one who would have found us. He's our hunter.
The conversation was brief, the urgency of the night pressing in on them. Despite his lingering doubt, Lu Linhai fell into step with the others as they headed toward the dark silhouette of Sifang Mountain. He followed not because he was convinced, but because he couldn't bear to let them walk into the dark alone. His loyalty was stronger than his disbelief. Their careful planning paid off. Under the cover of the featureless night, they reached the base of Sifang Mountain with quiet efficiency. The ascent began. Beyond this peak lay the long, grueling path to Ling City, 600 kilometers of survival. It was a daunting undertaking, but staying behind meant certain death. They had no choice but to keep moving.
Time to move.
Lin Yi sucked in a lungful of humid air and took the first heavy step onto the dark mountain trail. The terrain was unforgiving in the dark, and the summer night air was thick with a plague of mosquitoes that swarmed any exposed skin. Lin Yi had come prepared for the elements. He produced a set of flashlights and, more importantly, a bottle of strong cologne to ward off the insects. As the fine mist of the cologne filled the air, Lin Yi saw Chu Kai flinch away, his face twisting in discomfort.
Problem?
That smell, it's overwhelming.
Pungent? It's just cologne. I actually think it's quite nice.
Then, it hit him. He'd forgotten the cost of Chu Kai's enhanced perception.
Right? Sorry, I totally blanked on your sensory enhancement thing. Your sense of smell must be off the charts, like a bloodhound's.
Chu Kai's expression darkened instantly, his annoyance clear.
Hey, take it easy. I was just kidding.
Shut up. Listen. There's something behind us. I can hear the footsteps.
What? Where is it, one of them? Can you see it?
Chu Yun was silent, her wide eyes darting back and forth as pure terror etched itself into her features. Chu Kai tilted his head, trying to catch a scent, but the sharp, synthetic wall of the cologne was all he could smell. He turned and shot a murderous glare at Lin Yi.
Maybe it hasn't spotted us yet. We need to disappear, everyone hide. We've come too far to be caught now.
They dove into the dense undergrowth, the sharp thorns of the brambles tearing at their clothes as they fought to become invisible. The silence of the mountain was broken by the dry rasp of shifting leaves. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, were drawing closer with every agonizing second.
Is it really hunting us? Is it right there?
Lin Yi clamped his hand over his mouth, his heart hammering against his ribs. He forced his breathing to a shallow, silent rhythm, praying the darkness would hold. Then, a sound drifted through the dark canopy, a familiar melodic tone that sent a wave of liquid ice through his veins. It was the voice from his home, the voice of the woman he called Mother.
Yer, my dear child, it's far too late to be out playing. Why aren't you in your bed? What could you possibly be doing out here in the dark? You have such an important day tomorrow. You need your rest. Don't be afraid. Come out of the shadows. Come home with Mother.
Wait, that's no monster!
Lu Linhai's voice trembled with a mix of fear and sheer bewilderment. He squinted into the gloom, the familiar cadence of the voice cutting through his panic. He reached out, his fingers digging into Lin Yi's arm as he gave him a sharp nudge.
Lin Yi, listen to me! That's your mom! She's not one of them!
Quiet!
Lin Yi's response was a sharp, jagged warning. He glared through the dark, his eyes burning with a desperate need for absolute silence.
I thought you were certain. You said no one saw you leave the apartment.
Chu Kai's gaze shifted from the rustling brush back to Lin Yi, his suspicion practically tangible in the cramped hiding spot.
They were out cold. I checked. I swear I checked.
Lin Yi's pulse hammered in his ears. He'd been so careful, verifying every breath those things took before he dared to step over the threshold. It didn't make sense.
Yer, honey? Why won't you answer your mommy?
The voice was closer now, dripping with a maternal sweetness that made Lin Yi's stomach churn. Every syllable felt like a velvet noose tightening around his throat. Beside him, Chu Kai's hand vanished into his pack, emerging a second later with his fingers white-knuckled around the hilt of a hunting knife.
Yer, please come out. Mommy just wants to bring you back where it's safe. It's freezing up here, and you'll catch your death if you stay out in the mountain air. It would just break my heart to see you suffer.
Lin Yi ground his teeth together, the taste of bile rising in the back of his throat. He knew the hidden meaning. If he caught a cold, the meat wouldn't taste as good.
Lin Yi? Maybe we should go to her? She sounds so worried.
Lu Linhai's voice was faltering. The raw emotion in the woman's calls was starting to wear down his thin defenses. Lin Yi didn't move. A cold, clinical part of his brain was already analyzing the situation, his brow furrowed in concentration.
Wait, this is wrong. If she'd caught me at the door, she would have ended it then. Why wait? Why allow us to meet up here in the middle of nowhere?
You think we're being handled?
Chu Kai's voice dropped to a barely audible rasp as the implications sank in.
Unless one of us talked.
The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush them. Gradually, both of their gazes drifted sideways over to Lu Linhai.
Whoa, wait! Why are you guys looking at me like that? I didn't say a word, I swear. I don't even have your mom's number, Lin Yi. I'm on your side.
Brother? Wait.
Chu Yun's fingers tightened on her brother's sleeve, her voice a mere thread of sound in the darkness.
The footsteps, they're gone. I can't hear her anymore.
A wave of ice seemed to wash over Lin Yi. It wasn't just the rhythmic thud of boots that had vanished. The haunting saccharine calls had died away as well. The silence that followed was heavy, pushing against his ears like a physical weight. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. Has she given up? Lin Yi's mind clutched at the hope, even as his instincts screamed a warning. No. If she had actually walked away, the dry leaves would have betrayed her movement. The sound of her retreat would have lingered in the air. The noise hadn't faded. It had simply ceased, which meant she was still here, waiting, watching. Lin Yi glanced at Chu Kai and saw the blood drain from the older boy's face, leaving him a ghastly, clinical white. Chu Kai's hand was shaking, the metal of his knife catching a stray sliver of light. With excruciating slowness, he began to lift his head, his gaze fixed on the dense canopy above their heads. Lin Yi's gaze followed, his heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic animal rhythm. The dread he felt wasn't just fear, it was a visceral bone-deep certainty that something was profoundly wrong.
I found you, Year.
Lin Yi?
Lu Linhai's eyes were practically bulging from their sockets as he gaped at the nightmare hanging above them.
Lin Yi, your mom? Her stomach? What are those things? They look like octopus legs.
She hadn't gone anywhere. A dozen thick, writhing tentacles, each lined with wicked reverse barbs, had erupted from her midsection. They were coiled tightly around the massive branches of the tree, supporting her weight with effortless power. She hung there, suspended upside down like a massive abomination, a wide and horrifyingly empty smile stretching across her face as she peered into their tiny hiding spot.
You know we don't tolerate disobedient children.
Her body began to swell and bloat, the thin fabric of her clothes tearing as 6 powerful insectoid legs punched through her skin, unfolding with sickening snaps. Dark, viscous blood leaked from the jagged wounds in her sides. A split second later, a pair of serrated scythe-like forearms snapped into a striking position.
Move, run!
Lin Yi's roar finally shattered the paralysis. He didn't wait for the others. He hurled himself out of the thicket, legs pumping as he sprinted into the darkness. Chu Kai's reaction was near instantaneous. He seized his sister's hand, dragging her forward as they bolted from the thicket. Behind them, Lu Linhai remained rooted to the spot, his joints locked. The raw, unfiltered horror of the creature's true form had stripped him of every cognitive function but terror. The monster moved with a speed that defied her bloated size. With a series of sharp, mechanical kicks from her insectoid legs, she launched herself through the canopy, descending like a dark cloud. She landed heavily in a cloud of dust and pine needles, blocking Lin Yi's path, but her focus wasn't on him. Her multifaceted eyes shifted, bypassing Lin Yi entirely to fix on the siblings struggling to escape behind him.
I understand now, Year. It's these humans. They've poisoned your mind with their filth. But don't you worry. Once I've culled them, you'll be my sweet, perfect boy again, just like you used to be.
With a wet, grinding sound, she swung one of her scythe-like forearms in a wide, lethal arc, aiming directly at the figures behind her son.
Get her out of here.
Chu Kai's face was a mask of grim determination. He threw his weight against his sister, shoving her toward Lin Yi just as the blade-like limb descended. Through the haze of danger, his enhanced perception kicked in. He could hear the whistle of the displaced air, mapping the blade's path in his mind with clinical precision. He twisted mid-step, the massive carapace slamming into the dirt with a bone-jarring thud just inches from where he'd stood a heartbeat before.
No, brother.
Chu Yun's scream was raw with agony, her face drained of all color. But even in her terror, she couldn't tear her eyes away from the life and death struggle.
Lin Yi, move your ass and take her to safety. Now.
Chu Kai didn't wait for a reply. He charged, his own knife glinting as he looked for a weakness. He knew the beetle carapace was impenetrable, but the fleshy segments of her underbelly were exposed. He lunged, putting everything into a desperate stab aimed at her soft center. The monster reacted before the blow could land. Her tentacles lashed out in a chaotic, blurring shield of reverse barbs, striking with the speed of a whip. Even with his senses heightened, Chu Kai's human reflexes were no match for the predatory speed of the beast. The barbs closed in from every angle.
Ah!
It was Lu Linhai. Whether driven by a spike of adrenaline or pure, mindless desperation, he threw himself forward in a suicidal charge. He leaped through the air, his arms wrapping around the monster's thick, armored neck as he clung to her back with the strength of a drowning man.
Go! Just go! Escape!
Chu-Kai attempted to press the advantage while the creature was distracted, but the sea of writhing, barbed tentacles formed an impassable wall of flesh and threat. One of the slick appendages snaked upward, coiling around Lu Linhai with terrifying precision. With a single, fluid jerk of inhuman strength, he was torn from her back. The barb sank deep into his skin as the tentacle constricted. Lu Linhai's face began to flush a dark, mottled purple, his voice dying in his throat as the air was crushed from his lungs.
Get off him!
Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He ripped his pack open, his fingers frantic as they closed around cold glass. It was one of the makeshift incendiaries he'd spent hours preparing. The alcohol-soaked rag caught instantly, the orange flare illuminating the desperation etched into his features.
Release him, or I swear to God I'll turn you into a torch.
Lin Yi knew their secret. From the memories of lives lost, he knew that fire was the only thing these abominations truly feared. He hadn't come to this mountain for a hike. He'd come for a war. His backpack was weighted down with enough liquid fire to burn a hole in the night.
Oh, Year, haven't I told you? Good children don't play with matches.
The creature didn't flinch. Instead, she adjusted her grip, shifting Lu Linhai's limp, purple-faced form until he was positioned directly between her and the flickering flame.
Deep down, I know my little boy would never do anything to hurt his dear mommy. Would he?
A dry, rattling sound vibrated in her chest, a mockery of human laughter that made the hair on Lin Yi's arms stand up.
You're not my mother. You're nothing. Let him go, or I'll set every tree on this mountain on fire. We can all go to hell together.
Your words. They cut me to the core, Year.
She tightened the tentacle again. Lu Linhai's jaw hung slack, a thin stream of dark, iron-scented blood beginning to leak from the corner of his mouth as his consciousness ebbed.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you for this.
Lin Yi gritted his teeth, the rag flaring with a sudden hunger. He pulled his arm back, ready to hurl the bottle.
Lin Yi, drop, now.
The urgency in Chu-Kai's voice was absolute. Lin Yi didn't question it, hitting the dirt just as a sharp, whistling sound sliced through the air above his head. Lin Yi looked up through the dust. A heavy, razor-sharp skinning knife had buried itself deep into the center of the monster's mass, vibrating with the force of the throw. A blade? Where did it come from? Lin Yi watched in paralyzed terror as a skinning knife sliced through the air toward the creature. If Chu-Kai hadn't sensed it coming, or if Lin Yi hadn't ducked, that steel would have claimed his life instead. The tentacle that had been crushing Lu Linhai lay severed on the forest floor, cut clean by that mysterious blade. The knife didn't fall. It stayed suspended in the air, dancing with a lethal, ghost-like intent as it continued its assault. Seizing the moment, Chu-Kai lunged forward and started dragging Lu Linhai's limp body away.
Is Lu Linhai still with us?
Lin Yi scrambled to help, his hands trembling as they pulled the boy further from the monster's reach.
Unconscious, but he's still drawing breath. We need to move.
Brother? Are you hurt?
I'm all right, Yun. Stay close.
Chu-Kai's attention shifted. He stared intently at the shadows in the distance.
We're not alone. Someone else is here.
Another creature? Or a survivor?
A man.
A massive figure emerged from the gloom, his bare chest catching the cold moonlight. He was built like a stone wall, but his torso was bound in blood-soaked bandages that spoke of recent violence. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes held a fire that seemed to burn as fiercely as the monster's own hunger. The face was familiar. Lin Yi felt a jolt of recognition as a news report from his memory flashed back into his mind.
That's in Cheng Dao, the fugitive.
You know him?
He's the butcher from the Yishui Road meat shop. The police have been hunting him for weeks.
So the woods were his sanctuary. He's been hiding in Sifang Mountain the whole time.
Lin Yi stared at the hovering blade, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. It wasn't just a knife. It was a butcher's tool, a weapon of slaughter now turned against a different kind of prey.
Brother? Look up there.
Behind in Cheng Dao, more objects began to rise, forming a lethal, rotating halo of cold steel in the moonlight. The air was thick with the glint of sharpened edges. Bloodletting knives, boning blades, and heavy cleavers circled the man in a rhythmic, supernatural ring. At the center of the ring was a massive blackened bone chopper, pulsing with a dark, heavy energy that seemed to swallow the light. And Cheng Dao's face was a map of cold, unyielding fury. The aura he projected was so oppressive that Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. As the blackened chopper drifted within reach, and Cheng Dao's hand shot out and clamped around the handle. Without a word, he lunged.
Die, you filth!
For the first time since the loops began, Lin Yi saw something human on the creature's face, a flicker of genuine terror. The creature's scythe-like limbs lashed out in a frantic, desperate defense. Two boning knives flashed through the air with a high-pitched whistle, sinking into the creature's limbs with surgical precision.
How are those blades cutting through? That shell is like iron.
It's not the sharpness of the blades, Lin Yi. Look at where they're landing.
Chu Kai's eyes narrowed, his focused gaze seeing the truth behind the chaos of the battle.
He's not trying to break the armor. He's aiming for the gaps in the joints.
The joints, of course, they have to be flexible to move.
It was a simple truth, but finding those microscopic weaknesses in the heat of combat was another matter entirely.
Even if we knew the weakness, we couldn't exploit it like he does. These monsters are too fast for us.
Chu Kai shook his head, a rare moment of grim admiration for the butcher's inhuman skill.
Landing a hit in the gap between those plates while moving, it's beyond a normal person's ability.
And Cheng Dao wasn't done. While the boning knives held the monster's primary limbs in a vice-like grip, his floating arsenal resumed its lethal dance. The blades moved with a hive-mind logic, swarming the creature and seeking out every remaining vulnerability at once. In a coordinated strike, 3 bloodletting knives plunged deep into the flexible joints of the creature's insectoid legs. 2 heavy cleavers trailed behind them, hacking through the weakened chitin and severing limbs in a single brutal motion. And Cheng Dao closed the distance in a heartbeat. He swung his massive bone chopper with a finality that brooked no resistance. Desperation took hold. The creature's abdominal tentacles lashed out in a wild, panicked attempt to impale the man before it. The skinning blade and the slicing knife moved in a synchronized blur, methodically shredding the incoming tentacles into harmless ribbons of flesh.
I'll slaughter you. I'll tear your soul apart.
Driven to a state of primal madness, the monster's scream was a promise of mutual annihilation.
Look out, it's going to lunge.
Chu Kai's sharp ears had picked up the subtle shifting of the monster's weight a fraction of a second before the strike. The beast threw itself forward, a ton of armored muscle and rage aiming to crush the butcher under its sheer mass. And Cheng Dao didn't flinch. He didn't even take a step back. He shifted his footing, his hand tightening around the heavy handle of the bone chopper as he prepared for the collision. Just as the monster reached him, the butcher pivoted his entire body, funneling the full power of his momentum into a devastating wide arc swing. The shell held, but the impact left a jagged, smoking crater in the creature's chest armor.
I can't believe it. He's actually overpowering it.
Lin Yi watched with his heart in his throat, remembering the crushing hopelessness he had felt in previous loops. Yet there stood in Chengdao, holding a nightmare to a total standstill with nothing but old butcher's tools.
He's not human. He's something more terrifying than they are. Are those flying blades his power, his ability?
Lin Yi couldn't look away from the glinting steel. Despite the horror, a part of him couldn't help but admire the sheer, lethal elegance of it. Silence fell over the clearing, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the ragged breathing of the survivors. The monster didn't lunge again. Its multifaceted eyes remained fixed on An Chengdao, reflecting a cold, predatory assessment of its own dwindling odds. Stripped of its primary limbs and bled dry by the surgical precision of the blades, the beast recognized the change in the hierarchy. It was no longer the apex predator here. The monster turned, its remaining legs clicking in a frantic, uneven rhythm against the forest floor as it vanished into the swallowing shadows. And Chengdao didn't pursue. He remained stationary, his gaze bored into the darkness where the creature had disappeared. One by one, the floating blades lost their supernatural shimmer. They drifted slowly back to the earth, clattering softly at his feet like discarded toys. The butcher turned his eyes toward Lin Yi and his companions, his expression unreadable but heavy. The murderous fire hadn't fully died out. It still flickered in his sunken sockets, a warning of the coiled violence within him.
What business do children have in a place like this? Answer me.
His voice carried the weight of a death sentence. Lin Yi felt his throat go dry, the words trapped behind a wall of sheer intimidation. Chu Kai moved first, stepping in front of the others with a measured, defensive posture that signaled he was no easy target.
We're looking for a way out of Sifang Mountain. We didn't choose this fight, and we're not your enemies.
And Chengdao's eyes narrowed, tracking Chu Kai with the same clinical intensity he had shown the monster.
A way out?
A bitter, hollow sound erupted from his chest, a laugh that held no humor, only the echoes of a broken, haunted man.
There is no way out of this mountain, not for people like you, and certainly not for me. We're all just meat waiting for the blade.
A single bottle of liquor barely scratched the surface of the monster's defense. Lin Yi reaching again into his pack, his fingers trembling as he prepared more of the high-proof propellant.
Uncle, here is the fuel!
Lin Yi's cry was swallowed by the roar of the fire as he tossed the next batch. Chu Kai immediately flanked him. Sensing they needed more momentum, he dove into the task of shattering the bottles. Above the monster's head, the butcher's steel sang. 3 heavy cleavers and a long slicing knife whirled in a deadly rhythmic vortex. Every bottle thrown was intercepted mid-air. Glass shattered into a billion diamonds, releasing a mist of spirits that the fire hungrily consumed. The workshop descended into an inferno. The orange glow intensified, wrapping the monster in a suffocating cage of heat. It thrashed its remaining tentacles, a mindless attempt to beat back the agony of the flames. And Chengdao watched with eyes of ice. He wasn't giving it a moment to recover. His boning knife whistled through the smoke, pinning the thrashing limbs to the floor. The skinning knife followed, carving them away with clinical detachment. The beast tried to crawl away on its 3 remaining legs, but Chengdao was already above it. His bone-chopping knife caught the dim light. 2 savage thuds rang out. He hacked through the joints, leaving the creature legless and pathetic. With one final decisive strike, a bloodletting knife pinned the last stump to the ground. The monster was broken, pinned, and left to burn in the shadows. The creature was defenseless now. It tumbled across the floor in a frantic burning circle, each movement a desperate struggle against the heat that consumed it.
Year.
From the depths of the inferno, The charred head turned, its gaze locked onto Lin Yi with a chilling, artificial look of maternal distress.
Year, you have to save me. Mother is burning, please.
You are a monster. You are nothing to me.
Lin Yi's shout was a guttural explosion of hate. He stood his ground, the fire reflecting in his vengeful eyes as he faced the creature.
Don't say that. I am your mother. I will always be your mother.
The thing squirmed toward him, dragging its blackened, legless torso through the ash and soot.
18 years, Year. I nurtured you. Loved you for 18 long years. How can you turn away? Hurry. For pity's sake, save me. The pain is too much. Year.
18 years.
The number echoed in Lin Yi's mind, a cold spark that ignited a new furnace of rage within him. He clenched his jaw so tight, his teeth threatened to shatter. A crushing weight pressed against his ribs, the cumulative agony of a lifetime's betrayal.
You're right about one thing. You did keep me for 18 years. And that means you stole 18 years of my life. You took me from my real family. It was because of you, all of you monsters, that I've lived alive for nearly 2 decades. I don't even know their names. I don't know their faces. I don't know if they're even breathing because of what you did.
Chu Kai placed a firm, grounding hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, his eyes never leaving the blackened shape on the floor.
Give it up. Your games don't work anymore. We both know the real reason you kept him.
You know my parents, don't you? You know exactly who they are.
Lin Yi's voice was sharp, bordering on a total mental breakdown as he demanded answers from the thing.
Answer me. Where are they? Are they still alive?
Lin Yi. Don't get too close. Stay back.
Chu Kai suddenly yanked him back, preventing any reckless advance toward the creature.
Year.
The thing's voice wheezed into a final silence. Its body slumped, finally surrendering to the void.
Is it dead? Truly dead?
Chu Yun kept her face turned away, unable to stomach the sight of the charred remains.
It's over. The heart has stopped.
Ararg!
Lin Yi threw his head back and let out a primal scream, venting years of repressed fear and the sudden, sharp grief of his stolen life. He greedily gulped the smoky air. A strange, manic excitement began to surge through him.
We did it. We're alive. We actually fought one and won.
For Lin Yi, this was more than a victory. After dying so many times, he had finally broken the pattern of being a mere sacrifice. Lin Yi's brief flash of triumph was shattered the moment he saw the color drain from Chu Kai's face. It was impossible, but there it was. The thing's heart was still beating within its charred cage of flesh.
Something is wrong. It isn't dead. Run.
Chu Kai's warning came too late. The monster was already in motion. The charred ash of its face crumbled away, revealing the wet, serrated suckers beneath. It slammed them against the floor, launching itself with terrifying leverage. Using every ounce of its remaining life, the creature lunged, its jagged mouth snapping directly toward Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi was frozen. By the time his brain could process the movement, the creature's teeth were already filling his vision. His mind went blank, save for a single, desperate impulse. I cannot die here. He had fought so hard for this one victory. Was it over? Was he about to be reset to the beginning just as he found hope? No, I won't accept it. Lin Yi felt a sudden, scorching heat erupt from within, a strange internal flame that seemed to burn hotter than any lick of fire in the room. In that exact heartbeat, the world simply stopped. The monster was suspended in midair, its teeth inches from his vulnerable neck. Lin Yi stood paralyzed, his mind unable to comprehend the impossible sight before him. It wasn't just the monster. He looked around and saw everything held in a perfect, absolute stasis. The butcher's knives were suspended in space like relics in a display case. Chu Kai's mouth remained wide in a scream that had no sound. And Cheng Dao was braced for a strike that never came, and Chu Yun was a frozen pillar of pure, unadulterated fear. Outside the window, a single falling leaf was pinned against the night sky. The entire world had become a still life, and Lin Yi was the only thing that could move. But the freedom came with a sudden, agonizing price. His body began to shake with a violent, uncontrollable tremor. An overwhelming wave of discomfort surged through him. His heart hammered at a pace no human could possibly sustain. He tried to gasp for air, but his lungs felt like they had been filled with molten lead. The world began to blur as a sudden suffocation took hold. With his consciousness slipping, Lin Yi's legs gave way, and he slumped toward the floor. The moment he touched the ground, reality snapped back into motion with the force of a thunderclap.
Lin Yi.
Chu Kai's voice shattered the unnatural silence as reality surged back into motion. Because Lin Yi had suddenly collapsed, the monster's final, desperate lunge caught nothing but the stagnant air where his throat had been a heartbeat before.
Die, you filth!
And Cheng Dao's bone-chopping knife descended like a bolt of dark lightning, striking with the weight of absolute judgment. In a single, savage stroke, the monster's head was sent rolling across the floor, its eyes finally glazing over as its life was snuffed out.
Lin Yi, respond to me. Are you hurt? Talk to me.
Chu Kai was over him in an instant, his hands moving with frantic speed as he checked for wounds. Lin Yi was incapable of speech. Every nerve in his brain felt as if it were on fire, and he could only heave with short, desperate gasps for air.
Breathe. You're okay. It didn't touch you. You're whole.
Chu Kai let out a long, shuddering breath after confirming that Lin Yi's throat was still intact.
But how? How did you move that fast? It was like you just vanished from its path before its mouth could close.
Chu Kai stared at him, bewildered. Even with his heightened perception, the way Lin Yi had dodged the strike defied all explanation.
Monsters, they're everywhere!
Over in the shadows, Lu Linhai groaned as the haze of unconsciousness began to lift. The memory of the attack hit him like a physical blow, and he scrambled to his feet.
Lin Yi! Chu Kai! Run! It's right behind!
Lu Linhai's warning died in his throat as his eyes adjusted to the carnage. He saw only the mangled torso and the head resting several feet away in the dust.
Is it actually over?
He blinked, only then noticing the massive bloody figure of Cheng Dao approaching from the center of the workshop.
You're finally awake. Any serious injuries?
I think so. Wait, who is that guy?
Lu Linhai stared at the stranger, his gaze falling on the blood-soaked bandages wrapping the man's broad shoulders.
Uncle, you're bleeding! Let me help you!
He took a single step forward, but his path was instantly blocked by a gleaming boning knife that appeared from thin air, hovering inches from his face. The threat didn't stop there. Another blade hovered before Lin Yi's eyes, a third before Chu Kai, and a fourth was pointed directly at Chu Yun's heart. The message was clear. Any movement, even a deep breath, would be met with cold, unforgiving steel.
What is the meaning of this? Why point your blades at us after what happened?
And Cheng Dao remained perfectly silent, his face a mask of cold, uncompromising hostility as he controlled the blades. On the floor, Lin Yi's mind finally began to clear. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a cold, hard realization. This man was their savior, the one who had ended the monster's life. And he was also a desperate fugitive with nowhere to go. The hope that had briefly flickered in Lin Yi's chest was snuffed out. The crushing weight of their situation returned, heavier than it had ever been. And Cheng Dao trudged toward them, his expression grim and his gaze burning with a lethal intensity. The bandages on his back were saturated with fresh blood, which ran in dark rivulets down his legs. Standing there, he resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the darkest depths.
What's your connection to this thing?
And Chengdao fixed a savage stare on Lin Yi. His voice was a low, guttural rasp that made the skin on Lin Yi's neck crawl. A thing? Does he mean the monster? Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he weighed their options. And Chengdao had saved them from the creature, but that didn't make him an ally. To a man already wanted for murder, adding a few more bodies to his tally wouldn't change much.
That monster.
Lin Yi forced the words through clenched teeth. He didn't want to admit it, but he had no choice.
It's my master. I've been raised like livestock, a pig being fattened up for the slaughter. I was trying to run away while they slept, but it caught my scent and hunted me down.
And Chengdao stayed silent, his eyes searching Lin Yi's for any hint of deception. Lin Yi didn't look away. He met the fugitive's gaze with steady, desperate eyes. He had survived too much to be killed by a man and reset to the start again. He wasn't going to let it end like this. Just as Lin Yi opened his mouth to continue and Chengdao's frame buckled, he listed to the side and crashed heavily onto the dirt.
Is he dead?
No.
Chu Kai tilted his head, listening.
His heart is still beating, but it's weak. He hasn't died. He just lost too much blood and passed out.
Chu Kai grabbed his sister's hand and started backing away. We need to move before he regains consciousness.
Leave?
Lu Linhai blinked in confusion. You mean just leave him here? Lu Linhai looked down at the unconscious man lying in the leaves.
If we just abandon him, he won't last long.
And why is that our concern?
Chu Kai snapped, his face darkening.
Lu Linhai, look at where we are. We're barely surviving ourselves. How can we afford to play savior for a stranger? Besides, have you forgotten who he is? He's a wanted murderer. If he hadn't passed out, we'd probably be his next victims.
Lu Linhai opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Yi interjected before he could say a word.
We can't just leave him like this.
Lin Yi's gaze dropped to Chengdao's still form.
Have you lost your mind?
Chu Kai demanded, glaring at him.
Lin Yi, use your head. If I hadn't seen him coming, you'd be a corpse right now, just like that monster.
I'm aware.
Lin Yi said with a sharp nod.
But don't you find this entire situation suspicious? The city has been hunting him for weeks. He's the most wanted man around. But think about it. If most of the people in the city are actually monsters, then what does that make his victims? Could it be that he wasn't killing humans at all?
Lin Yi replayed the encounter in his mind. When Chengdao had faced the creature, he hadn't shown shock or fear, only a deep, burning hatred. The way he had controlled his power suggested that he had been fighting these things for a long time. He knew what they were.
I think he has answers we don't. He knows more about these creatures than any of us. He might be our best chance at understanding what we're up against.
So?
Chu Kai asked, unimpressed.
What's the point of understanding them? What are you going to do with that knowledge? Start a war? Do you even know how many of them are out there? You can't kill them all, Lin Yi. Our goal is simple. Get out. Move to a new city where no one knows us and just breathe again.
Chu Kai.
Lin Yi said, shaking his head slowly.
We can't run from this forever. You might be able to put on a brave face, but look at your sister.
Chu Kai stilled. Only then did he feel the rhythmic trembling of the small girl standing behind him. Chu Yun was consumed by a primitive terror. It wasn't just the monster's gruesome form, but the memory of its inhuman speed and the sickening way it had fed.
Don't worry about me, brother. I'm fine.
Chu Yun tried to steady her voice and force a reassuring smile as Chu Kai turned to check on her. But the way her words wavered and her small hands shook told a very different story.
This isn't just about saving Chengdao's life. It's about what he carries in his head.
Lin Yi explained, his tone firm.
That's why I'm making the call to help him. The secrets he has could be the edge we need to actually survive these things.
Chu Kai's jaw tightened as he processed Lin Yi's logic. After a moment, the resistance in his eyes faded, replaced by a grim acceptance.
Let's start by stopping the bleeding.
Chu Kai looked down at the jagged weeping wound on Chengdao's back. Lu Linhai didn't hesitate. With no medical supplies on hand, he began tearing a strip of fabric from his own clothing to use as a bandage. They worked together to peel back the old blood-soaked dressings. When the full extent of the injury was revealed, Lin Yi felt a wave of nausea. The gash was deep and poorly tended. It had been crudely stitched together, a desperate attempt at field surgery that was clearly failing.
He's burning up! The fever is already setting in!
Lu Linhai muttered, pressing the cloth against the torn flesh.
He's likely developed an infection after hiding out here for so long without real care.
Chu Kai observed.
Does any of you have any antibiotics or anti-inflammatories?
Lu Linhai shook his head solemnly. His backpack was empty of anything useful. Lin Yi rummaged through his own bag.
Could alcohol work for the infection? Wait, I dumped out the liquor earlier to make those fire bombs. All I've got now is cologne and some essential oils.
Chu Kai shot Lin Yi a look of utter disbelief.
Are you trying to nurse him back to health or give him a spa treatment? If we're serious about keeping him alive, there's only one option left.
Chu Kai's voice trailed off. He turned his head, staring back down the dark trail that led away from the mountain's safety. Lin Yi realized what he was suggesting.
We have to go back. I know the location of a pharmacy that stays open all night. If I leave now, I can be back before the sun comes up. You guys stay here and keep watch.
I'm not letting you go alone.
Chu Kai said, stepping forward to block his path.
The mountain is too dangerous to navigate on your own. Two of us can watch each other's backs.
Chu Kai reached out and placed a gentle, reassuring hand on his sister's head.
Xiao Yun, stay right here. Don't go wandering off under any circumstances. If you hear someone approaching, find a spot to hide and don't make a sound until I return.
He turned his attention to Lu Linhai, his expression becoming stern.
Lu Linhai, you're staying too. Keep a close eye on my sister. I'm trusting you to protect her.
I've got this!
Lu Linhai said, thumping his chest with newfound resolve.
I won't let anything happen to her!
Time is wasting.
Lin Yi interjected, already turning toward the woods.
Let's move out.
The two of them descended the slopes of Sifang Mountain, navigating the treacherous terrain as they made their way toward the flickering lights of the city. They reached the outskirts and found a lonely pharmacy. For the sake of caution, Chu Kai went inside alone, while Lin Yi took up a position across the street to keep watch. The late-night streets were unnervingly quiet. Lin Yi looked around at the familiar neighborhood he had grown up in, but in the silence and the shadows, it felt like an alien landscape. Lin Yi let out a heavy sigh, the cold night air fogging in front of his face. He watched as Chu Kai finally emerged from the pharmacy, clutching a small bag of supplies. As Lin Yi prepared to cross the street to meet him, the silence was shattered by the low rumble of an engine. A dark sedan glided out of the shadows and came to a sudden, smooth stop directly in his path. Lin Yi leaned forward, trying to peer through the gloom. The moment his eyes registered the face behind the wheel, his blood ran cold and a wave of pure, unadulterated dread washed over him. Lin Yi froze. He knew that face! He knew that car! It was impossible to forget. The man sitting behind the wheel was his father, or the creature currently wearing his father's shape. His father didn't move. He just sat there in the driver's seat, his eyes locked onto Lin Yi's. A slow, cruel smirk pulled at the corners of his mouth.
Year,
he said, his voice a smooth, unsettling purr.
It's past your bedtime. What could you possibly be doing out here so late?
A wave of nausea hit Lin Yi. How did he find me? He felt the phantom weight of his mother's knife in his previous deaths. They were like bloodhounds. No matter where he hid, they always caught his scent. First his mother tracking him to the mountain, and now his father appearing outside a random pharmacy. There was nowhere left to run. Lin Yi swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice from shaking.
I couldn't sleep. The exam's tomorrow. I kept thinking about the math section and my heart wouldn't stop racing. I just needed some air, a walk to clear my head so I can focus tomorrow.
His father chuckled, a dry, rasping sound.
I see. You've walked quite a distance then. Surely you're exhausted by now. Come, get in. Your father will take you home.
Home? He might as well have said, get in the oven. Lin Yi looked at the dark interior of the car, his mind screaming at him to flee.
No, it's okay. I'm almost done. I'll just walk back. I need the exercise.
The temperature in the air seemed to drop. His father's face hardened instantly, the false warmth vanishing like a blown-out candle.
Enough, Year. You've seen the truth. Don't waste my time with lies.
Lin Yi's heart plummeted. He had been found out. He tensed his muscles, his eyes darting toward the narrow alleyway behind him. He could run, he could try.
Don't even think about it.
His father said, reading his mind.
There is no escape for you tonight.
Beneath the skin of his father's jaw, something thick and segmented began to writhe. The human mask was stretching, threatening to tear under the pressure of the insectoid limbs beneath. His father's eyes gleamed with a primitive, starving light. A thick string of saliva escaped his lips, dripping onto his shirt.
Think of the neighbors, Year. It's so quiet. It would be a shame to wake them all up with a scene. You wouldn't want to draw every hungry eye in this district to our location, would you?
Lin Yi went still. He remembered Chu Kai's warning. If the secret was out, he wasn't just one monster's dinner. He was a beacon for every freak in the city. If he ran now, his father would scream, and the hunt would begin. He'd be torn to pieces before he reached the next block. 1 monster or 100. The choice was simple and horrific. Lin Yi's jaw tightened. He walked to the passenger side, his fingers trembling as he pulled the door handle. He sat down in the seat that smelled like ozone and rot.
There's my good boy.
His father whispered, the squirming beneath his skin settling into a low, predatory hum. Through the window, Lin Yi saw a shadow move near the pharmacy entrance. Chu Kai. He was still there, watching from the darkness. Don't come out, Lin Yi pleaded silently. Don't let him see you! If he could just get the monster away from here, Chu Kai would be safe. He was the only hope Lin Yi had left. The car lurched forward, pulling away into the silent, predator-choked streets of the city.
Safe and sound.
His father muttered, sliding the deadbolt into place.
Finally, we won't be interrupted.
The sound of the lock clicking was like a starter pistol. The creature's body began to heave, the ripples beneath his skin turning violent. His father's mouth fell open, stretching impossibly wide. Black, serrated suckers began to emerge, dripping with a thick, viscous fluid.
Stop!
Lin Yi screamed, his voice cracking.
I know you're hungry, but don't do this yet.
He had to think fast. This iteration of his father was stronger and more desperate than any monster he'd faced before. The creature didn't care about his mother's disappearance or how Lin Yi had found out. All it saw was meat. The hunger in the monster's eyes was absolute.
My birthday is in 2 days.
Lin Yi shouted, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush.
I'll be 18 the day after tomorrow. Just wait.
He was desperate for time. If he was eaten now, it was over. He needed Chu Kai to find a way to get him out.
Think about it. You can wait until midnight. Just 2 more days.
He knew the laws of this world. The transition into adulthood meant something to these things, a peak in quality. The violent squirming slowed. The monster's head tilted, its compound eyes deep beneath the human surface, seeming to consider the proposal.
I've waited so long for that day.
Lin Yi said, leaning into the role. He let his face crumple, forcing out a sob of fake despair.
I just wanted one happy birthday, one big cake before the end.
The creature's brow furrowed.
Adult meat.
It rasped, the voice sounding like grinding stones.
The coming of age harvest. It is the pinnacle. Each minute of maturity adds a richness that cannot be replicated.
Exactly.
Lin Yi jumped on the opening.
And emotions matter too, right? I heard it. Fear and misery make the meat sour. You know it's true. If you kill me now, I'll die in total despair. The taste will be ruined. You've waited years. What's 48 more hours? Don't you want the absolute best? The highest quality harvest? I won't run. Lock the door. Guard the windows. I'll stay right here.
The monster leaned in closer, its breath smelling like old copper.
You couldn't run even if you tried.
It hissed. The writhing beneath the skin settled. The grotesque distensions receded, and the creature returned to the familiar hollow shape of his father.
Fine, go to your room, Year. Get some rest.
His father licked his lips, the long black tongue disappearing back into a human-looking mouth. Lin Yi swallowed the bile rising in his throat. He didn't dare show any emotion other than obedience. One mistake and the monster's patience would evaporate. He had successfully bought himself a reprieve, but the clock was ticking. Lin Yi scrambled into his room, his breath coming in short, jagged bursts. He rushed to the window, his fingers clawing at the frame. He peered down at the dark, wet street below, empty. Not a single soul was in sight. A cold knot of fear tightened in his stomach. Had Chu Kai really missed it? Had he been so focused on the pharmacy that he didn't see the car? But then, Lin Yi shook his head. No, Chu Kai wasn't normal. His senses were sharp, far beyond any human's. He would have smelled the car or heard the engine's low hum. Stay calm, he told himself, pressing his forehead against the cold glass. Don't panic. If Chu Kai was going to save him, he couldn't just charge in. He needed a plan, a strategy that didn't end with both of them in a monster's stomach. Chu Kai was careful, methodical. He was likely out there right now, hidden in some shadow, calculating the risks. Despite his attempts at logic, the anxiety continued to claw at his chest. There was one more thing he couldn't explain. How did they always know where he was? His mother on the mountain, and now his father at the pharmacy. It was as if he was carrying a beacon. He thought about Lu Linhai. Was he a traitor? No, Lu Linhai had died to protect him. He was a human through and through. Lin Yi began to run his hands over his clothes, his heart racing. Was there something on him? A tag? A hidden sensor? His hand stopped at his pocket, his phone. If there was a tracker, it was the most obvious place. He stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in his eyes. He didn't dare use it. Not to call, not to text. If they could track his position, they could probably hear everything too. No wonder Chu Kai had been so insistent on the dumb phone and the anonymous SIM cards. He had been sloppy. Now, and in every life before this, he had been a marked man from the start. That night, sleep was a ghost that refused to visit. Lin Yi spent the hours tossing and turning, his mind a whirlwind of static and fear. The following day was a slow-motion nightmare. His father didn't leave the house. He didn't even go to work. He spent the entire day sitting just outside Lin Yi's bedroom door, a silent, unmoving guardian. The message was unmistakable. He wouldn't let his prize out of his sight until the clock struck 12. Lin Yi waited. He expected some sign from Chu Kai, a signal, a distraction, anything. But the sun traced its slow arc across the sky and then began to set into another long, suffocating night. There was nothing. Time began to leak away, minute by agonizing minute. Before he knew it, the shadows had stretched into the final hour of June 9th. At precisely 11:54 p.m., the lock on the bedroom door clicked. The wood groaned as it was pushed open. His father stepped into the room, his hands together in a slow, rhythmic rub.
Year!
He whispered, a wet, clicking sound punctuating each syllable.
It's almost midnight. Once that clock strikes 12, it will be your 18th birthday. Year, do you have any idea how long your father has been waiting for this moment?
The creature loomed over him, its every inch of progress tightening the cold knot of fear in Lin Yi's chest. His mind was a frantic mess. Midnight was a mere 5 minutes away. He was on the verge of being swallowed whole, and yet Chu Kai, his only salvation, was nowhere to be found. What could possibly have held him up all day? Had the guy simply given up on him? A bitter thought stung him. Maybe Chu Kai felt that saving someone who would just reset anyway wasn't worth the risk. He felt the sting of tears. He wanted to weep, to let the terror out. The loop offered a second chance, sure, but it didn't offer an escape from the agonizing, visceral moment of death itself. The memory of his previous ends, the tearing, the cold, the sheer pain vibrated through his very bones.
Hold on, wait!
Lin Yi's voice cracked as he threw his hands up, pleading with the beast to stall its hunger for just a few moments more.
You made a promise, you said tomorrow? We're not there yet. Not by an hour, not by a single minute. Besides, what's a birthday without a celebration? Where's my cake? Where's the egg tart?
Sweets aren't to my taste.
The thing purred, its tongue flicking over its lips. A dry, rasping laugh escaped its throat, while something heavy and wet shifted and coiled beneath the stolen skin.
I wasn't asking you to join me. If you can't provide a feast, at least let me blow out a candle. Let me make a wish before the end.
The creature paid his words no mind. Its human frame began to bloat, the skin whitening and pulling taut as the nightmare inside prepared to burst forth. I can't let this be it. I refuse to die. Lin Yi grit his teeth. Through the fog of his terror, a memory from Sifang Mountain cut through like a jagged blade. He could see it now, his mother's monstrous form lunging, her jaws open, and then the world freezing in an instant. Was that his doing? Was that the true power of his loop? If he could just halt the clock, he could slip right through its fingers. He concentrated every ounce of his will, screaming the command into the void of his own mind.
Stop time. Just stop.
But there was no magic. The monster didn't freeze. If anything, it seemed to sense his desperation and lunged faster. Why isn't it working? Maybe thinking the words isn't enough. Do I have to say them out loud?
Freeze. Halt. Stand still, Yamite.
Don't be frightened, Yer.
The thing crooned, its fatherly smile twisting into a jagged, unnatural sneer. Its jaw unhinged, stretching wider than any human mouth should, revealing rows of glistening, serrated suckers. Its torso swelled until the shirt buttons popped, tentacles rippling just beneath the surface like snakes in a sack.
To be chosen by your master is the ultimate honor. Be grateful for this blessing.
Blessing? You call this a blessing? Go to hell! Rage flared in Lin Yi's chest, a brief spark against the overwhelming darkness.
Look at the time, Yer. It's midnight.
The final grains of sand had slipped through the hourglass. The day had turned. It was officially the start of a new day. June the 10th, the date of his birth and his doom.
Happy birthday, my son.
The monster hissed, thick drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. It spread its arms wide as its body continued to expand, straining the stolen human shell until it threatened to split open entirely. Lin Yi clenched his jaw, a cold resolution settling over him. He was done with begging. Though he knew he stood no chance against such a nightmare, he refused to go down without a fight. If death was inevitable, he had at least make sure this thing remembered the taste of its meal. He retreated slowly toward his desk, his fingers curling around the cold metal frame of his chair. The second that horror made its move, he had put everything he had into one final, desperate blow. The sharp chime of the doorbell cut through the suffocating tension, echoing from somewhere beyond the room.
There's someone at the door.
Lin Yi cried out, a sudden spark of hope igniting in his chest.
Ignore it. Nothing in this world is more important than finishing my meal.
The ringing didn't stop. It became incessant, followed by a heavy pounding that shook the apartment's main door.
You'd better go see who it is.
Lin Yi said, raising his voice to compete with the rhythmic thuds on the wood.
They're not going away. Keep this up and the whole building will be awake. And if you draw the other masters in here, you'll have to share. Is that what you want?
The beast let out a snarling, frustrated growl. In a blur of shifting flesh, the bloating horror retracted, folding itself back into the familiar, weary frame of his father.
Don't you move a muscle! I'll be right back!
He cast one last predatory glance at Lin Yi before turning and heading toward the front door. With the monster momentarily distracted, Lin Yi's mind went into overdrive, desperately searching for a way out. The front door was blocked by that thing. He couldn't just walk out the main exit. Being on the third floor meant a leap from the window was a death sentence. He was trapped! Had already combed through every mental escape plan a dozen times. If there was a way out, he would have found it by now. He glared at the window, his teeth grinding together in frustration. If this is how I go, I'll make a scene. I'll scream my lungs out and bring every monster in this building to our door. I'll jump. I'd rather die on the pavement than be part of its birthday dinner. He took a step toward the glass, his fingers reaching for the latch. But before he could open it, a voice drifted in from the living room. Calm, familiar, and undeniably human.
Good evening, Uncle. I'm one of Lin Yi's classmates, Chu Kai. Sorry for the late visit.
Chu Kai?
A massive wave of relief washed over him. He felt like he could finally breathe again. Talk about a close call. Any later and there wouldn't be anything left of me to find.
It's the middle of the night! What could you possibly want at this hour?
His father's voice was sharp and cold, the sound of a predator whose meal had just been interrupted. Chu Kai, however, didn't seem fazed in the slightest. He kept his tone light and conversational, as if he were just making a social call.
I'm sorry to intrude, but it's about Lin Yi. He missed the exam the other day, and he wasn't at the graduation dinner yesterday either. Everyone is getting worried. We thought he might be seriously ill, so they sent me to check in. How is he doing? Has he seen a doctor? He's always been one of our top students. It would be such a waste for him to miss out on the college entrance exam like this.
Beyond the bedroom door, Chu Kai's endless babbling continued. Inside, Lin Yi could only listen in stunned confusion. Wait, isn't he here to save me? Why is he just standing there making small talk with a monster?
I've heard enough. What exactly are you here for?
Is something wrong, Uncle? You look like you didn't quite catch that. You must be tired from looking after Lin Yi all by yourself.
Chu Kai slowed his speech down to an agonizing crawl, his tone dripping with deliberate mocking concern.
Tell you what, let me go over it one more time. Like I said, since Lin Yi was absent from the exam.
What the hell is he playing at? Lin Yi's brow furrowed. He knew Chu Kai was meticulous. He wouldn't just waltz into a monster's den without a damn good reason. And yet, he was just standing there, recycling the same trivial nonsense. What the hell was the plan? A heavy, wet thud suddenly reverberated through the apartment walls, followed by the slow, rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching his door. Lin Yi went rigid, a finger of ice tracing its way down his spine. Is he dead? Did that thing finally snap and tear him apart? No. Chukai had his ability sensory enhancement. He was too fast, too aware to be caught so easily. But then why the silence? Why did he stop talking? A wave of nauseating guilt hit Lin Yi. Chukai had risked everything to come here, and now...
You filthy freak, it'll kill you.
Lin Yi snatched up the chair and burst out of the room, ready to deliver a final, desperate strike. He barely cleared the doorway when a familiar figure stepped into his line of sight, effectively blocking his path.
Whoa, take it easy. What's with the chair?
Chukai blinked at him, completely unruffled, eyeing the makeshift weapon Lin Yi was holding over his head.
Planning on going a few rounds with a monster? You're a bit late to the party, aren't you?
A confident, slightly mocking smirk played across his lips.
You're still alive?
Lin Yi's jaw dropped. He looked at Chukai as if seeing a ghost. Hez alive? How? Was the monster? Did he actually kill it?
Wow. You really that eager to see me off?
Chukai's brow arched in mock annoyance.
But the noise. I heard someone fall.
He slowly lowered the chair, the adrenaline beginning to drain out of him. Stepping carefully past Chukai into the living room, Lin Yi found the source of the crash. The monster was collapsed in a heap by the front door. The sound Head heard earlier had been the impact of the creature hitting the floorboards. Chukai had somehow neutralized it, but how? He wasn't a fighter, he was just a tracker. As the shock began to subside, Lin Yi's eyes drifted to the monster's neck. Something familiar was buried deep in the flesh. Lin Yi's eyes locked onto the objects embedded in the monster's neck. The cold, jagged steel looked familiar. They were Chengdao's knives.
Are these yours? Did you really take this thing down with just these two blades?
Lin Yi's voice was barely a whisper, thick with disbelief.
Don't give me that much credit.
The other boy replied, a slight tremor in his own voice.
There are too many of these things lurking nearby. If you want to put one down without alerting the rest, you have to be fast. One clean strike, one lethal finish. Killing a monster this efficiently, that's a level beyond what I can manage.
The creature lay in a grotesque heap on the floor. It hadn't even had time to begin its horrific transformation before its life was snatched away. If anyone in this hellish city was capable of such a thing, Lin Yi could only think of one name.
And Chengdao?
Soft, measured footsteps echoed from the hallway. A moment later, and Chengdao emerged from the darkness, his face a mask of cold, unyielding indifference. He was wearing an oversized hoodie that draped loosely over his frame, likely borrowed from Chukai. A specialized leather roll, bristling with butcher's tools, was slung across his back. He looked down at the dead monster, and with a sharp flick of his wrist, the two cleavers were wrenched from its flesh, flying through the air to settle back into their holsters.
How did you get him here?
Lin Yi asked, turning his bewildered gaze toward Chukai.
You think I could have rescued you from that thing by myself?
Chukai countered, leaning against the wall.
He was the only chance we had. To end one of them instantly, you need to understand their anatomy as well as any surgeon. He's more than just a butcher. He's the only one I know who's been hunting them this long.
Chukai shrugged, a dismissive gesture that hid his own lingering fear. He explained how, once he realized Lin Yi had been taken, he'd hurried back to Sifang Mountain to find the one man who could help. Despite the brutal injuries Chengdao had sustained in their previous encounter, he was already up and moving. Chukai had barely finished bandaging him before the butcher insisted on leaving.
You were right about him,
Chukai said, leaning in close to Lin Yi.
In some ways, he's more of a freak than the things we're running from. An injury like that should have laid him out for weeks. Yet here he is, acting like it was nothing more than a scratch.
Chu Kai had initially feared he'd have to beg for help, but the moment he mentioned the date, June 10th, the butcher had agreed without a second thought.
You told me you'd be monster bait by the 10th if we didn't move. That's why we didn't waste a second getting back here.
Their plan had been simple. Chu Kai provided the distraction at the front door, drawing the monster's attention, while Cheng Dao moved into position. From the stairwell, he'd used his uncanny control over his blades to end the threat before it even saw him. Lin Yi shook his head. The mechanics of the monster's tracking were a puzzle that had been gnawing at him for days.
It's pheromones.
Chu Kai explained, his eyes fixed on the hallway.
These things leave a chemical signature on the humans they raising as livestock, a scent trail that only they can follow. By following those scents, they can hunt you down with pinpoint accuracy, no matter where you try to hide. Luckily, those markers are unique. Only your specific masters can track your scent. Since yours are accounted for, we're off the radar for now.
Lin Yi let out a long, shaky breath, the constant weight of paranoia easing just a fraction.
If you knew this, why are you only telling me now? We've been exposed this whole time.
He's the one who filled me in.
Chu Kai replied, nodding toward the silent butcher.
He told me everything while we were on the move. You were right about him. He knows the rules of their world far better than any of us.
Chu Kai looked toward the window, reflecting on how narrowly they had escaped. If they hadn't brought Cheng Dao back, their sense would have eventually led the monsters straight to them. Lin Yi stole a glance at the butcher. Despite the massive blood loss leaving his face ghostly pale, and Cheng Dao's expression remained as fierce and unyielding as a cornered wolf. Lin Yi opened his mouth to offer a word of thanks, but before he could speak, Cheng Dao reached out and snatched the car keys from the cabinet with a sharp, metallic clatter.
The boy is safe. Now, follow me to the meat shop.
The meat shop?
Lin Yi froze, his heart hammering against his ribs.
What for? Are we stopping to pick up groceries before we flee for our lives?
Lin Yi shot a desperate glance at Chu Kai, but the other youth looked just as bewildered by the sudden change in plans.
Wait, that's not what we agreed on.
Chu Kai argued, stepping forward.
The plan was to get him and head straight back to Sifang Mountain. We have to get out of the city.
Without the key, you aren't going anywhere.
And Cheng Dao said, his voice as cold and sharp as his blades.
The key?
Lin Yi echoed, confused.
What are you talking about? What key?
The key to leaving this city?
The butcher replied flatly.
This place is far more complex than your limited imagination can grasp. You think you can just hike over Sifang Mountain and find freedom? Don't be ridiculous. This city is a livestock farm. Try to cross the perimeter without the key, and you'll find only a swift and certain death waiting for you.
A livestock farm?
Lin Yi was stunned.
What does that mean? How can a whole city be? If you know all this, then you must know what these monsters actually are, right? Why are we living among them? What is really happening to us?
And Cheng Dao offered no immediate reply. He merely glanced toward the darkened hallway and began walking out of the apartment.
We'll talk on the way. Move.
Lin Yi and Chu Kai didn't wait for a second invitation. They scrambled after him, their footsteps light but frantic as they followed the butcher into the unknown. They emerged into the cool, stagnant air of the parking lot, their eyes scanning the rows of silent vehicles for any sign of movement. They quickly located Lin Yi's father's car, its familiar silhouette a small beacon of hope in the heart of the monster-infested city. Once they were inside, and Cheng Dao took the wheel, his hand steady as he maneuvered the car out of the lot and toward the city outskirts.
Uncle Ann, you have to tell us the truth now.
Lin Yi urged, his eyes fixed on the man's reflection in the rearview mirror.
A few years ago, I ran a small pig farm in the suburbs.
And Cheng Dao began, his voice gravelly above the hum of the engine.
It was a simple life.
slaughtering, delivering, selling to the shops. Everything was normal until 3 months ago. A gate was left unlatched, and the pigs escaped. It was a whole year's work about to go down the drain, so I went searching for them. I searched for a long time. Eventually, I found their carcasses.
Did the monsters get to them?
Lin Yi interrupted, his voice tight. And Chengdao shook his head slowly.
It wasn't monsters. It was a specialized device installed right at the city limits. If you don't have the key, the moment you attempt to leave this city, you'll die instantly.
That's impossible.
Lin Yi countered, the idea sounding too absurd to be real.
What about the students who leave for college every year? They can't all just be dying at the border.
You see them leave?
And Chengdao said, meeting Lin Yi's gaze through the mirror.
But have you ever seen a single one of them come back?
Lin Yi went still. He suddenly thought of Grandma Lu's son from the floor above. She always claimed he was working in another city, yet he hadn't returned for a single holiday in years.
As I said, this city is a livestock farm. The humans are the cattle, and the monsters are the masters who keep us penned in. To keep the supply steady, the city has specific routes. The monsters use them for trade, but no human passes through them alone.
Lin Yi understood now. The devices at the city limits were like the electrified fences surrounding a ranch. The moment the livestock strayed too far, they were eliminated. To leave, you had to pass through the main gate, and the monsters could tell who was human. Without one of them to escort you, the gate was an impassable barrier.
How do you know all of this? How did you learn the truth?
Because while I was searching for my pigs, I found a set of human remains. And right next to them there was...
Before he could finish, Chu Kai's face turned a ghastly shade of white, his eyes wide with sudden terror.
Oh no, Chengdao stopped the car.
He screamed, his voice breaking with panic.
We've been lured into a trap.
The building housing the meat shop loomed in the distance, but Chu Kai wasn't looking at the destination. He had suddenly gone rigid in his seat.
Fast. Turn us around, now.
Chu Kai's voice cracked with a frantic urgency. He practically lunged at Chengdao, pleading with him to flee before it was too late.
What's wrong? What's going on?
And Chengdao's brow furrowed, his eyes darting between the road and the panicked boy beside him. Lin Yi couldn't see what Chu Kai saw, but he didn't need to. He knew about the boy's supernatural senses. If Chu Kai was reacting like this, there was only one possible explanation.
Monsters.
He hissed, his teeth clenched so tight it sounded like they might shatter.
Dozens of them. They're closing in from every side.
Monsters?
And Chengdao's eyes flicked to the side window. Outside, the streets were unnervingly still. Not a single shadow moved in the pools of yellow streetlight.
Uncle Ann, you have to believe him. If we don't get out of here right now, we're dead.
Lin Yi knew that Chu Kai's sensory range was barely 800 meters. If he was this agitated, the threat wasn't coming. It was already here.
It's too late.
Chu Kai's face drained of color as he threw himself toward the interior handrail, bracing for impact.
Hold on.
The sudden snarl of an engine erupted from the darkness behind them. A sedan hurtled out of the shadows, its headlights cutting through the night like twin daggers. A massive impact slammed into the rear of the truck, sending a bone-deep vibration through the entire frame. Lin Yi felt his stomach lurch as they were thrown forward against their seatbelts. The assault didn't end there. The pursuing car rammed them again, then again. The driver clearly intent on flipping the heavy truck or forcing it into a fatal spin. And Chengdao spat a curse under his breath. With one hand on the wheel, he slammed the window down. A flash of steel whistled through the air as a boning knife launched from his hand. A series of sharp bursts echoed through the street as the knife shredded the front tires of the car behind them.
There are more. On the left, the right, they're blocking the road in front too.
As if on cue, multiple sets of headlights ignited in the darkness, boxing them into a tightening circle of steel.
Hold on tight.
And Chengdao roared, his foot slamming into the accelerator with desperate force. With a deafening rev of the engine and a bone-shaking jolt, the truck plowed straight through the blockade in front of them. The vehicle didn't slow down, and Chengdao steered it directly through the glass storefront of the meat shop, coming to a screeching, sliding stop amidst the debris inside.
Out. Move now.
And Chengdao kicked his door open before the truck had even finished settling. The moment his boots hit the floor, the roll of knives at his side burst open. The steel blades hissed as they spiraled into the air, orbiting him in a lethal, shimmering ring. He gripped his blackened bone-chopping knife, the other blade spinning around him like a protective metallic storm.
The key is hidden on the second floor. In the bathroom, under the floor tile in the far left corner. Smash it open. Everything you need to know is inside.
And Chengdao growled, his eyes burning with a dark, murderous intensity. It was clear from his stance. He wasn't planning on leaving. He was ready to make his final stand right here.
Get what you need and get the hell out. Don't be a burden.
Outside, the cars boxed into position. Occupants poured out of the vehicles, their forms still wrapped in human skin, but Lin Yi could see the truth. Every single one was a monster in disguise.
And Chengdao, you're surrounded. Drop the knives and give up.
One of the creatures shouted from the safety of the street. They didn't dare rush in yet. They knew exactly how dangerous the butcher was.
If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting my time with your garbage chatter.
The cleaver launched first, a streak of cold, silver light. Before the monster outside could even register the movement, the heavy blade was buried deep in its throat. One kill, one strike. Lin Yi watched, frozen in a state of absolute shock. He'd seen Chengdao kill before, in his own home, but this level of clinical lethality was even more staggering to witness in person.
Why the hell are you still standing there?
We can't leave.
Chu Kai's face was chalk white. He scanned the perimeter and snatched a stray knife from a nearby counter, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the handle.
They've completely cut us off. They're on the roof, they're in the alleys, they're everywhere. We're pinned down.
What? On the upper floors too?
There are things crawling outside the windows. If we try to go up there now, they'll smash through and rip us apart before we even reach the tiles.
Damn it, how did they move this fast?
Lin Yi hissed, his jaw clenched so tightly his teeth felt like they might snap.
Trapped? Like hell we are.
And Chengdao snarled, his eyes scanning for the next target.
Stay behind me. I'm tearing a hole through this filth.
The blades orbiting in Chengdao came to a dead halt for a single, breathless second. Then they screamed forward, a volley of steel aimed at the shop entrance.
Now, go!
And Chengdao charged out of the shop, his blackened bone-chopping knife raised high like a banner of carnage.
Rip him apart. Kill the butcher.
The creatures outside shrieked in unison. They knew the threat he posed. In an instant, their human guises began to bulge and tear. Their disguises shredded like wet paper, revealing the horrific, glistening forms erupting from the meat within.
Die.
A monstrosity near the entrance swung a massive, scythe-like forearm toward Chengdao's head. A silver flash interrupted the strike. The bloodletting knife slammed into the creature's joint, pinning the limb midair. And Chengdao lunged upward, his heavy blade descending in a brutal, unstoppable arc. monster's head was taken clean off in a single stroke, black ichor spraying across the pavement. Good God! Lin Yi watched from the threshold, his mind reeling at the display of raw power. He knew these things were fast and lethal, yet Cheng Dao was carving through them like they were nothing more than side halves in his shop. It was no wonder they needed an army to face him.
Clear the way. Forward.
The orbiting blades coalesced into a sharp, protective wedge in front of the butcher. The bloodletting knife darted with insect-like precision, crippling joints, while the boning knife and cleaver followed to deliver the finishing blows. The skinning knife and slicing knife danced through the air, severing reaching tentacles before they could even get close. For a brief, flickering moment, it looked like they might actually break the line. But the hope was short-lived. A monster surged from the shadows of a nearby car, a serrated tentacle erupting from its abdomen. The appendage pierced Cheng Dao's left shoulder, the force of the blow carrying him back a step. The reverse barbs on the tentacle tore through muscle and bone as the creature retracted it with lightning speed, leaving a jagged, pulsing hole in the man's shoulder.
Yunkalan.
Lin Yi tried to charge forward, but the small knife in his hand felt like a toothpick against the wall of glistening flesh. He was useless.
Rotten filth.
And Cheng Dao spat words like venom, seemingly dead to the pain of the fresh wound. He spun his bone-chopping knife in a desperate arc toward his attacker, but he missed. His old injuries were reopening. The massive blood lost from his earlier combat was finally draining the last of his strength. He was a man running on nothing but pure, stubborn willpower. Every motion caused the massive gash on his back to tear further. His movements grew sluggish, weighted by exhaustion, yet he still bared his teeth in a savage, defiant snarl.
Look out above.
The creatures that had been lurking near the second-floor windows finally made their move, shedding their skins and leaping down in a rain of horrific limbs. 3 boning knives shot upward, piercing the lead monster's insectoid legs mid-fall. But the numbers were simply too great. No matter how lethal Cheng Dao was, he couldn't be everywhere at once. He dodged the second falling horror, but he couldn't move fast enough to avoid the third. A scythe-like forearm plunged through his back and erupted through his chest as the monster slammed into the ground behind him.
Yunkalan.
Lin Yi's vision blurred with a mix of terror and rage. He gripped his scavenged knife and threw himself at the monster that had skewered the man.
I'll kill you. I'll kill every single one of you.
Stay back, damn you.
The butcher's warning came as a low, guttural snarl. He didn't need to look back to know Lin Yi was charging straight into the danger.
Get out of here. I don't need a half-grown brat acting like a savior.
And Cheng Dao bared his teeth and swung his arm. A skinning knife sang through the air, its blade a silver blur that severed the wet, writhing tentacles reaching for him. A heavy cleaver crashed through a monster's joint, immediately followed by the precise bite of a slicing knife that sheared the limb off in a spray of darkness.
Move it. Don't just stand there being a target.
2 specialized boning knives shot out like harpoons, catching Lin Yi and Chu Kai by their collars and yanking them backward, away from the snapping jaws. The rest of his arsenal spun into a lethal defensive ring around the boys, striking relentlessly at any creature that dared to close in, carving a corridor through the chaos.
Is that the best you freaks can do? Try harder.
His roar echoed through the street, ending in a wild, manic laugh that challenged the very abyss.
You've been hungry for a piece of me, haven't you? Well, here I am. Come and get some. I'm warning you right now. If I walk away from this today, I'll spend every waking breath hunting you down. As long as there's air in my lungs, you goddamn monsters won't know a single moment of peace. One day, I'm going to turn every last one of you into scrap meat.
The butcher's words pushed the swarm into a collective, frenzied rage. They abandoned the boys, turning their entire weight against the man who dared to spit in their faces. Half a kilometer away, the invisible force dragging them snapped, and Cheng Dao's knives clattered onto the cold asphalt, losing their magical glow one by one.
Uncle Anne!
Lin Yi stared at the discarded blades. Each metallic ping against the ground sounded like a funeral bell.
He's not gone, not yet.
Chu Kai shook his head, his expression grim.
I can still feel his presence, but his life force is flickering out.
Either he's pushed past his range, or he's simply too weak now to sustain the connection.
We can't just leave him. We have to go back.
Lin Yi spun around, ready to sprint back into the jaws of the swarm. But Chu Kai's grip on his arm was as absolute as an iron shackle.
Use your head. What would going back achieve? All we'd do is become 2 more corpses on the pile. If Cheng Dao can't survive that ambush, we certainly won't. Think about why he told us where the key is. He wants us to make it out. He wants us to live through this and come back stronger in the next loop. We move now. Every monster in the district is probably converging on that noise. If we linger, we're dead. We'll head for Sifang Mountain and keep low until the heat dies down. Only then do we circle back for the key.
Lin Yi went limp, allowing himself to be hauled along. The crushing weight of his own uselessness felt heavier than any steel. He had been a spectator to his own life, hunted, carried, and now saved at the cost of another's survival. A suffocating tightness gripped his chest. Each breath felt like swallowing glass. Bitter regret tasted like ash in his mouth. If only they'd been more careful. If only they'd seen the trap. Uncle Anne wouldn't be dying right now. If only I wasn't so powerless. If only I could actually do something. The second that thought crystallized, the floor dropped out of reality. A sickening wave of vertigo crashed into Lin Yi, hitting him with the force of a tidal wave. Everything familiar twisted and bled. The sky began to flicker, a frantic strobe of blinding light and impenetrable darkness as the world spun violently on its axis.
Lin Yi? Hey, what's wrong with you?
Chu Kai's voice was a distant echo, muffled as if heard through a heavy shroud of water. The sounds of the world were being sucked away into the void.
Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you?
The spinning world stopped as abruptly as it had begun. Lin Yi blinked, his vision clearing until he found Chu Kai standing inches from his face.
Did you even hear what I said? Look, the pheromones, the ones those things left on you, they're the key to tracing the pack.
Is this? Am I home?
Lin Yi froze, his neck stiff as he forced himself to scan the room. The same peeling wallpaper, the same worn-out sofa, and right there, in the middle of his living room, was the mangled, motionless corpse of the monster he'd already seen die once before.
Have you finally lost it? Did that creature take a bite out of your sanity too? Where else would we be? I tracked you down and brought you here after I saved your hide.
I'm back! I'm really back! The thought was impossible, yet there it was. He hadn't died this time. He hadn't been stabbed or crushed. So why was the loop resetting? And it wasn't the usual reset to June 6th. He'd only jumped back a few hours.
Look, you remember getting caught by that thing, don't you? Snap out of it.
A heavy thud of footsteps sounded from the hallway, vibrating through the thin floorboards. Lin Yi's head snapped toward the door, and Cheng Dao stepped inside, a carbon copy of the entrance he'd made just a few hours ago. Or was it in the future? The butcher barely glanced at the dead monstrosity. With a sharp gesture, the cleaver embedded in the creature's throat jerked free and flew back to his hand with a wet squelch. He spotted the car keys resting on the shoe cabinet and snatched them up without breaking stride.
The boy's alive. Good. Now both of you move. We're heading to the meat shop.
No, we can't go to the meat shop.
Shh, keep your voice down.
Chukai nearly lunged to clamp his hand over Lin Yi's mouth, his eyes darting toward the apartment's thin walls.
You want to invite every monster in the building to dinner. Lower your damn voice.
Chukai shot Lin Yi a warning glare before turning back to the butcher.
Wait, this isn't what we discussed earlier.
I know the secret key is hidden in the back of the meat shop, but I'm telling you, you cannot go there tonight.
The key? What are you even talking about? How do you know that?
And Chengdao's expression shifted instantly, his eyes hardening into flint. A razor-sharp, bloodletting knife snapped out of his bag, hovering like a striking cobra inches from Lin Yi's throat.
How do you know about the key being at the meat shop? Speak. Who exactly are you, kid?
Chukai wasn't slow. He saw the panic in Chengdao's eyes and the absolute certainty in Lin Yi's warning. The realization hit him like a physical blow.
Lin Yi, don't tell me. Did you just die again?
Died? What the hell are you talking about? He's standing right here in front of us.
I didn't die this time. I don't know what happened. It just reset. But I know what's waiting at that shop. Uncle Ann, if we go there now, you're not going to make it out.
What do you mean? I won't make it out.
Lin Yi, tell us, what happens next?
Next. Are you saying you can see into the future?
Something like that.
Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to recount every detail of the ambush, the slaughter, and Chengdao's final stand. By the time he finished, the faces of both men were drained of all color.
The bastards. They really weren't going to let me just walk away, were they?
And Chengdao spat on the floor, his knuckles white as he gripped his tools. The knives in his bag rattled together, a chorus of angry steel reflecting his own rising fury.
So, we're trapped. We can't leave the city without that key, but the key is at the heart of a death trap. The moment we show our faces at the shop, we're surrounded by the entire pack. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying we're already dead?
Not if we change the game. I think I have a plan.
Lin Yi's mind was racing now, the pieces of a desperate strategy clicking into place. He looked squarely at the butcher.
If we do this right, we might just be able to snatch those tickets out of hell before they even know we're there. As long as Uncle Ann stays away from that butcher shop, the monsters shouldn't be able to get their hands on him.
Lin Yi's attempt at logic was met with a look of pure exasperation from Chukai.
Are you even listening to yourself right now? You think those things are just going to pack up and leave just because he doesn't show up? They're not just waiting for him, they're guarding the prize. The second we try to reclaim that key, we're as good as dead. They aren't stupid, Lin Yi. They'll know exactly why two kids are poking around a meat shop in the middle of the night.
But what if they think he's somewhere else?
The realization hit Chukai instantly, his eyes widening as the pieces fell into place.
A distraction. You want to lure them away from their post?
Exactly. They're sitting there waiting for us to walk into their trap, so we're gonna build a bigger one. It's time to show these monsters that they aren't the only ones who can hunt.
Chukai hesitated, the gravity of the plan weighing on him.
But even if he draws them out, can we be sure the shop will be empty? If even a single one of them stays behind, we're in no position to fight back.
Lin Yi had already factored that risk into his strategy.
We won't need to. We'll be fighting on our own terms, hit and run. Tonight, we're turning this city into a madhouse. Uncle Ann will circle the districts, striking at them wherever they gather and disappearing before they can react. Don't stick around for a fight, Uncle Ann. Just wake them up and move to the next target. Meanwhile, I'll be stoking the fires in our class group chat.
Chukai looked baffled, wondering why he would ever engage with those things again.
The group chat? What are you sending messages in there for?
To cause chaos. The monsters in our class definitely know about Uncle Ann. I will post false information in the group, and those classmates will pass the word along to the other monsters. At the same time, I will also keep making emergency calls to create even more confusion.
But if you do that, won't every monster in the entire city come out?
And Cheng Dao, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke up, his voice steady.
No, this city is essentially a livestock farm. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the monsters here will not mobilize in full force. Otherwise, I would not have survived this long.
I've always wondered, since most people living here are just monsters in disguise, why don't they show their true forms? Why do they insist on appearing as humans?
Chu Kai was also curious and looked toward An Cheng Dao for an answer.
I don't know. But if we can escape this city, perhaps we can find the answer elsewhere.
We can talk about that later. The priority is solving the immediate problem. If we cannot get the key, everything else is just talk.
Uncle Ain and I will be responsible for drawing the monster's attention. To catch Uncle Ain, I am sure the monsters near the meat shop will rush over immediately. While that is happening, student Chu Kai, it will be your turn for a grand entrance.
Chu Kai was startled at first, then quickly understood the role he had to play.
That's right. My ability allows me to sense the locations of monsters, entering the meat shop without being detected. I suppose I am the only one who can do it.
In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's move. Uncle Ann, protect yourself. You are still injured, so do not engage those monsters head on. If you draw too many of them, just run. We will each complete our assigned tasks and meet at Sifang Mountain. Let's go.
With the plan decided, the three of them rushed downstairs. And Cheng Dao drove away, heading in the opposite direction of the meat shop. Chu Kai wasted no time, sprinting toward the meat shop to wait for his opening. Lin Yi's role was more fluid. His job was to sow discord, weaving a web of lies to keep the monsters from pinning down An Cheng Dao. From his vantage point, Lin Yi watched the two of them vanish into the city's darkness. He pulled out his phone and tapped into the class group chat.
Urgent, you won't believe what just happened. This is huge. Don't ignore this or you'll regret it. Everyone.
The response was instantaneous. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. He knew from his past loops that these creatures stayed awake long into the night after the exams were over. It was a bitter irony, monsters stressing over human college entrance exams. He almost felt a pang of pity for their dedication to the charade.
The killer is back. He just made a statement. He's going to slaughter the entire city tonight.
The chat exploded into a flurry of messages. His classmates, or the things wearing their skin, chattering with frantic curiosity. Lin Yi held back on the fake coordinates for now. He needed to synchronize his disinformation with the start of An Cheng Dao's assault. Those first messages were just the hook. Now it was time for the emergency lines.
Help! Someone help me! I just saw the murderer from the news. Yes, him. He was on a motorcycle, heading straight for the city center. I don't know what he wants, but he looks terrifying and unhinged. Wait, he was heading towards City General Hospital. Is he planning to start there? Oh God, this is terrifying.
While he spun the story over the phone, Lin Yi's feet were already moving, carrying him toward a nearby park. He reached into his bag, pulling out the glass liquor bottles he'd scavenged from his home. Upon reaching the park, he began dousing the trash bins and flower beds with high-proof alcohol, the sharp sting of spirits filling the night air. In any other life, Lin Yi would have never dreamed of committing arson. He was a good student, a law-abiding citizen. But today, laws were a luxury for the living. He wasn't dealing with people anymore. He was facing monsters that viewed his entire race as meat. Reason had no place here. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Yi turned and fled into the shadows, leaving the growing inferno behind. After putting enough distance between himself and the park, he dialed another number, disguised his voice, and let out a panicked sob.
It's horrible. I just saw the murderer setting Tianfu Park on fire. Everything's burning. Please, you have to hurry.
While the sirens began to wail in the distance, the class group chat was in a state of absolute frenzy. Messages tagged him relentlessly, demanding more information, More updates on the killer's location. Lin Yi picked a random address and typed it out, telling the group the killer was heading that way and to stay safe. The city would be crawling with restless monsters tonight, but Lin Yi didn't care about their chaos. His only objective was survival, and he was finally pulling the strings. He clicked his phone screen shut, his mind calculating the time until he needed to reach Saifang Mountain. But as he turned to leave, the silence was shattered by a voice that sent a jolt of recognition through his core.
Lin Yi, it's awfully late to be out alone. What exactly are you doing here?
Lin Yi froze. A sudden voice from the shadows made his pulse spike with alarm. He turned slowly, eyes searching the darkness until they settled on Gu Zijin. She was drifting toward him, her poise as elegant as ever despite the late hour.
Class monitor, it is remarkably late for a walk, isn't it?
Lin Yi fought to keep his voice steady, masking the tremor of his nerves.
I couldn't find any rest.
She said with a faint, polite smile.
I thought some fresh air might help.
Funny, I had the same idea.
As she drew closer, Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to put as much distance as possible between himself and this creature. He knew the truth now. This girl, someone he once admired from afar, was nothing more than a monster draped in a stolen human shell. The realization made him want to recoil in disgust.
Lin Yi, I noticed you weren't there for the exam the other day.
She said, her tone dripping with mock concern.
And you missed the graduation gathering yesterday? Is everything all right at home? The others have been trying to reach you. You haven't responded to anyone's messages.
Lin Yi remembered the deluge of notifications, but he had been far too busy surviving his own parents' attempts to kill him to worry about group chats.
If you're facing any trouble, you can always talk to me. I'd be more than happy to help in any way I can.
Help?
Lin Yi thought, a bitter curse forming in his mind.
The only help you'd offer is a quick death. It's nothing serious.
He lied smoothly.
I just didn't feel prepared for the test this year. I've decided to take a gap year and try again properly later.
Is that so?
Her eyes narrowed slightly, searching for a crack in his facade. She clearly didn't believe a word of it.
Anyway, it's getting very late. I really should head back now. You should head home too. I heard the police are still on the lookout for that serial killer. It's not safe for you to be out alone.
Without waiting for another word, he began to turn away, desperate to end this charade before he slipped up. Just as he moved to put the encounter behind him, her voice snagged him again, sharp and insistent.
Lin Yi, why don't I walk you all the way back? It really is far too late.
Wait, what?
A jolt of pure panic struck him. The cold, dead remains of the creature that used to be his father were still tucked away behind his front door. If she came anywhere near his apartment, the secret would be out.
There's really no need for that, class monitor. I've walked this way 1,000 times. I can handle it myself.
I just worry about how unsafe the streets have become. You should get home as soon as you can. Actually, since you're so concerned about safety, why don't you walk me home instead?
She kept that practiced, eerie smile on her face, leaning in slightly.
Surely you wouldn't let a girl like me traverse these dark streets alone, would you?
A girl?
Lin Yi scoffed internally, his skin crawling at her audacity.
You're a monster wearing a human skin. If anything, you're the thing people should be afraid of. I think I'll pass.
Lin Yi said, shaking his head. He didn't want to spend another second in her presence, let alone wander through the shadows of the city together.
If people saw us alone like this at night, they'd get the wrong idea. It's better if we just part ways here. Besides, if you're really worried, just hail a cab. My parents are waiting for me. I am already in enough trouble. Good night, class monitor. See you around.
He didn't give her a chance to argue. Lin Yi spun on his heel and took off at a full sprint. His feet hammered against the pavement as he pushed himself as hard as he could. Every few dozen yards, he cast a glance over his shoulder, checking if a monstrous form was gaining on him. Only when he was certain he was alone did he allow himself to slow down and catch his breath. The blue and red lights of a passing patrol car flickered against the nearby walls. Quickly, Lin Yi ducked out of sight, pressing himself into the deep shadows of a narrow alleyway until the vehicle had passed.
It looks like the ruse works after all.
Lin Yi peered cautiously from behind a rusted dumpster, his eyes scanning the deserted street for any sign of pursuit.
Uncle An successfully pulled most of the heat away with any luck. Chu Kai has the key in his hands by now. Running into that Guzi Jin thing? What an absolute nightmare. I can't believe my luck is this bad tonight. I have to get back to the apartment. If I stumble into another one of those things, I won't be able to talk my way out of it again.
So, you really did manage to see through the facade, didn't you?
Just as Lin Yi shifted his weight to run, a voice as cold as ice drifted down from the darkness above him. His blood turned to lead. Lin Yi stood motionless, his entire body locking up as he slowly craned his neck toward the ceiling of the alley. High up on the brick wall, Gu Zijin was waiting. Her lower half was no longer human. In its place, 6 long, needle-thin insectoid legs gripped the masonry. She was perched there like a giant spider, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi with a flat, unwavering intensity. He had been so careful to watch the streets, but he had forgotten one simple, terrifying fact. These monsters didn't need roads. She had been above him the entire time, tracking his every move from the rooftops.
There is no point in continuing this charade now that you know what I am.
She hissed, her voice a grating buzz.
I suppose I can finally stop being so polite.
Her beautiful milk-white skin began to ripple and tear. From the ruptures, a dark, oily beetle carapace pushed its way out, shimmering with a sickening sheen in the dim light. Her mouth unhinged, revealing a wet, serrated sucker that pulsed with hunger. Just above it, those large, multifaceted compound eyes began to twitch and rotate, focusing entirely on him. Dozens of thin tentacles, each tipped with a wicked reverse barb, burst from her distended abdomen, swaying in the air like blind snakes seeking a target.
No, keep away from me. Stay back.
Panic clawed at his throat. In this moment, he would have given anything for Chu Kai's heightened senses. If he had that power, he would have felt her gaze long ago. His mind raced back to the meat shop, to the moment he had slipped through time without the release of death. He needed that miracle now. He needed to be anywhere but here.
Rewind, shift, send me back.
He screamed at the empty air. But the world remained stubbornly fixed. The alley didn't dissolve, and the monster above him didn't vanish. Time continued its relentless march forward.
Why won't it work when I actually need it?
He groaned, a surge of despair washing over him. Compared to everyone else's gifts, his own were nothing but a cruel, unreliable joke. Zijin launched herself from the wall, a mess of glistening limbs falling toward him through the dark. Desperation took hold. Lin Yi's hand closed around a rough, heavy brick lying among the debris. With a scream of effort, he hurled it at the descending nightmare. Zijin hit the ground, a snarl of pure fury twisting her half-human features. She didn't look dead, but she was definitely hurt. Lin Yi stood his ground, heart hammering against his ribs as he watched her. He expected her to simply shrug off the blow, but she was slow to recover. His eyes fixed on the point of impact. There, in the center of her obsidian forehead, was a distinct, shallow depression. The shell had buckled under the weight of a simple brick.
That shouldn't have happened. How is she this soft?
He remembered the monsters at the meat shop, living fortresses of chitin that turned blades into scrap metal. Even in Cheng Dao's butcher knives had struggled to bite into those mature carapaces. But this thing before him was different. She was smaller, thinner, and her anatomy seemed less defined. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. She wasn't like the others. She was an underdeveloped juvenile, a monster that hadn't yet reached its full, terrifying maturity. Her armor was still forming, her body still growing. She was vulnerable in a way the older ones weren't. For the first time since the chase began, a sliver of confidence took root in his heart. If she was soft enough for a brick to dent her, she was soft enough to bleed. He needed to play this carefully. He couldn't win a fair fight, but he could certainly outthink a hungry youth. Gizijin didn't give him long to think. Her 6 legs tensed, digging into the asphalt as she prepared to lunge again, her eyes burning with a vengeful fire. She sprang, a blur of dark segments and reaching tentacles, moving with a speed that left Lin Yi with only a fraction of a second to react.
Hold on, just for a second.
Lin Yi's voice cut through the air, stopping the creature in its tracks. He knew the one thing more powerful than their hunger, their selfishness. These things were solitary predators by nature. They would rather starve than share a choice kill with another of their kind.
Think about what you're doing,
Lin Yi said, his voice trembling slightly but regaining its strength.
Do you really plan to feast on me right here in the open? The entire city is on high alert. Between the police and the other monsters lured out by the chaos, we were practically in a fishbowl. If another one of your kind smells the blood, they'll be on us in seconds. They won't just watch you eat, they'll demand a share. They might even try to take the whole thing from you. Do you really want to split your hard-earned meal with those scavengers? If you want to enjoy every last bite in peace, I can take you somewhere secluded, a place where nobody will bother us.
He locked eyes with the multifaceted gaze of the monster, his own expression set in a grim, desperate challenge.
After all, even a piece of livestock like me deserves a shred of dignity. If I'm going to be eaten, I'd rather it be done with some privacy.
Lin Yi understood the situation perfectly. Confronting Gizijin here, in this cramped alleyway, would be suicide. He was armed with nothing but his wits, and any struggle would inevitably draw more of those creatures to the scene. He decided to play on their inherent greed. A change of location was his only gambit. The meat shop was too risky. There was no telling if Chukai was still there, or if other predators were lurking in the shadows. If they saw him with one of their own, they'd realize he knew their secret. A fully evolved monster would end him before he could even draw breath. Sifang Mountain was out as well. The journey was too long, and being trapped on the open road was a death sentence. His mind raced, finally settling on a specific coordinate, the ruined factory on the back hill. He'd used that place before. In another life, he'd already rigged it to eliminate Lu Linhai. He knew every corridor, every structural weakness. He understood the terrain better than Gizijin ever could. At this hour, the hill was desolate. It was the perfect arena to murder a monster. Lin Yi had never faced a predator entirely alone before. As they climbed, his heart felt like a trapped bird beating against his ribs, a dizzying cocktail of paralyzing dread and lethal excitement.
The hill behind the city?
Gizijin finally spoke, her voice cutting through the heavy night air as they neared the peak.
That's right, the back hill.
Lin Yi kept his tone level, forcing his voice to remain steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him.
Fewer people venture up here. You won't have to worry about other monsters trying to steal your meal once you're done.
He could feel her eyes on him. Afraid she might reconsider, he pressed his advantage.
Think about it. No cleanup, no evidence. You can just wipe your mouth and disappear. It's clean, it's efficient, and it's private. It's practically a perfect dining spot, isn't it?
Gizijin offered no response, but her continued pace suggested she was satisfied with the choice of arena. The midnight air on the hill was stiflingly quiet. A low breeze occasionally rustled the canopy, the leaves scratching together with an eerie, rhythmic scrape that sounded like dry skin on stone. The moment they crossed the threshold into the skeletal factory, Gizijin's human mask shattered. Her arms lengthened into jagged, scythe-like blades, and the wet, thrashing tentacles beneath her coat lunged outward. She was done waiting. The hunger was a physical weight, driving her to tear into him immediately. But she hadn't counted on one thing. Lin Yi wasn't waiting to be eaten. In a single, fluid motion, Lin Yi pivoted. He snatched a jagged rock from the debris-strewn floor and hurled it with a guttural roar. A heavy stone slams into the monster's carapace with a sickening crack, the sound echoing through the hollow workshop. Here, in the vast ruins of the workshop, the environment was his ally. Every fragment of concrete, every rusted bolt was a potential weapon. He could scream, he could claw, and no one would ever hear him.
You ugly piece of shit.
Lin Yi spat the words, his eyes burning with a defiance he hadn't known he possessed.
You think I'm just gonna roll over? If you want my blood, you're going to have to work for it.
He didn't stop. He scooped up more stones, peppering her with a relentless barrage of projectiles. The rocks did little more than scuff her beetle carapace, but the insult of it was enough. The monster was beyond enraged. Her 6 insectoid legs dug into the concrete, and then she was airborne, a blur of chitin and malice hurtling directly at him. Lin Yi had seen the faces of true nightmares before. Compared to the titans he'd faced, this half-formed predator didn't paralyze him with fear. A predatory focus of his own took hold. As she lunged, his hands frantically scoured the floor, searching for the prize he knew was hidden nearby. Hours spent in past loops rigging this place for murder were finally paying off. He knew exactly where the real weapons were hidden. His fingers brushed against cold, unyielding iron. He'd found it. A thick length of rebar, still anchored to a massive chunk of broken concrete. It was crude, heavy, and lethal. Lin Yi hauled the makeshift mace into the air. He gripped it tight, his stance mirroring the brutal, efficient form of An Chengdao. With a guttural roar, he swung the concrete weight directly into the path of the barreling monster. The concrete shatters against the monster's side with a bone-jarring thud crack. He expected the blow to break her, but the reality was a cold shock. The concrete merely scarred her carapace, failing to even check her momentum. Only now did he realize the sheer, terrifying scale of Chengdao's true strength. This blow, which would have crushed a human, barely registered to the creature. The recoil traveled up the rebar, turning his arms to leaden weights. He stumbled, his balance failing as he nearly hit the floor. The monster's abdominal tentacles lashed out like living whips, coiling around the iron bar. Lin Yi released his grip instantly, narrowly avoiding being reeled in like a fish on a line.
Is this the best you can do?
Jijin sneered, her tentacles flicking the heavy rebar aside as if it were a mere toy.
How pathetic! You really thought these toys would keep you from being slaughtered?
Lin Yi didn't waste breath on an answer. He ignored his trembling limbs, scrambled upright, and bolted for the skeletal staircase.
There is no escape for you.
Jijin's rage had shifted into something darker, more sadistic. She wouldn't just kill him now. She was going to savor every ounce of his terror before the end.
If you want a game, little human, I'll play it with you until your very last breath.
Lin Yi's lungs burned, each breath a jagged scrape against his throat. He didn't look back, merely scooped up debris and pelted it blindly behind him. Zijin maintained a leisurely pace. In her eyes, the rooftop was nothing but a high-altitude cage. His struggle was the pathetic twitching of a cornered rabbit. But the moment they broke onto the final floor, the prey became the predator. Lin Yi didn't stop to cower. He spun on his heel and launched himself directly into her. The sheer audacity of the move froze her for a microsecond. By the time she reacted, his arms were locked around her in a desperate, bone-straining grapple.
Go to hell, you monster.
The rooftop was a sheer drop with no railing to speak of. Lin Yi poured every remaining spark of energy into his legs, and with a primal roar, he hauled both of them over the void. For a moment, gravity vanished. They plummeted through the cold night air, the wind screaming past their ears.
A suicide pact? Really?
Even as they fell, Gu Zijin's voice remained thick with arrogance. A fall like this might break a human, but it was merely an inconvenience to her.
You actually think this will kill me?
You're thinking too much.
Lin Yi's voice was a cold hiss against the wind, his eyes burning with a dark, triumphant light. Only now did Gu Zijin see it, a dark line trailing from his waist, snapping taut against the moonlit sky. A lifeline. In another timeline, he'd used this very rope to snare Lulin Hai. Now, it was his only chance at survival. He'd known exactly where it was kept. Every rock he'd thrown was a calculated distraction, a smokescreen to hide the fact that he was securing a harness as he ran. He'd run not out of fear, but because he needed seconds to secure the other end to the factory's steel bones. He might have jumped, but he was never going to hit the ground.
You're the only one who's not coming back from this drop.
A sickening thrum vibrated through the air. Gu Zijin looked down in disbelief, her eyes widening as she saw the rusted length of rebar impaling her abdomen from front to back. Lin Yi's calculation had been flawless. He'd known the exact spot where the construction waste had been piled, where the jagged teeth of the factory's bones reached up from the earth. Even her hardening carapace was no match for the combination of gravity and rusted iron. The jagged metal had punched through her defenses like they were made of parchment. Lin Yi hung suspended in the air, the rope cutting into his waist as he looked down at the twitching, impaled nightmare below. A cold, breathless laugh echoes in the desolate yard, a sound stripped of everything but the raw instinct to survive.
I told you.
Lin Yi managed to gasp out the words between jagged breaths, his gaze fixed on his fallen predator.
You're the only one who's not walking away from this factory today.
Jijin thrashes on the ground, a guttural scream of agony tearing from her throat as her 6 insectoid legs claw at the air in a desperate attempt to stand. But the rebar has her pinned. It pierces through her back and into the earth, trapping her like a specimen on a board. Every time she moves, the metal spike churns inside her open wound. Her belly tentacles lash out, coiling around the rod with a wet, squelching sound. She tries to yank the rebar free, but when it won't budge, she begins to drag herself upward. She's trying to slide her body along the cold steel, inching her way off the spike. Lin Yi watches from above, his eyes cold and unwavering. He knows exactly what she's trying to do, and he isn't about to give the monster its chance to escape. Ignoring the sharp pulse of pain in his hip, he hauls himself back onto the factory roof. His fingers scrape against the grit as he reaches for a heavy piece of masonry. He heaves the jagged stone over his head, his muscles straining. With a grunt of exertion, he hurls it down at the creature below. The stone doesn't hit her heart, but it finds its mark on one of her insectoid limbs, crushing the chitinous leg with a sickening crack.
Ah, Lin Yi, I'll butcher you. I'll carve you into pieces. I'm going to peel the skin from your meat and rip your bones out one by one.
You're not going to get that chance.
His voice is a cold rasp as he lifts another heavy rock. If one stone doesn't end her, he'll throw another, and another. He continues the assault, raining debris down on the thrashing monstrosity.
No. Wait, stop. Please, stop.
Zijin finally seems to grasp the hopelessness of her situation. Her venomous curses die away, replaced by a frail, pitiful plea.
Lin Yi, please, let me go.
The voice is so familiar. It carries a gentleness that once felt like sanctuary in the classroom.
Lin Yi, think of all the time we've shared. For the sake of our years as classmates, won't you spare my life? Don't you remember how well I treated you? How could you forget everything so easily?
I haven't forgotten a thing.
Lin Yi's teeth are clenched so tight his jaw aches. Each word is hard-won.
In fact, I remember it all too well.
He hadn't expected the monsters in to grovel, but the sound of her begging doesn't soften his resolve. It only sharpens his hatred.
It's exactly because my memory is so clear that I'll never forget how you slaughtered me right here in the past.
Zijin freezes, her multifaceted eyes wide with confusion. She doesn't understand a word he's saying.
I killed you? Lin Yi? What are you talking about? I never had any intention of hurting you.
You don't need to understand.
Lin Yi's voice is devoid of warmth.
It's enough that I'm the one who remembers.
He continued to rain stones down on the creature. When the roof ran out of debris, he ventured down to the next floor to scavenge for more. The abandoned factory was a graveyard of industrial waste. There was no end to the ammunition he could find. Lin Yi threw them without pity, over and over until the monster's thrashing grew weak and finally ceased altogether. He didn't stop until the first pale streaks of dawn began to bleed across the horizon. Exhausted, Lin Yi slumped onto the grimy floor, his body feeling as if every muscle had been turned to lead. He tilted his head back, staring up at the lightening sky, and let out a raw, jagged burst of laughter. This was the place where Gu Zijin had slaughtered him in another life. Now, he had claimed his vengeance on the very same ground. In that solitary moment, the crushing weight he'd been carrying in his chest finally began to fracture and fall away. He had only killed an underdeveloped monster, a mere fraction of what he was up against, but to Lin Yi, it felt like a monumental victory.
Just you wait.
His roar echoed through the empty workshop, a vow of defiance against the world.
One day, I'm gonna hunt every single one of you freaks down. You're all going to die.
The sudden, sharp trill of a phone shattered the silence, making Lin Yi nearly jump out of his skin. He fumbled with the device, checking the screen. It was Chu Kai's old dumb phone.
Hello?
Where the hell are you?
I'm at Back Hill.
Back Hill? What are you doing out there? Do you have any idea what time it is? Uncle Anne is already back. Why haven't you shown up yet? I honestly thought you'd been snatched by those things again.
The barrage of frantic questions touched something deep in Lin Yi. Even without a family of his own, at least he knew he had brothers who cared.
Something like that. I ran into Gu Zijin.
There's a sharp, heavy silence on the other end of the line.
Don't tell me? Do we have to start over? Are we resetting?
A faint, grim smile touches Lin Yi's lips as he responds.
No need for that. I killed her.
What? You took down a monster? You did it alone?
I'll explain everything when I see you. It's not safe to stay here.
Lin Yi realizes he can't afford to let his guard down. Not yet. He needs to move fast, reach Sifang Mountain, and figure out the next phase of the plan with the others. He snaps the phone shut and looks down one last time at where Gu Zijin's broken body lies.
Goodbye, Monitor.
He turns away, leaving the shadow of the factory and the memory of his death behind. By the time Lin Yi makes it back to Sifang Mountain, Lu Linhai is already sprinting toward him.
Lin Yi, thank God you're back. Are you all right?
Lu Linhai checks him over with frantic intensity, almost vibrating with nervous energy. He only stops and sighs in relief once he's certain Lin Yi hasn't lost any limbs.
Chu Kai told me you ran into one of those things. I was about to have a total meltdown.
He's been acting like a mindless brute. He was just about to charge off to Back Hill to find you on his own.
Chu Kai walks over, his expression guarded. He scans the dark periphery of the clearing, his eyes wary. Only after he's sure Lin Yi hasn't brought any tail back does he continue.
You're one lucky bastard, Lin Yi. To think you actually managed to kill a monster.
It wasn't a fully grown one. Its carapace hadn't hardened like the adults we've seen. I used a few cheap tricks. Got lucky, I guess.
Lin Yi recounts the brutal details of the encounter. As the story unfolds, the others can't help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows.
Brother Lin Yi, you really aren't hurt, are you?
I'm fine, Shu Yun. Really?
He offers her a small, reassuring smile before turning back to Chu Kai.
Where's Uncle An?
Up ahead. His wounds haven't healed yet, and he spent the entire night on the move. He finally crashed while we were waiting for you to show up.
Did he bring the key?
He got it. And he found a few other things too. Come on, I'll show you.
Near the edge of the jagged cliff, Lin Yi sees Chengdao's still form lying on the ground. Sensing the movement nearby, Chengdao suddenly sits up, his lethargy vanishing in an instant.
Uncle An.
Lin Yi offers a respectful greeting, but the older man doesn't acknowledge him. Instead, he simply rolls over and lies back down, his energy apparently exhausted. Nestled on the ground beside him is a weathered metal box and a thick, tattered file folder.
The key is inside the box.
Chu Kai stoops down, picks up the metal container, and presses it into Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi prees the lid open. As he sees the contents, a jolt of pure shock flashes through his eyes. He rubs his eyes vigorously, half convinced his mind is finally starting to snap under the strain.
Is this actually the key?
Resting inside the palm-sized iron box is a single, radiant crystal in the shape of a diamond. Chu Kai responds with a slow, solemn nod. For a moment, Lin Yi feels the very foundations of his reality begin to crumble.
I know exactly what you're thinking. I felt the same way when I first laid eyes on it. After all, this thing doesn't resemble any key we've ever known.
Seriously! I thought we'd messed up and grabbed some random piece of glass at first.
I don't think it's a key in the literal sense. It feels more like some kind of jamming device. Uncle An told us about those invisible barriers ringing the city. This crystal, it must be designed to interfere with them, allowing us to pass through without being detected.
I'm starting to think this world is even more bizarre than we imagined.
Lin Yi can't suppress a heavy, weary sigh.
Wait until you see what's in here. Then you can decide if you're still capable of being shocked.
Chu Kai hands over the file folder. Lin Yi takes it, feeling the weight of the secrets within. Inside are several sheets of creased, pieced-together paper. He pulls them out, and his breath hitches. Staring back at him in bold, clinical type are the words, Human Farm 798.
Human Farm.
Lin Yi stared at the characters on the reconstructed document, a paralyzing chill creeping from his fingertips to the core of his soul.
It matches everything Uncle An told us. The city we live in, the life we thought was ours. It has been a livestock enclosure from the very beginning.
Chu Kai spoke with a haunting softness, his gaze fixed on something distant and terrible on the horizon.
In this world, ordinary people are the livestock, and the monsters who live among us are the breeders, the ones who call themselves the masters. When a human reaches maturity, the monsters harvest us. Most are consumed locally, but the selection of high-quality humans, they are exported to other farms.
Exported? You mean those who leave for university? Or the friends who get jobs in big cities? They aren't finding a better life. They're just getting sent to a new slaughterhouse.
Lin Yi searched his friend's face for even a flicker of a joke, but found only the cold, hard weight of their reality. Chu Kai gave a slight, grim nod, his silence serving as the cruelest confirmation.
That's the only logical explanation for why they disappear so completely once they leave.
He pointed to a specific sequence of numbers stamped onto the corner of the file.
And this number, 798, it isn't just a random code. It's a serial number for this farm.
Nearly 800? Are you saying there are hundreds of these cities? Every one of them? A human farm?
The sheer magnitude of the conspiracy felt like an invisible weight crushing Lin Yi's chest, stolen every fragment of breath.
At least 798. Though given how well they've hidden the truth, I suspect the real number is far more staggering.
Lin Yi clenched his teeth until his jaw throbbed. Everything he had believed in for 18 years was being shredded by a few sheets of paper. If humanity had been cattle since the beginning, what was the point of all their knowledge? Was human history itself just a convenient fabrication? A fairy tale told to keep the livestock calm before the slaughter?
Uncle Anne found these materials right next to those skeletal remains.
Chu Kai added, his voice dropping an octave. He paused, let the weight of the mystery sink in before continuing his analysis.
That person must have discovered the existence of the human farm while they were still alive. They were trying to flee when they met their end. But for the life of me, I can't understand how someone with the key in their hand could simply die there. According to Uncle Anne, the skeleton was found incredibly close to the city's invisible boundary.
Do you think the monsters caught him, tracked him down, and finished him right before he could cross over?
Lu Linhai's question hung in the air, his eyes shifting toward the shadows of the surrounding woods. Chu Kai shook his head dismissal, his expression hardening with cold logic.
If the monsters had been the ones to kill him, we wouldn't be holding these documents right now. They would have destroyed the evidence or taken it with them. It's just a damn shame that these papers were shredded when they were found. Uncle Anne managed to tape them back together, but we're still missing so much information.
Lin Yi carefully pulled the pages from the folder. Up close, the meticulous work of reconstructing the torn documents was evident, jagged edges held together by yellowing adhesive. Fragments of sentences were lost forever, but enough remained to piece together a few desperate truths. Chu Kai leaned in, his finger landing on a particularly well-preserved section of the text.
This part here, it explains how to activate the key. When you approach the city border, the center of the crystal will begin to glow with a deep red light. Once that crimson hue spreads to the entire device, you'll be able to pass through safely. There's something else too. Look at this, a detailed illustration of one of those things.
Lin Yi turned the page, and the air seemed to drain from his lungs as he stared at the sketch on the reverse side. The drawing was a perfect, horrific likeness of the creatures he had encountered in the darkness. Every detail was captured with clinical precision, the long scythe-like forelimbs of a mantis and the writhing tentacles that mimicked an octopus, yet were lined with cruel backward-facing barbs instead of suckers. Repulsive insectoid legs supported the main mass, but it was the two gargantuan compound eyes and the serrated, circular mouth that truly chilled him into silence. The grotesque fusion of mismatched anatomy was so revolting that Lin Yi felt a sudden, sharp wave of nausea hit him. Below the image, a series of technical classifications were scrawled in a cold, precise hand. Freak species, mantis wolf category, wingless, intellect level, medium. The text continued with a cold list of behavioral traits and biological features. Diet, carnivorous. Primary weapons, scythe-like forearms and abdominal tentacles for snaring prey. Features, highly mobile neck, prominent compound eyes, and a serrated suction organ.
Mantis wolf?
Lin Yi paused, his finger tracing the name as if it were a curse.
Is that what they're called? Is that what we're supposed to call those nightmares?
Chu Kai gave a slight, non-committal shrug, his face pale in the growing daylight.
I'm just reading what the document says. According to whoever researched them, that's their name.
Lin Yi's fingers tightened around the documents, a restless energy buzzing in his veins as the weight of the information settled in.
If someone took the time to map out their biology, it means they've been studied. If there's research, there has to be a way to fight back. Maybe even a way to wipe them out completely.
Chu Kai let out a slow, heavy sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 lost lives.
Lin Yi, use your head. If they could be destroyed that easily, would we still be living in a pen? Would this city even be allowed to exist?
The question hit Lin Yi like a physical blow, leaving him momentarily without a response as his idealism fractured. Chu Kai continued, his voice lowering as if to shield his words from the uncaring wind.
I understand the fire in your heart, but we aren't here to be heroes or hunters. Our purpose isn't to declare war on a force we don't even fully understand. We don't know their numbers. We don't even know how many different species are out there. The documents hint at creature types we haven't even dreamed of yet. We are outclassed and outnumbered. We have only one objective: to live another day. Our only goal is to survive.
Chu Kai's gaze softened as it drifted toward his sister, Chu Yun, who was waiting quietly nearby. He reached out, his hand gently stroking her hair in a quiet, protective gesture.
All I want, the only thing I've ever really cared about, is for Xiao Yun to grow up safely, to have a life without the fear of being hunted. That's my only priority.
For Chu Kai, every choice had been a calculation of safety over justice. He had no desire for vengeance, only for the preservation of the one person who made his life worth living. He had spent years wearing a mask of ignorance, playing the part of the blissful livestock just to keep the predators from noticing them. But Lin Yi's perspective was forged in a different kind of pain. He couldn't share Chu Kai's passive acceptance of their fate. He harbored a deep, burning hatred for the monsters. They were the ones who had torn his life apart and kept him from the family he never knew. If there was even a shadow of a chance, he wanted to uncover the truth of this broken world and find the weapon that could excise these parasites forever.
Do you really believe they'll leave us alone just because we're quiet, even if we only want to exist? Do you think they'll ever stop looking at us as nothing more than a meal? To them, we are cattle. They don't give a damn about our thoughts or our futures. All they see is meat that hasn't been slaughtered yet. We can't just hide in the shadows forever, Chu Kai. They'll find us eventually. We have to address the threat.
Chu Kai's eyes suddenly lit up with a rare, desperate spark of hope that seemed out of place in his weary face.
Not hide, but escape.
He reached out and took the folder from Lin Yi's hands, flipping through the pages until he reached the final sheet. He smoothed it out with trembling fingers and pointed to a line of handwritten text scrawled in faded fountain pen ink.
If we can reach this place, we might actually have a future. A real future.
Lin Yi leaned in to look. The ink was faded, the elegant script almost ghostly against the weathered, reconstructed paper. The characters were faint but still legible. The Great North, Peach Blossom Spring, humanity's final hope.
What is this? Is it some kind of code? A hidden sanctuary?
Unlike the typed, clinical details of the rest of the file, this single line was intimately personal, written with the urgent hand of the person who had died holding it. Lin Yi felt a jolt of recognition. This wasn't just data. This was the skeleton's final message, their dying prayer for a way out.
It's a coordinate. North. We head as far north as we can.
Chu Kai's voice possessed a new, feverish intensity that Lin Yi had never heard before.
Somewhere up there has to be a sanctuary. A place where the monsters haven't reached. A peach blossom spring for the human race. If we can just find it, we can finally stop running. We can live the lives we were always meant to have.
Have you lost your mind? That line was obviously added much later by someone else. And look at it. It ends with a question mark, not a set of coordinates.
Lin Yi stared at his friend, his heart sinking as he realized the depth of the desperation driving Chu Kai's decisions.
And how are we supposed to know if it's true unless we go and see for ourselves? Anything is better than staying here and waiting for our turn at the slaughterhouse.
The argument was cut short in an instant, and Cheng Dao, who had been lying motionless on the jagged ground, suddenly sat bolt upright. Three serrated, bloodletting knives flew from his pack, their steel glinting in the morning light as they hovered in a lethal arc before him. Uncle An looked up at the group, his eyes cold and devoid of their usual warmth. Every word he spoke felt like a shard of ice shattered against the stone.
None of you are going anywhere.
Listen to yourselves! I warned you about keeping the volume down. We shouldn't be disturbing Uncle An while he's trying to rest.
Noticeably unnerved by Cheng Dao's icy gaze, Lu Linhai scrambled to diffuse the mounting tension. He shot a half-hearted, performative glare at Lin Yi and Chu Kai before turning back to Chengdao with a nervous, fawning smile.
So sorry about that, Uncle Ann. It was an accident. We really didn't mean to rouse you. Please, just try to get some more sleep. We'll find somewhere else to finish our talk.
But the air suddenly grew heavy. Before they could take even a single step back, a sharp whistle cut through the silence. The bloodletting knives, which had been suspended in the air before in Chengdao, were now flying directly at them. Lin Yi froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. He hadn't anticipated a sudden lethal strike from their supposed guardian. His reflexes failed him. By the time he realized he needed to move, the opportunity was gone. One of the wicked blades stopped just inches from his eyes. He could feel the cold radiating from the metal, waiting for the command to plunge into his skull. Lin Yi was pinned in place as well. Another knife was pressed firmly against the soft skin of his throat. The slightest move would have resulted in a crimson spray.
Uncle Ann, wait. Let's just talk. Please, put the knives away.
Chu Kai alone had managed a desperate, clumsy dodge, his heightened senses giving him the split-second warning the others lacked. He sprawled awkwardly on the forest floor, having tripped over his own feet in his frantic rush to escape the initial arc of the blades. But the third knife hadn't missed. It had simply found a different target. It now hung in the air, pointed directly at the sleeping Chu Yun.
No, leave her alone.
Seeing his sister's life hanging by a thread, Chu Kai ignored his own pain and scrambled back to his feet, shielding her with his body. And Chengdao stood up slowly, his eyes devoid of warmth as he surveyed the terrified group.
I believe I made myself clear once before. None of you are going anywhere.
And who decided that? Why the hell can't we leave?
Keep your mouth shut.
Chu Kai's voice cracked, sharp with the jagged edge of terror for his sister. He turned back toward the stoic figure of Chengdao, his eyes pleading yet guarded.
What is it you're trying to achieve here? What do you want from us?
Just look at you.
And Chengdao said with a heavy, deliberate slowness. He braced himself against the ground and rose to his feet, the movement fluid despite his age. Crossing the short distance to Lin Yi, he reached down and snatched up the iron box that held their only hope, the key.
You lot couldn't even manage to sidestep my knives. If you actually made it past the city limits, how long do you honestly think you'd survive? I have no interest in watching you walk blindly into a meat grinder. If you're destined to die, I'd rather it be by a human hand. At least that offers some shred of dignity compared to being livestock for those things.
Despite the cruelty of his ultimatum, the three blades obediently hummed through the air, returning to their master. He stashed the knives back into his worn bag, secured the iron box, and lowered himself back onto the forest floor. He cast a sharp, sideways glance toward Lin Yi.
And as for you, don't go inflating your ego just because you managed to put down one minor creature. Talking big is easy. Eradicate them? You're still just a child, barely even grown. Who exactly do you think you're going to destroy?
And Chengdao's words were like shards of glass, cold, sharp, and impossible to ignore.
Do you truly believe you're the first person in this world with a bit of strength or a spark of intelligence?
Lin Yi's brow furrowed, a bitter taste rising in his throat. Much as he hated the delivery, the truth in those words was undeniable. Lin Yi wrestled with the burning desire to eradicate every last one of those monsters, but as he looked at the grizzled man before him, a sobering realization took hold. Was he truly the only one to have ever harbored such a dream? If these creatures were so easily vanquished, this city would have never been reduced to a literal human farm. And Chengdao pivoted his cold focus toward Lin Yi.
And then there's you. All physical power, not a lick of sense. If you'd stayed ignorant of the truth, you might have scraped by for a few more years. But now, with the knowledge you have, you're a walking corpse. You won't survive 3 days in the wild.
Lin Yi could only hang his head, a silent, weighted nod acknowledging the harsh reality of his situation. And Cheng Dao's gaze shifted to Chu Kai, who was still positioned protectively over his sister.
You have potential, certainly. Your ability to spot the monsters and predict their moves is a valuable asset. But take a look at your sister. Can you honestly guarantee you'll be by her side every waking second, even if you are? If you're too weak to actually fight back, your senses will do nothing but give you a front row seat to her end. Attempting to leave with your current level of incompetence is a farce. Leave for what? To find a more scenic place to expire? If you're that eager to meet your end, just say the word. I'll make it quick so the monsters don't get the satisfaction.
The brutality of Cheng Dao's assessment was matched only by its accuracy. Lin Yi and the others were left speechless, their defiance extinguished by the cold weight of the truth.
Uncle Anne, we were wrong. We were arrogant.
And Cheng Dao didn't even acknowledge the apology. He simply closed his eyes, his breathing evening out as if he'd already drifted back into an effortless slumber. Lin Yi remained where he was, staring at the motionless man on the ground. His thoughts were a tangled, chaotic nest of fear, ambition, and newfound humility. He eventually retreated to the base of a nearby tree and sat down. Sleep didn't come easily. That night was spent in deep, agonizing reflection. When the first light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, Lin Yi was already awake and on his feet. Lin Yi approached Cheng Dao with measured steps, his posture radiating a newfound resolve. But before he could even part his lips to speak, Cheng Dao's eyes snapped open, pinning him in place.
Something on your mind, boy?
He didn't even bother looking up from the ground, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. Lin Yi lowered himself into a crouch beside the man, his eyes steady.
Uncle Anne, I need a favor. A big one. I've seen what you can do. You're stronger than any creature I've encountered. I'm asking you, please teach me how to fight.
And Cheng Dao finally tilted his head back, his gaze searching Lin Yi's face.
Changed your tune, have you? Decided that leaving isn't such a grand idea after all?
The plan hasn't changed. I'm still getting out of here. But not like this. You spoke nothing but the truth last night. In my current state, I'd be dead before I lost sight of the city walls. Leaving now isn't an escape. It's just a faster way to die. I'm done with being a victim. I want to reach a point where I don't see a monster and think about how to hide. I want to see one and know exactly how to end its life.
The gravity in Lin Yi's voice was absolute. He lacked Chu Kai's early warning system, which made him far more vulnerable to a sudden, fatal encounter. He was tired of running. If the entire world had been claimed by these monstrosities, there was no safe haven to retreat to. His only option was to become a predator himself. A memory flashed through his mind, the sight of Cheng Dao standing tall against a literal tide of monsters in another life. Had he not been wounded and burdened by two incompetent children, the old man would have likely walked through that horde unscathed. That was the level Lin Yi aspired to. He wanted that power.
Count me in too!
Lin Yi's voice boomed from the side as he rushed over to join them. Lin Yi scrambled to his feet, positioning himself shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi, his expression earnest.
I'm asking for the same thing, Uncle Anne. Please, teach me how to be of use. Looking back at everything we've been through, I've been nothing but a burden. I don't ever want to feel that kind of helplessness again while my friends are in the line of fire.
And Cheng Dao remained silent for a long moment, his inscrutable gaze drifting over to Chu Kai.
And you, boy, where do you stand on this?
Chu Kai's eyes flickered to the sleeping form of his sister, Chu Yun. He didn't offer a verbal reply. Instead, he simply stepped forward, his silence a heavy, ironclad vow as he took his place beside his friends.
Good.
A shadow of a smile, rare and fleeting, touched Cheng Dao's lips as he pulled himself up to his full height. The calculated aggression from the night before had served its exact purpose, stripping away their illusions and forcing them to confront their own limitations. Satisfied with the burning resolve in their eyes, and Cheng Dao didn't waste another moment. Their real training was about to begin. Over the subsequent days, he drafted a rigorous, custom-tailored training regimen for each of them, designed to exploit their strengths and shore up their fatal weaknesses. Lu Linhai lacked the semi-magical gifts that Lin Yi and Chu Kai possessed. His path to strength would be the hardest, a brutal, unglamorous grind focused entirely on raw physical transformation. Every day became a blur of steep mountain sprints, hauling heavy loads up jagged cliffs until his muscles screamed for release. But Lu Linhai possessed a stubborn, unbreakable will. Even when his body reached the absolute brink of collapse, he forced himself through one more repetition, his jaw locked in defiance. A strange phenomenon began to manifest. His body recovered at an almost supernatural rate. No matter how much damage he inflicted on himself during the day, he greeted every dawn completely refreshed and ready for more. Chu Kai's regimen was less about brute force and more about precision. He already possessed the eyes to see the danger coming. Now he needed the feet to escape it. He spent his hours in high-intensity reaction drills, training his nervous system to respond instantaneously to the cues provided by his heightened senses. The most perfect prediction in the world was useless if the body was too sluggish to act upon it before the fangs closed in. Between training sessions, Chu Kai took on the role of scout and quartermaster, slipping down the mountain to gather vital supplies while keeping a constant vigil for any approaching predators. But when it came to Lin Yi, and Cheng Dao found himself at a rare loss. The boy's unique situation required something more than just physical labor or reaction drills, and for once, the old man was stumped on where to begin. And Cheng Dao scrutinized the three young men before him. Seeing their unique strengths and glaring weaknesses, he realized a one-size-fits-all approach wouldn't suffice. He began drafting specialized death marches for each of them. Lu Linhai's routine was straightforward, stripped of all complexity, but it was designed to break a lesser man's spirit. He didn't have the eerie gifts that sparked in Lin Yi or the hyper-awareness of Chu Kai. For him, survival meant pure, unadulterated physical power. Day after day, he hauled heavy sacks up the jagged slopes of Sifang Mountain, his lungs searing with every frantic breath as his muscles reached their breaking point against the unforgiving terrain. Lin Hai accepted the agony without question. He knew that the only way to endure the coming slaughter was to forge himself into a human shield, a guardian who wouldn't buckle when the monsters finally caught their scent. Strength was his only insurance. He needed to be able to sling his brothers over his shoulders and sprint through the dark, staying one step ahead of the inevitable Reaper. Not a single word of protest escaped him during the soul-crushing drills. He bore the silence of his suffering as a badge of honor. When the sun dipped below the horizon and the others collapsed, he kept going, fueled by a desperate, quiet fury that wouldn't let him rest. Chu Kai's routine was a much finer instrument, geared toward a specific, deadly problem. His preternaturally sharp senses were a burden, a phantom limb that his physical self couldn't yet control. He had to close the gap between perception and action. To do so, he was driven to scale the highest peaks of Sifang Mountain while the world was still draped in the cold gray sheets of pre-dawn. Every step up the treacherous rock reinforced the connection between his mind and his limbs. As the first pale rays of the sun bled over the horizon, he stood at the summit, forcing his eyes to cut through the swirling mountain mist and master the deceptive, shifting shadows of the new day. The brief respite was a fragile thing, shattered the moment, and Cheng Dao stepped forward to initiate the true test. And Cheng Dao took a coarse strip of cloth and tied it tightly over Chu Kai's eyes, plunging him into a void of darkness. Then, the trainer unleashed his powers, sending jagged steel blades screaming through the air, their metallic clatter forming a barrier of noise designed to drown out everything else. Amidst the chaos, and Cheng Dao began hurling heavy stones with a speed that could easily crack bone. Chu Kai had to filter the deadly truth from the surrounding din, isolating the whistle of the incoming projectiles and snatching them from the air with absolute accuracy. It was a brutal necessity, the only way to weld his hyperactive senses to his physical reflexes. For Chu Kai, his acute awareness was a double-edged blade, a gift that demanded a heavy toll of sensory agony. His mind drifted back to their first nights on the mountain. Lin Yi had used just a trace of cologne, but to Chu Kai, it had been a chemical explosion that blinded his nose and left them vulnerable to the creatures lurking in the thickets. To strip away that weakness, Lin Yi's collection of scents was transformed into a weapon of training. Chu Kai was subjected to a barrage of sharp, stinging odors, forced to navigate the olfactory nightmare until he could distinguish his target through the overwhelming stench. When he wasn't training on the slopes, Chu Kai was sent down into the valley, making the treacherous hike to the outskirts every 3 days to scavenge for survival. He navigated the ruins like a ghost, using his heightened awareness to slip through the gaps between monster patrols and avoid a confrontation that would surely end in death. For Chu Kai, these silent, high-stakes errands were the only true measure of his progress, the closest he came to the lethal reality of combat. They didn't worry about the cost of their supplies. That was a concern from a life they had already left behind. When they had escaped in Chengdao's meat shop with the diamond-shaped key, Chu Kai had the foresight not to leave with empty pockets. He had meticulously stripped the shop's lockbox of every last bill, knowing that survival in the world beyond would require its own kind of currency. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough to keep the Reaper at bay for just a little while longer. Lin Yi was a more difficult puzzle for Chengdao. The boy had the heart of a survivor, but his body was a fragile vessel compared to the powerhouse that was Lin Hai. While Lin Hai seemed to thrive on the brutal physical labor, waking each day with renewed energy, Lin Yi was consistently reduced to a shattered husk of cramped sinew and throbbing joints. At first, Lin Yi tried to mimic his friend's pace, forcing himself through the agony until his body simply gave out, leaving him collapsed in the dirt from utter depletion. There was also the matter of his gift. Unlike Chu Kai, Lin Yi had no intuition for the dark power that resided within him. It wasn't a failing of character, just a difference in history. Chu Kai had learned to wield his awareness as a child, forging it in the fires of necessity to keep himself and his sister alive. That mastery was why they were still breathing, why they had managed to navigate a city that viewed them as nothing more than cattle. But Lin Yi's world had only shattered recently. He hadn't even realized he was anything other than human until a monster had torn the life from his chest. Now, he was a soldier handed a complex weapon in the middle of a war, struggling to understand the trigger before the next volley began. Recognizing this, Chengdao pivoted. He cut Lin Yi's physical workload in half, dedicating the extra time to helping the boy unravel the mysteries of his recurring nightmare. 2 weeks went by in a blur of exhausting drills and tense silences. And Chengdao's recovery progressed steadily, aided by Chu Yun's quiet and unwavering care. The wounds that had nearly claimed him were finally closing, the jagged edges of torn flesh knitting back together beneath the bandages. While he was far from being back to his old self, the debilitating agony had subsided. He was no longer a casualty they had to carry. He could move again, and that was enough. Lin Hai had become a man possessed. No matter how grueling the training became, he met every sunrise with a fierce, unyielding light in his eyes, his body hardening into something dangerous. Chu Kai's senses had reached a new plateau of terrifying precision. His sphere of awareness, which once ended at 800 meters, now stretched a full kilometer in every direction. He still struggled to make his body move as fast as his mind perceived the danger, but he was getting closer. Blindfolded and surrounded by shadows, he could now intercept nearly half of the heavy stones Chengdao threw with lethal intent. As for Lin Yi, 15 days of struggle had yielded little in the way of spiritual progress. The mechanics of his loop remained a dark, frustrating secret that refused to reveal itself. The only victory he could claim was a physical one. His endurance had improved, and he no longer felt like a dead weight pulling the rest of them into the abyss. On the 15th day, the peace was shattered. Chu Kai stumbled back into the clearing, his face ashen and his arms laden with more supplies than a simple run required.
Something's happening in the valley.
He panted, his voice trembling with a deep-seated dread.
The monsters. They're preparing a sweep. They're coming for the mountain.
Lin Yi's face drained of color as the weight of the words hit him.
A sweep? Why now? Why so suddenly?
And Cheng Dao didn't even look up from his task, his expression carved from stone. He seemed entirely unsurprised.
They've been tracking me for months.
He said softly, his voice devoid of emotion.
A full-scale search was always the inevitable conclusion of their failure.
Lin Yi felt a cold realization bloom in his gut. His mind raced back to the early hours of the chaos.
I don't think Uncle Ann is their only target,
he murmured, his eyes wide as he looked at his friends.
Think back to those first few days on the run. Do you remember the messages? The constant pings on the class group chat?
Their phones had been flooded with messages from their classmates, questions about the exam, invitations to a party that was never meant to be. Most of it seemed like typical peer pressure, but the three of them knew better. There was a secret tucked away in Lin Yi's apartment, the broken corpse of the thing that had worn his mother's face. The creatures hiding in their classroom must have realized that their disguises had been seen through by the three survivors. They had ignored the notifications until their batteries finally died, effectively cutting themselves off from the world, but they couldn't cut themselves off from the consequences of what they had seen. The creatures would never permit witnesses to their true, hideous nature to draw breath for long. Once they realized Lin Yi and his companions had vanished from the urban sprawl, their search would inevitably turn toward the rugged terrain of the perimeter.
We're trapped,
Lin Yi whispered, his voice heavy with a crushing sense of dread.
Sifang is the only real cover for miles. They'll sweep the whole range and they'll find us.
Let them try!
Lin Yi spat, his teeth bared in a snarl.
We've been preparing for this. We'll strike from the shadows and rip them limb from limb before they even know we're there.
And Cheng Dao rose from his seat, the simple movement carrying an air of absolute authority as he brushed the mountain dust from his worn coat.
Do not be a fool, Lin Yi,
he said, his voice calm but sharp.
You've made progress, certainly, but you aren't nearly ready to go toe-to-toe with a whole nest of those things. There's no point in throwing your lives away in a fight you can't win. Gather your gear. We're moving out tonight.
The journey across the jagged expanse of Sifang Mountain was a grueling 5-day march, pushing them toward the relative unknown of the neighboring province. They didn't let the movement stall their progress. Every mile of the treacherous hike was treated as another opportunity to hone their skills, turning the harsh terrain into a moving training ground. They managed to vanish into the deeper wilderness just as the first scouts of the monster swarm began their climb onto the lower slopes of Sifang Mountain. The physical toll was immense, but the journey had been otherwise uneventful until they finally crested the ridge at the edge of the province. The sight that greeted them at the city limits was enough to drain the warmth from their souls, freezing the very blood in their veins as they looked down at what had been prepared for them.
Are we finally at the border? Is this truly the edge of the city?
Lin Yi stared into the dense, dark woods ahead. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of hope and suffocating fear. 5 grueling days of travel had brought them here. Beyond this final stretch of timber lay the neighboring mountain province, and maybe, just maybe, their freedom. The world outside was a blank canvas of uncertainty, a void Lin Yi had never dared to explore until now. But the news broadcasts and sleek travel shows were all lies. With those skin-wearing horrors lurking in every shadow, reality likely looked nothing like the sanitized images from the screens. He couldn't shake the feeling that the monsters outside might be even more savage, even more monstrous than those they had left behind.
Are you ready for this?
Lin Yi's voice shattered the silence. He was shouting as much to brace his own nerves as to rally the small group. Chu Yun's knuckles were white where she gripped her brother's sleeve. Tremors ran through her frame, yet her gaze remained fixed forward, unwavering. Chu Kai didn't flinch. He placed a steadying hand on his sister's head, his silent touch promising a protection he wasn't sure he could provide. Lin Yi stole one last glance back at the path that had led them here. The city was long gone, hidden by distance and darkness. But the echoes of his parents' betrayal felt as fresh as if they had occurred only moments ago. Farewell, he thought, bidding a silent goodbye to the life he once knew and the boy he used to be. The boy who had spent 18 years within those walls is gone. Lin Yi was left with only the mission and a future he couldn't see.
It's time. Let's move.
And Cheng Dao reached into his pocket and drew out the angular key. His expression was grim, the weight of their survival resting in his hands. Stepping into the shadows of the woods, the key began to pulse. A weak, bloody light emanated from its facets, illuminating the surrounding bark with an eerie glow.
Look at that! It's actually glowing!
Lu Linhai pointed a trembling finger at the crystal, his voice cracking with a mixture of excitement and terror.
The key! It's finally reacting to something!
The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more vibrant the light became. The crystal was no longer just glowing. It was throbbing with an intense crimson energy. The records were right. Lin Yi watched the light fill the crystal and thought about the freedom that lay just beyond its full bloom. Soon, they would be out. The light fully consumed the crystal, a blinding beacon in the woods. But as they neared the threshold, the world suddenly tilted. A sickening vertigo seized Lin Yi, his balance failing him. Nausea flooded his senses. His skull felt like it was being crushed by invisible hands, and the world dissolved into a smear of colors. The pain wasn't just physical. It felt as if his very identity was being shredded, his essence being yanked through a keyhole into another time. He tried to scream, to reach out to the others, but his throat was paralyzed. His limbs hung uselessly at his sides as he was swallowed by the void. Panic flared in his mind. What is this? Have they found us? Is this some kind of specialized trap? No, that couldn't be it. Chu Kai would have warned them if creatures were near. Something else was at play here. Fury and despair warred in his heart. They were so close! After everything they had endured, why was the world being snatched away at the very last second? Everything went white. When the mist finally began to thin, two shadows solidified. They were familiar, agonizingly so. Their faces were masks of warmth, sporting the same gentle smiles he had trusted his whole life. They were clapping enthusiastically, their mouths moving in silent, rhythmic joy. The soft orange glow of candlelight danced in the gloom. Then, a melody began to drift through the haze, a cheerful, upbeat tune that felt jarringly out of place. Lin Yi recognized the tune instantly. For years, it had been a herald of happiness. Now, it was a death knell, a haunting reminder of the day everything shattered. This song didn't signal a celebration. It signaled the start of his eternal cycle of terror.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, son!
Come on, make a wish. Blow out the candles.
The white fog dissolved in an instant. Lin Yi's consciousness slammed back into his body, the sudden clarity jarring his senses. He blinked, finding himself at the dining table. Across from him sat his parents. One look at their smiling faces made the hair on his neck stand on end.
Yer?
Son, what's with that look? Is something the matter?
It shouldn't be possible. These people his parents had been struck down by Cheng Dao's blade. He had seen them die. Yet here they were, breathing and whole. The cake, the candles, the decorations. It was his 18th birthday. He was back. The loop had reset yet again. June 10th. The very day his long nightmare had first begun.
That's right, Year. It's your big day. Your 18th birthday.
The sound of his father's voice was like an electric shock. Lin Yi recoiled, knocking his chair back as he scrambled away from the table, nearly collapsing in his haste.
Yer, careful. You'll hurt yourself if you keep moving like that.
How? How are you both here? You're supposed to be dead.
His thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool. Why now? Why this day of all days? Vivid images of the forest, the key, and the red light flashed before his eyes. They had been at the very edge of freedom. One moment he was about to leave, and the next he was back in this suffocating dining room. The most logical conclusion was his own death. Had some unseen monster killed him in the woods? Lin Yi shook his head. No, that didn't feel right. He pushed the thought away. No, something was different. He didn't feel the usual lingering trauma of a violent end. There had been no monsters in those final moments, no claws, no fangs. He hadn't felt the sting of a blade or the crushing weight of a predator. Maybe his power had evolved. Could it have activated autonomously to save him from an unknown threat, much like it had for Cheng Dao during that desperate fight? A profound sense of defeat washed over him. A crushing weight settled in his chest. All that effort, all those weeks of survival and planning, all for nothing. The grueling training, the nights spent in fear on the mountain slopes, all of it had been erased. He was back at square one. Despair threatened to swallow him whole. If the world simply reset whenever he got close to the truth, what was the point of even trying?
Yair, please tell Mommy what's wrong.
His mother began to rise from her seat. Lin Yi's gaze darted to the table, locking onto the sharp metal of the birthday cake knife. He lunged for the blade, his fingers closing around the handle. He held it out before him, the steel trembling as he pointed it at the monsters wearing his parents' faces.
Don't come any closer. Stay back.
Yair, son, what are you doing with that? Are you unwell?
Put the knife down, Yer. You're scaring us. What's gotten into you?
They watched him with wide, worried eyes. But as Lin Yi scanned their pupils, he didn't see the glint of hunger or the twitch of a monster ready to strike. He saw only genuine, human concern.
Enough with the games. Drop the act already.
Lin Yi's voice was a jagged bark. He was chest-heaving, desperately trying to rein in the terror that threatened to unmask his own resolve. He hadn't spent those weeks in the wilderness for nothing. He was stronger, faster, more lethal. While he might not be able to slay two matured monsters in close quarters, he was confident he could outrun them.
I know exactly what you are. You're monsters. Nothing but skin-wearing freaks.
The words came out cold and sharp. He didn't blink, his resolve hardening as he laid out the truth. June 10th. In his previous life, this was the day they had intended to feast on his marrow. He knew the schedule of their hunger. Pretending to be their son was a luxury he could no longer afford. He would rather face their true hideous forms than another moment of this domestic charade. But the response he expected, the guttural roars and the rending of flesh, never came. Instead, the air in the room grew heavy with a confusing, human-like silence.
Monsters?
His mother froze mid-sentence, her expression shifting from worry to genuine bewilderment.
Yair, what are you talking about? What monsters?
I haven't a clue!
His father shook his head slowly, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of the outburst.
Is this from one of those violent games you're always playing? The ones with the creatures? Yer! Look at me! What's happened to you?
His father's confusion seemed painfully real. He looked at Lin Yi like he was a stranger or a loved one who had suddenly lost their mind.
The exams! They've been too much, haven't they? You've pushed yourself too hard, and now you're breaking. Hospital! We're going to the hospital right now!
The decision was sudden and firm. His father stood up, the authority of a concerned parent overriding the tension of the moment.
Come on, son! Let's get you checked out. We'll find out why you're saying these things.
Yes, that's exactly right. The hospital.
His mother's face brightened with a frantic sort of hope. She nodded vigorously, her eyes never leaving Lin Yi.
Don't worry, honey. Mommy and Daddy are both right here. You're going to be okay. Everything will be fine.
Lin Yi stood paralyzed, his mind racing. This wasn't how it went. This wasn't the script. Why weren't they trying to kill him? Lin Yi's accusation hung in the air like a curse, but the transformation he expected never triggered. No claws erupted from their fingertips. No secondary mouths tore through their throats. They simply stood there, human and vulnerable.
The keys? Where are the car keys?
His father's voice was sharp with panic. He was already moving toward the hallway, his hands patting his pockets in a desperate search.
The shoe rack, dear? You always put them right there by the door.
His mother's reply was immediate, her voice steadying even as her eyes remained locked on her son. His father didn't wait. He scrambled to the foyer, his fingers fumbling with the metal ring on the rack. Without another word, he yanked the front door open and vanished into the hall, the sound of his footsteps echoing down the corridor.
I'm going to bring the car around. Just bring him down as soon as you're ready. We're heading straight to the emergency room.
It's okay, Year. Mommy's going to take you to see a doctor now.
His mother began to close the distance between them, her steps slow and tentative, like she was approaching a wounded animal.
I said stay back. Don't you dare take another step.
Lin Yi raised the cake knife again, his knuckles whitening. Every fiber of his being was screaming that this was a trap, a more sophisticated way to lower his guard.
Please, Year, you're scaring me. Please put that down.
Large, shimmering tears began to track down her cheeks. Her breathing was shallow, her distress appearing so raw and genuine that Lin Yi's own resolve began to flicker. He stood there, caught between the memory of their gore-slicked faces and the weeping woman before him. The world felt like it was splitting in two. Is this real? Is this some new layer to the nightmare? Or have I finally lost my mind?
There's nothing to be afraid of. Mommy's right here.
She didn't stop. Even with the blade pointed directly at her heart, she kept coming. There was no fear in her eyes, only a bottomless, protective love.
I've got you. No matter what's happening in your head, I'm never going to leave your side.
Her fingers gently closed around his wrist, her touch warm and solid. She eased the knife from his trembling hand and pulled him into a tight embrace, her hand rhythmically patting his back just like she used to do when he was a child.
Let's go find some help, okay? Just hold my hand. We'll get through this together.
She interlaced her fingers with his, her grip firm and reassuring. She led him toward the door, her voice a soothing balm against his chaotic thoughts. His internal alarms were screaming. This didn't match any of his previous loops. The patterns were broken. Every shred of logic he had built over the last half-month was being pulverized by the mundane reality of his mother's touch. Was it possible that his actions had fundamentally altered the timeline? Or was the loop itself degrading, leaking truths he hadn't seen before? If they were the same creatures as before, why pass up such a perfect opportunity? Why play the role of the concerned parent so perfectly even when exposed? The terrifying thought took root. What if the monsters, the gore, the repeated deaths, what if none of it was real? What if this was the only truth? Lin Yi looked at his mother's profile as she led him out of the apartment. Something had changed. He just didn't know if it was the world or him. The memory of the dark woods replayed in my mind like a broken film reel, frame by agonizing frame. I searched every shadow, every twisted branch, hunting for something, anything that felt wrong, but there was only silence.
Come along, Year. You're looking so pale. Mommy is going to take you to the hospital right now.
Her hand was light on my arm, helping me as we hurried across the pavement toward the parking lot. Every brush of her skin made my breath hitch, but she felt human. I watched her like a cornered animal, waiting for the skin on her face to ripple, for the teeth to sharpen, but she didn't turn. There was no hunger in her reach, only the familiar, suffocating warmth of a mother's touch. The family car pulled up beside us, the engine idling with a low, steady hum. My father leaned out the window, his face etched with a look of genuine concern that felt like a slap in the face.
It's okay, son. Take a breath. Your mother and I don't care about the exam results. We aren't going to blame you for anything. Even if you failed this time, there's always next year. We can just try again when you're ready.
That's right, Year. Don't carry that weight on your shoulders. Passed or failed, you're still our boy, and that's all that matters.
Next year? The words echoed in my skull, hollow and terrifying. They weren't supposed to be talking about the future. They were supposed to be carving me open right now. Were they really monsters? The creatures that had butchered me in a dozen different timelines. Were they just a fever dream? A nightmare brought on by the pressure of the exams? Maybe it was all a hallucination. Maybe the loops, the blood, and the claws were just my mind fracturing under the weight of expectation. Maybe the reality I was staring at, the concern, the car, the love, was the only thing that was real.
Get in the car, son. Let's get you to a doctor and make sure everything is okay first. I won't be able to rest until you've had a proper checkup.
The worry in their eyes felt like a warm hearth in the middle of a blizzard. For the first time in an eternity, the ice in my chest started to thaw. Logically, if they were truly those things, they would have struck the moment I confronted them. They wouldn't be playing house. They wouldn't be wasting time on comfort. I searched their eyes again, desperate for even a flicker of that monstrous, animalistic greed. But there was nothing, only the soft, caring gaze of my parents. In that single, fragile moment, I felt my resolve shatter. Maybe I had been wrong. Maybe I was finally safe. The door opened with a heavy metallic click, and I climbed into the back seat, the upholstery feeling strangely cold against my skin.
Yair, what was that you were saying earlier? All that talk about monsters?
My mother turned slightly in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed on me with a curiosity that felt sharp and unnatural.
It's nothing, Mom. Just forget I said anything.
I didn't have the strength to explain. The whole thing sounded like the ravings of a madman, even to my own ears. A sharp, mechanical snap echoed through the cabin. The doors had locked. My father sat motionless behind the wheel. The engine remained silent, the car a dark, airless box in the shadows of the parking lot.
You mentioned monsters!
The warmth was gone. Their voices were no longer parental. They were cold, hollow, and stripped of every human inflection. Outside, the parking lot lights began to die, one by one, as if the darkness itself were swallowing them. Soon, only the dim dome light above us remained, casting long, wavering shadows across the front seats. They began to turn. It was a slow, agonizing movement. Patches of skin began to flake away from their necks, peeling off in wet, grayish strips to reveal the raw, pulsating tissue beneath. The faces I had known my entire life were gone. In their place were two horrific insectoid visages, their mandibles twitching and their eyes glowing with a sickening, predatory light.
Is this what you meant?
Panic surged through me like a jolt of electricity. I lunged for the door handle, pulling it with everything I had, but the mechanism was dead. I was trapped. They didn't strike. Instead, they unhinged their jaws and let out a sound that wasn't human, a piercing, high-pitched screech that felt like a serrated blade across my nerves. The sound was a physical weight, crushing my skull until I felt something inside me snap. A wave of white-hot agony tore through my body, as if I were being shredded from the inside out. The world dissolved into a blur of red and black as the pain became too much to bear. My vision flickered, and then everything went dark.
Are you ready?
Lin Yi's voice cut through the fog in my mind like a siren. I jolted awake, my heart hammering against my ribs, only to find myself standing once again at the threshold of the deep woods.
Let's go.
And Chengdao reached into his bag and produced the key, its surface beginning to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light. He took a step toward the trees, but I lunged forward, my hands trembling as I grabbed him.
Wait! Stop!
I turned to Chu Kai, my voice high and frantic. I couldn't let them walk in there. Not again.
Chu Kai, check the area, right now. Are there monsters? Are they behind us? Are they waiting in those trees?
Lin Yi, what's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Brother Lin Yi, are you okay? You're shaking.
Hurry, just tell me if they're there.
Chu Kai closed his eyes, his brow furrowing as he projected his senses into the surrounding gloom. The silence felt heavy, suffocating. Finally, he shook his head, his expression confused.
Nothing. I don't sense a single creature. The woods are empty.
That's impossible. If there are no monsters, then why am I back here?
The loop only triggered when I died. If I hadn't been killed, I wouldn't be standing here. Something was fundamentally wrong. Chukai grabbed my shoulder, his grip firm and grounding.
Calm down. Tell us what happened. Did your ability trigger again? What did you see inside those woods?
You returned to the past, which means we failed to make it through.
We die. The moment we step inside, we're finished.
I told them everything, every detail of the previous run. But as I spoke, Chukai's expression shifted from concern to deep suspicion.
Something isn't adding up. The timing is all wrong. Every other time you've died, you've returned to a point just hours before. So why did you go all the way back to June 10th?
The realization hit me like a physical blow. He was right. The rules of the loop had changed.
If we were killed in there, you should be back at the city limits, or a few hours ago at most. Returning to June 10th. That suggests a different kind of trigger.
But I was there. I saw my parents. I heard the same birthday song. Everything on June 10th was exactly as it happened before, except it wasn't.
The birthday party had been different. The tension, the words, it was like a corrupted copy of the original memory.
I'll go in first. Stay here and watch the perimeter.
And Cheng Dao didn't wait for an answer. He drew his bone-chopping knife, the heavy blade gleaming with a dull, predatory light. His other knives began to circle him like iron hornets.
Our knowledge of these things is too thin. If there's a monster in there capable of manipulating time or memory, we need to know. Better me than all of us.
He disappeared into the thicket, the shadows of the twisted trees swallowing him whole. We stood in a defensive triangle, our breath visible in the cold air, waiting for a sound that never came. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Finally, the crunch of dry leaves announced his return, and Cheng Dao emerged from the gloom, his knives returning to their sheaths.
It's safe. There is nothing but old trees and rotting leaves inside.
The confusion only deepened. If the woods were safe, then what had killed me? What was the source of the pain that had torn my soul apart?
We moved together. The key is ready.
We entered the forest, every sense on a hair trigger. But as the crimson light of the key began to fill the darkness, that familiar, sickening dizziness struck again. It wasn't just physical pain. It was the feeling of my very existence being unraveled, of my soul being pulled through a needle's eye. And then the darkness came for me once more. A thunderous ringing suddenly blasted through Lin Yi's skull. The world around him fractured, tilting and shifting until reality itself became a warped, smeared mess. As the fog in his mind slowly dispersed, he blinked against the harsh, flickering neon. He wasn't in the woods. He was slumped on a leather sofa inside a karaoke booth. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had looped again back to the fateful evening of June 9th. What's happening? Why now? He clenched his fists, knuckles white. The timeline was unraveling. Everything they had planned had gone up in smoke. They had been so meticulous, yet the forest at the city perimeter had still become their grave. And why this date? His last reset had only jumped back a few hours. This jump back to early June made no sense. The heavy, distorted bass of the karaoke track thudded against his ribs, fueling a rising tide of panic. Something about the atmosphere felt fundamentally broken. He remembered his previous arrival on this day. Then, the room had been a chaotic mess of teen energy, with a classmate butchering a pop song into a microphone. Now there was no singing. Only the hollow, pre-recorded backing track filled the silence. No one was cheering. No one was laughing. He looked up, and his heart skipped a beat. His classmates were all sitting perfectly still, their bodies rigid as statues on the dark sofas. They weren't relaxing. They were staring at the glowing lyric screen with glazed, vacant eyes as if pinned in place by some unseen force. His eyes darted around the room, searching for a familiar face. Chukai and Lu Linhai were missing. He recalled that Chukai had skipped today, claiming he was busy. But Lu Linhai should have been here. Where was he? The music on the screen vanished into a sudden, vacuum-like silence. In that instant, every person in the booth slowly, mechanically turned their heads to face him.
Why are you all just staring at me? It's creepy. Just keep singing. I don't have the lyrics tattooed on my forehead.
He forced a nervous laugh, but his gut was churning. The air felt heavy with the possibility of exposure. He tried to rationalize it. He'd only just arrived. He hadn't made a single move that could give him away. There was no way these creatures could have clocked him yet. The room remained deathly still. Dozens of eyes remained fixed on him, unblinking and wide, carrying a predatory weight that made his skin crawl. A cold dread settled in his chest. He pushed himself up from the sofa, determined to get out, but he hadn't even taken a full step before the sound started. The skin on their faces began to buckle and split. Wet patches sloughed off like old wallpaper, revealing the wet, pulsating horrors beneath. Cold realization washed over him. He was trapped. If even a fraction of them lunged at once, he wouldn't stand a chance.
I just remembered. My mom needs me home right now. I've got to run.
His voice cracked with forced urgency. Without waiting for a response, he spun on his heel and sprinted toward the door, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his chest. The moment he swung the door open, a familiar figure appeared.
Lin Yi, what are you doing?
Lin Yi stood there, clutching a pile of snacks.
Quick, come with me.
Lin Yi grabbed Lin Yi and practically fled the KTV. After they had reached a deserted corner, Lin Yi asked with confusion.
Lin Yi, what's wrong?
At this point in time, Lin Yi hadn't yet learned of the monster's existence. So, Lin Yi found himself forced to explain everything that had happened. But halfway through Lin Yi's explanation, Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned dark and somber.
Monsters?
Lin Yi stared at Lin Yi without moving.
I know what I'm saying sounds absurd, but you have to believe me.
Lin Yi scanned their surroundings warily, failing to notice the change in Lin Yi's expression.
I believe you!
When Lin Yi looked up, he was shocked to find Lin Yi suddenly smiling.
What? What are you laughing at?
Lin Yi's brow furrowed.
Lin Yi, the monsters you mentioned.
The skin on Lin Yi's face began to slough off. Like damp wallpaper, it fell away from his face in large, wet patches. Lin Yi froze. He saw the familiar serrated suckers on Lin Yi's face. He saw that pair of massive compound eyes. Lin Yi was a monster!
Is it something like this?
A piercing laugh erupted from Lin Yi's throat. In an instant, Lin Yi's head felt like it was splitting apart. Even though there was nothing around him, it felt as if countless invisible hands were grabbing him, literally tearing his body apart.
Ah!
He screamed in terror as the world dissolved into pure, white-hot pain. Lin Yi bolted upright from the cold earth, gasping for air as if he'd just been held underwater. The sudden movement sent a jolt of alarm through the person sitting beside him.
Lin Yi, what's wrong?
Lin Yi's voice hit him like a physical blow. Lin Yi's hands clawed at the dirt until his fingers closed around a heavy, jagged stone. With a cry of feral rage, he hurled it at Lin Yi with everything he had.
Monster! So you were a monster too!
The attack was so sudden it should have connected, but Lin Yi's survival instincts honed over weeks of brutal training took over. He rolled across the hard-packed earth, the rock whistling past the spot where his head had been a second before. Lin Yi's fingers scrambled for a second projectile, his vision swimming with images of peeling skin and compound eyes. He was about to lunge again when a pair of massive iron-like hands clamped onto his shoulders, pinning him in place.
What on earth are you doing?
The voice was unmistakable in Chengdao, but Lin Yi was too far gone to listen.
Uncle Ann, quick! Kill him! He's a monster! He's been lying to us this entire time. He's one of them.
Lin Yi, what are you talking about?
Chu Kai stepped forward, carefully moving to pull Chu Yun into his shadow, shielding her from the sudden violence.
I understand now. I finally know why we didn't survive that forest. It was you, Lin Yi. You're the one who killed us.
He glared at his friend with eyes full of venomous hatred. Because a creature like Lin Yi had been hidden among them, Chu Kai's senses had been jammed. Once they entered the cover of the trees, he must have struck when their guard was lowest.
Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? I don't understand a single thing you're saying.
Chu Kai's eyes narrowed as he processed Lin Yi's words, his mind clearly working through the implications.
Lin Yi, did you loop again? Did you just return from the past?
The question acted like a bucket of ice water. Lin Yi froze, his frantic movements dying down as he finally took in his surroundings. The realization hit him with staggering weight. He wasn't at the KTV anymore. He was back at the campsite, the night before their ill-fated mission to the woods. His mind was a tangled mess of dates and deaths. He'd just been on June 9th. How could he have ended up here? The inconsistency was suffocating.
Just stay calm. Walk us through everything. Start from the beginning and don't leave out a single detail.
Lin Yi forced himself to draw deep, ragged breaths. Once his heart stopped trying to break through his ribs, he began to recount the disjointed events of his latest loops. As he spoke, the gravity in the room thickened until it felt hard to breathe. Everyone's faces reflected a growing sense of dread.
I'm telling you I'm not a monster. You have to believe me.
Chu Kai looked at Lin Yi for a long moment. If he were one of them, there was no logical reason for him to have saved their lives so many times already. He'd had countless opportunities to end them in their sleep. Lin Yi remained silent, his mind spinning. If Lin Yi wasn't the monster, then what the hell had he been talking to in that alleyway?
It had to be a fake. One of those things must have been pretending to be me just to mess with your head.
Unlikely. On June 9th, Lin Yi hadn't even revealed himself yet. Why would a monster go to the trouble of a complex impersonation just to trick him for no reason?
Lin Yi didn't respond. The sheer frequency of these resets was making his balance slip. He tried to piece together the logic, to find the thread connecting his deaths to these sudden jumps. Being back here meant he must have died during that June 9th loop. But that Lin Yi, the one with the compound eyes, he had only shown his true face. He hadn't actually attacked. If that wasn't what killed him, then what had triggered his ability? What was the invisible hand that had reached out to end his life when he least expected it?
Do you think there might be other types of monsters lurking in this forest?
Lin Yi asked, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and insecurity. He knew that at the moment all eyes were on him. Chu Kai slowly shook his head, his expression grim.
Even if they were a different species, my senses should still pick them up.
But what if they don't have a scent? What if they don't breathe? What if they don't even have a heartbeat?
Lin Yi pressed, his desperation clear.
We know almost nothing about these creatures. It's not impossible. A jellyfish doesn't have a heart, so why would a monster need one?
All right, fine. Even if such a creature exists, it would still have to move to kill us.
Chu Kai replied with a deep frown.
The second it makes a move, I'll know, unless this thing is so incredibly powerful that it can wipe us all out in an instant before I can even blink. And if that were the case,
he added, his tone darkening.
Then running would be useless anyway. We wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, according to Lin Yi, Uncle Anne explored this area alone in one of the other timelines. If there was a monster here, why didn't it attack him?
Maybe it's just waiting to get us all together.
Lin Yi suggested, clutching his arms.
To get us all? If it's that powerful, why would it bother with such elaborate traps?
Lin Yi didn't say anything. His mind was elsewhere, replaying the events of his most recent deaths over and over again. He realized something strange. Whether it was Lin Yi on June 9th or his own parents on June 10th, they had only ever shown him their monstrous forms. They hadn't actually attacked him, yet he had died nonetheless. Both of those deaths shared one horrific element. Just before the end, he had felt a blinding, visceral agony, as if his very flesh were being ripped apart. If the monsters weren't the ones doing it, then what was? And there was more. Every time he entered the forest, he was struck by a headache so intense it felt like his soul was being shredded. It was a pain unlike anything else. Yet if his memory served, and Chengdao had scouted these woods once before, and when he returned, he was completely unharmed. As the pieces began to click together, a terrifying theory formed in Lin Yi's mind, colder and more certain than any fear he'd felt before. Lin Yi's gaze settled on Chu Kai's backpack. He knew what was inside, the single item that held their only hope of escape, the key. He felt a sudden, sharp intake of breath.
The key.
He gasped, the realization hitting him like a physical blow.
The key? What about it?
Lu Linhai asked, looking startled by Lin Yi's intensity. Chu Kai immediately pulled the bag closer and unzipped it. He let out a shaky breath when he saw the object still tucked safely inside.
It's still here,
he confirmed.
In both of my recent loops, I died at the exact moment that red light finished filling the key.
Lin Yi's voice was barely a whisper.
The light turned blood red, and then the headache came. It was so blinding that everything around me started to spin. I lost sight of where I was. My body wouldn't obey me. My thoughts just vanished. And then I was back at the starting point. So...
He trailed off, his face pale in the dim woodlight. He was about to share the most terrifying conclusion he'd ever reached.
What if that thing isn't actually a key? What if it's the very thing that's ending my life?
No way. That's impossible.
Chu Kai shouted, his frustration boiling over.
The documents Uncle Lin found were perfectly clear. This device is the only thing that can disable the barriers. Without it, the city's perimeter will kill us the second we try to cross.
But even with the key in our hands, we're still ending up dead, aren't we?
Lu Linhai muttered to himself, his voice thick with frustration.
I mean, Lin Yi only made it back here because he died. Multiple times, in fact.
That alone doesn't prove the key is at fault.
Chu Kai countered, trying to maintain some sense of logic.
Lin Yi himself saw the red light appear, which only proves that the records were correct about how this thing functions.
But what if those records... What if everything Uncle Lin found was a trap from the very beginning?
Lin Yi challenged them, his eyes searching theirs.
Think about that skeleton Uncle Lin discovered. He had the key, yet he never made it out. He died right there on the border. Doesn't that sound exactly like what's been happening to me?
Chu Kai opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. He had no answer for that. In this current version of their lives, Lin Yi was the only one who had actually stepped foot inside that forest and lived well, looped to tell the tale. If there truly were monsters there, or if they were being hunted, he would be the only one who could possibly know.
And there's one more thing.
Lin Yi continued, his thoughts becoming sharper as he forced himself to stay focused.
The future changes whenever I return and do something different, but the past... The events that have already taken place should stay exactly as they were. Like our graduation party on the 9th, or my birthday on the 10th. But in these last two loops, those events were different. My parents didn't kill me as soon as I made my wish. They actually tried to comfort me when they saw how scared I was. And Lu Linhai, he shouldn't have been a monster.
Lin Yi was certain of it now. He had been the one to end Lu Linhai's human life in a previous cycle.
What do you mean, shouldn't have been?
Lu Linhai cut in, his eyes wide.
I am definitely not one of those things.
Be quiet.
Lin Yi snapped, then turned his focus back to Chu Kai.
But in that loop on June 9th, he was.
Are you suggesting the timeline itself altered?
Chu Kai asked, his brow furrowed in confusion.
That Lu Linhai was snatched and replaced by a monster earlier than we thought?
Lin Yi slowly shook his head, his expression grim.
I don't believe the timeline actually shifted. I think those last two times I looped, they weren't real at all.
Fake?
Chu Kai blinked in surprise.
What exactly does that mean?
They were hallucinations.
Lin Yi explained, his voice steadying.
They weren't reality. The moment the key turned red, that blinding headache started. I was convinced I was looping back through time, but in truth, I was just trapped in a vision of my own past. Because those memories are so vivid, and because I'm so terrified, the hallucinations twisted them into a nightmare version of what I already knew.
But then why did you die?
Chu Kai pressed for an answer.
Even if they were just visions, you still ended up back at the edge of the woods. Are you saying a hallucination can actually kill a person?
I can't say if a vision alone can take a life.
And Cheng Dao's voice cut through the air, low and heavy with foreboding. He was scowling, his face darkened by a grim realization.
But I know something else that certainly can. The monsters installed a specialized defense system at the city limits, specifically to stop humans from escaping. If anyone gets too close without authorization, it kills them instantly.
But we have the key.
Chu Kai insisted, his hand tightening on the bag.
That's the point. I think the key was a trap from the start.
Lin Yi said, his face grave.
The hallucinations didn't directly kill me, but they paralyzed my mind. While I was trapped in that dream, my body kept walking forward, right into the border. I walked straight into the range of that defense system while I was completely unaware, and that's when it tore me apart. That's why the pain was so unbearable.
He finished, his voice trembling at the memory.
That's why it felt like my body was being shredded while I was still alive.
It's just a hypothesis. We don't know for sure if it's correct.
Chu Kai spoke with a frantic, jagged edge to his voice, his fingers trembling as he clutched at his fading hope. Lin Yi watched him, feeling the same cold weight of despair pooling in his own chest. The mask had been ripped away. Every horror in this city now knew their names and their scents. There was no returning to the lives they once knew. For Chu Kai, that small crystal was more than an object. It was their only escape from a certain gruesome death. Should the key prove to be a lie, they were nothing more than cornered animals on this mountain, waiting for the slaughter. The hunting packs were already drawing closer, the noose of their search radius tightening by the minute. Even within Cheng Dao's mastery of floating steel, they stood no chance against an entire city of those skin-wearing predators.
Perhaps the cause of our death was something else entirely.
Chu Kai ventured, his eyes searching the dark trees for any other explanation.
It could be a perimeter defense, a trap set by the monsters that has nothing to do with the key's function. We might have simply triggered a sensor at the same moment. The key flared red. It could have been a fatal coincidence.
I doubt it was a coincidence.
And Cheng Dao's face fell into deep, jagged shadows as a grim recollection took hold of him.
Do you recall the origin of my discovery? It all began when my animals broke their pens and fled.
Lin Yi gave a slow, somber nod, the memory of Cheng Dao's harrowing tale playing out in his mind once again.
The moment those pigs touched the perimeter, they began to distend. Their flesh stretched until they simply exploded into a mess of gore. I can't truly know the feeling, but the agonizing tearing Lin Yi mentioned is a perfect match for what I saw. I fear the boy is correct. The key itself might be the very mechanism designed to kill us.
If the key is a deception, then what's left? What hope do we have now?
Chu Kai's voice broke, the sound of a man watching his last bridge burn to ash.
If the border is a wall we can't climb, we're just waiting for the cull. Was all our effort and pain for nothing?
Don't let it take you, brother.
Chu Yun spoke softly, her hand finding his and squeezing with a quiet, desperate strength.
We've survived this long because we have each other. We will find another path. We always have.
I'm not willing to give up on the key just yet. We need one final proof.
Lin Yi spoke with a forced calmness, suppressing the same creeping doubt that was eating his friends alive. A dangerous, almost suicidal plan began to coalesce in his thoughts, born of pure desperation.
What's that look for? What are you planning, Lin Yi?
At dawn, we return to the edge of the woods. Only this time, I'm the only one crossing that line, and I'm taking the key with me.
Not a chance in hell.
And Chengdao's massive head shook in immediate, violent refusal.
That's a death sentence, boy. I won't have your blood on my hands. If there's a risk to be taken, it's my burden, not yours.
Uncle Ann, please, just hear me out.
Lin Yi's voice remained steady, a razor-thin wire of control that anchored the group against their rising panic.
Consider this. Even if the worst happens and I fall, the loop will catch me. I'll return to this very moment, unscathed. And more importantly, I don't intend to let it kill me.
With clinical precision, he began to sketch out the mechanics of his desperate gamble. The plan was simple yet lethal. He would carry in Chengdao's bag, every pocket weighed down by its owner's floating blades. Should the trap trigger, and Chengdao would use his mental grip on the steel within the bag to violently pull Lin Yi back across the boundary and into the safety of the clearing.
But we won't be able to see you. How will we know when to pull?
Chu Yun's eyes were wide circles of concern, her voice trembling as she searched for a flaw in his logic.
We'll rely on Chu Kai's special senses for that. I'll be singing a constant rhythm as I move. Chu Kai, you'll monitor my voice. The moment the song falters or cuts out, Uncle Ann yanks me back immediately.
It's actually feasible.
Chu Kai nodded slowly, his analytical mind already calculating the variables and finding the logic sound, however grim. And Chengdao's brow remained deeply furrowed, the lines of worry etched like canyons on his face.
Fine. We do it your way. It's the only chance we have left.
I can't let this go. I don't like it one bit.
Lu Linhai's voice broke the heavy silence, his expression one of stubborn disagreement.
What's your objection, Lu Linhai?
The plan is sound enough, I suppose, but it shouldn't be you going in there.
Lu Linhai took a heavy step forward, his shadow looming large in the dim thicket.
Risking it all on a gamble? That's what I'm built for. I should be the one in those woods.
He struck his massive chest with a closed fist, the sound a hollow thud that echoed through the trees.
I've got the marrow for it. If that key triggers a trap, I'm the only one here with a chance of walking away from the blast. My body knits itself back together faster than yours. Any fallout from this experiment, I'll heal you, Lin Yi. You're too fragile for this.
Lin Yi didn't hesitate, his head shaking in a slow, firm arc of refusal.
It has to be me. There's no other way. I carry the memory of the previous attempts. I'm the only one who can distinguish a normal perimeter defense from a specific reaction to the key. And if I fall, if the loop takes me, I'll be the one to return with the knowledge of why we failed. I'm the archive, Lu Linhai.
But you're...
Drop it, Lu Linhai. He's correct.
And Chengdao's voice cut through the air like one of his own blades, ending the argument before it could escalate.
This is a burden that only he can carry. We have to trust him.
The final resistance faded into the gloom. The decision was sealed in the cold mountain air. The experiment would proceed. The dawn broke with a suffocating heaviness, the gray light doing nothing to dispel the thick shroud of dread that had settled over the group. By the time they reached the silent boundary of the forest, Lin Yi's hands were trembling, his knuckles bone white as he clutched the key as if it were a holy relic. He heaved the weighted pack onto his shoulders, the cold steel blades within shifting with a metallic clatter. With a final bracing breath, he stepped across the threshold and into the deep, waiting shadows of the trees.
Please, just be careful, Brother Lin Yi.
Chu Yun's cry was thin and brittle, echoing through the still air and making Lin Yi flinch as he moved further from the light. And Chengdao's voice was a low, urgent rasp, his focus already honing in on the weapons in Lin Yi's pack.
Listen to me. My reach is 1,500 meters, no further. Cross that line, and you're truly on your own. I won't be able to pull the trigger. I won't gamble with your life. The moment you touch that boundary, the experiment is over. I'm dragging you back whether you're ready or not.
I'll be your eyes and ears out there. But once you hit the 1,000-meter mark, my senses will fail. You'll be blind and deaf to us, Lin Yi.
Just come back in one piece, okay?
Lu Linhai's bravado had vanished, replaced by a raw, nervous energy that made him shift from foot to foot.
If the air so much as changes, stop the song. Don't try to be a hero.
Lin Yi gave a microscopic nod, his eyes already fixed on the dark path ahead.
I'll be back before you know it.
He turned his back on the light, his figure quickly swallowed by the interlocking branches and the unnatural silence of the woods. Lin Yi pushed forward, his voice a low, rhythmic chant that seemed to be the only thing holding the oppressive silence of the trees at bay. Deep within his clenched fist, the key began to throb, emitting a sickly, rhythmic crimson light that bled between his fingers. 600 meters in, the red stain was no longer a pulse. It was a hungry tide, rapidly consuming the clarity of the crystal. 700 meters! The transformation was speeding up, the angry red light now casting long, jagged shadows against the gray bark of the trees. 800 meters. The corruption was nearly complete, with only a final sliver of the key remaining untouched by the thickening blood-red glow. 900 meters. The finish line was agonizingly close. The crimson radiance was now a blinding flare, reaching out like claws toward the very edges of the forest. 1,000 meters. The threshold. The key erupted into a single, cohesive flash of brilliant, soul-searing crimson. The universe seemed to snap. The ground vanished, replaced by a violent, sickening spin that turned Lin Yi's stomach into a knot of cold lead. The sensory overload was a physical blow, the same agonizing, bone-splintering pressure that had marked his previous deaths. A rhythmic hammering erupted inside his skull, a pressure so intense he could feel his vision fracturing. Every breath was a struggle against an invisible weight crushing his chest. High above the roar of his own blood, a new sound surfaced, a voice echoing as if from the bottom of a deep, sterile well.
Candidate, can you hear me?
The tone was chillingly familiar, a clinical drone that was etched into the darkest corners of his psyche. He knew this voice, but he couldn't grasp the face.
The time for waiting is over. The examination is already in progress. Why have you not yet put pen to paper?
In a single violent heartbeat, the suffocating fog dissolved. The twisted trees and the pulsing crimson light vanished as if they had never existed. The wild, dark woods were replaced by the sharp, sterile angles of a classroom, the air suddenly smelling of chalk dust and old paper. Lin Yi's vision snapped back into focus. Beneath his hands was the stark white surface of a test paper. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He was back. June 8th, the day the world ended.
This is wrong. It's a dream, a trick. It has to be.
Lin Yi shook his head, trying to clear the fog. He whispered the words like a protective spell, desperate to break the trance. He squeezed his eyes shut and snapped them open, but the world hadn't changed. The rows of desks, the gray walls, he was still trapped in the exam hall. A heavy, unnatural silence filled the room. No pen scratching paper, no rustling of clothes, just a void of sound that felt like it was crushing him. Then, as if he'd pulled a hidden thread, every student in the room shifted. Their heads turned in slow, jarring segments, locking onto him with terrifying precision. Their faces were masks of apathy. No curiosity, no malice, just empty glass-like eyes staring from heads that felt like they belonged to porcelain puppets. The hair on his neck stood on end. A primal, instinctive fear began to thrum in his veins, louder than his heartbeat. "Get it together!" he screamed at his own mind. "Focus! Wake the hell up!"
Is everything all right, student? Do you need assistance?
The teacher hadn't moved on. He was right there, looming over Lin Yi's shoulder, his presence cold and suffocating. The voice was wrong. A grating, mechanical rasp that sounded like a broken speaker struggling to play a corrupted file. Lin Yi flinched as something moist struck his paper. His skin prickled with an icy, sickening dread. Lying there, right across his half-finished answers, was a ragged, wet flap of human flesh.
Don't be shy. If something is bothering you, we're here to help.
A dry, wheezing cackle vibrated in the invigilator's chest. It was a sound of absolute wrongness. As the laughter grew, the skin on the teacher's face began to crack and slough off, sliding down his cheeks in gray, lifeless strips.
Yes. Tell us. Tell us your troubles.
A chorus of monotone voices rose from the desks. In perfect sync, the students opened their mouths, and their own flesh began to peel away like wet wallpaper. The floor began to fill with the debris of their human disguises, pieces of faces and hands falling silently into the growing shadows. This wasn't how the loop was supposed to go. It was a complete departure from anything Lin Yi had seen back on June 8th. Logic should have been his shield. He knew, intellectually, that the walls were a lie, the desks a projection. Yet the coldness in his marrow was real enough to make him shudder. Underneath the falling sheets of fake skin, something grotesque was taking shape. Multifaceted eyes, huge and oily, began to pulse from within the raw, pink meat of their faces. Razor-sharp, serrated suckers twitched where their mouths used to be. They seemed to relish his revulsion. A chorus of mechanical, halting laughter filled the air like a rusty engine stalling.
No, you won't break me. This is just a phantom. It's not real.
He clenched his fists, forcing himself to look straight into those bulging compound eyes. To look away was to surrender.
You aren't the monsters from the farm. You're nothing. I've seen what happens when the skin seekers reveal themselves. I know the truth. Their bodies expand. They're huge, bloated things that don't fit in human skin. When they shed, the skin doesn't peel, it explodes. It ruptures under the pressure of their true mass. You're just fragments of my own terror. You have no power here. If I can stare down a real beast from the great north, I'm sure as hell not going to be intimidated by a memory.
His shout echoed off the tiles, and for a moment, the world held its breath. The hideous laughter died in a sudden, sharp snap. The students slumped. The vitality, whatever twisted energy had been driving them, vanished. They were back to being hollow husks, staring blankly at nothing.
I've won. It's over.
A wave of relief washed over him. He had shattered the nightmare. Control was everything. As long as his will was firm, the illusions were as fragile as glass. But the silence persisted. The clinical light didn't fade. The exam hall remained solid and unyielding. A voice, flat and uncomfortably familiar, drifted from the shadows behind his desk.
And who said things had to be real to hurt you?
Lin Yi whirled around. Chu Kai was standing there, his movements stiff and jerky, like a marionette being pulled by invisible clumsy strings. Lin Yi pivoted on his heel. Chu Kai was closing the distance, his gait rhythmic and jerky, his joints snapping like dry twigs with every step.
Labels like monster or man, they don't matter, Lin Yi. Truth or lie, it changes nothing. This classroom is your world now. There is no exit. Why keep fighting? Give in. Stay with us in the silence. Forever.
As if triggered by his words, the seats scraped against the floor as one. Every student rose, a wave of gray, peeling husks. The laughter erupted again, a discordant screech that felt like metal grinding on bone. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical assault. The noise bored into his skull, shredding his concentration and leaving his mind raw. Suddenly, the phantom pain exploded. It felt like invisible hooks were buried in his skin, yanking and tearing at his muscles. His entire body screamed in renewed agony.
You're ours, a part of the farm. Stay with your own kind.
The phantom Chu Kai leaned in, his face a mask of derision. Lin Yi's eyes scanned the desk, landing on his discarded pen. He wouldn't let a trick of the mind be his end. He'd survived the jaws of the high school monsters. He wouldn't be dragged down by a shadow. Lin Yi? Lin Yi! A voice called out. It sounded like Chu Kai, but the tone was all wrong for the nightmare. It was frantic, heavy with a concern that didn't exist in this hall. Lin Yi was too far gone to hear the difference. The mocking grin in front of him was all he could see. His rage reached a boiling point. With a snarl of defiance, he grabbed the plastic pen, his knuckles white. He lunged, aiming the tip directly at the phantom's throat, but mid-swing, his hand stopped. An invisible, iron-like force clamped down on his wrist, pinning him in place. He thrashed, pulling with every ounce of his strength, but the grip was absolute. It felt like his arm was fused to the air itself. Damn it, Lin Yi! Open your eyes! Come back to us! Lu Linhai's voice. It was impossible. The boy wasn't in the building, let alone the room.
Big brother Lin Yi, please hear us.
Lin Yi stopped fighting. A sudden, profound silence had descended within his own mind. The excruciating sensation of his flesh being ripped apart was gone, replaced by a dull numbness.
There's no escape, Lin Yi. Stay here with us.
The gray, papery skin on the hallucination's face finally gave way. Beneath it, a cluster of black, serrated suckers throbbed with a rhythmic alien life. The suckers flared open, and a long, pale tongue, coated in a thick, translucent slime, slithered out. It dragged slowly across Lin Yi's cheek, leaving a trail of frigid moisture.
I understand now. Uncle An did it. He pulled me out. I'm safe, and you're just a dying echo. You can't touch my body anymore, so you're trying to poison my mind instead. You want me to break myself. You live on my fear, don't you? My rage, my despair. You're a parasite, but if I don't feed you, you starve.
With a final, tranquil breath, Lin Yi closed his eyes. He didn't fight the images. He simply let them dissolve into nothingness. He emptied his thoughts, visualized the dark classroom fading into ash. The screeching laughter grew distant, then vanished entirely.
He's still under. He's not moving. What if he never comes back?
Brother, do something, please.
Relax. He's just stuck in a deep loop. If shouting won't do it, we might need a more physical approach. A couple of hard slaps to the face should shock his system back to reality.
Out of the way! I've been waiting for an excuse to deck him. I'll do it!
Whoa, take it easy. I'll be the one to do the honors.
Hey, I've got the muscle for it. Let me at him.
Lin Yi's eyelids fluttered, then snapped open. The gray tiles and flickering lights were gone, replaced by the deep greens and shifting shadows of the forest edge.
Do you two always look for excuses to hit me when I'm down?
Big brother, you're awake. You're really back.
Lin Yi gave a weak nod. He looked down and saw his right wrist wasn't being held by a phantom, but by An Chengdao's calloused, iron-strong hand. The synchronization was disturbing. Every move he'd made in the exam hall, every struggle, every lunge had been played out here, in the physical world.
Uncle An, you can let go. I'm back. I'm fine.
And Chengdao didn't release his grip. He stood like a statue, his brow furrowed into a deep, troubling canyon. He searched Lin Yi's face with a gaze so sharp and piercing that a fresh, cold shiver trickled down Lin Yi's spine. And Chengdao stayed close, his eyes never leaving Lin Yi. He maintained a firm grip on the young man, only letting go when he was certain the fog of the hallucination had finally cleared.
Good. You are back. Now, tell me, what did that device show you?
The rest of the group gathered around, their gazes heavy with anticipation. They were all waiting for Lin Yi's answer. Lin Yi let out a low, weary sigh, his expression darkening as he looked at the object in his hand.
I hate to be the one to say it, but the key is a lie. It's nothing more than a trap.
He held the crystal up, catching the dim light within the thicket.
The red light inside, once it saturates the crystal, that crushing dizziness returns. It hit me just like it did those last 2 times. I was back in the exam hall, June 8th. But it was wrong. I realized almost immediately that I was looking at a tailored fabrication, not my actual past. The device feeds on our trauma and negative emotions. It uses them to paralyze our minds, forcing us to wander helplessly into the city's lethal defenses. If Uncle Ann hadn't physically pulled me back, if I hadn't heard your shouting, I would still be in there. Even if the sensors didn't kill me, my will would have been shattered. I would never have woken up again.
A fake? After everything we went through? It's just another trap?
Lin Yi ground his teeth, his face twisted with a mixture of rage and desperation. Chu Kai looked even more livid. Without a word, he snatched the key from Lin Yi's hand and hurled it against the ground with all his strength. A hairline fracture appeared on the crystal surface, but Chu Kai wasn't finished. He was funneling his entire store of pent-up fury into the object. He picked it up and smashed it down again and again, cursing under his breath with every heavy blow. Finally, the crystal shattered, splitting into several dull, jagged chunks. But when the group looked closer at the remains, they all froze in collective shock.
Wait, the inside, it isn't solid crystal at all?
Lin Yi's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets as he gasped in pure disbelief. The clarity they had seen from the surface had been a masterwork of deception, a clever optical trick to mask its true nature. With the outer shell shattered, the key's true heart was exposed, a compact, terrifyingly complex labyrinth of wires and metallic microcircuitry.
I was convinced this was some kind of cursed mineral, a natural anomaly.
Lin Yi whispered, his fingers trembling as he sifted through the wreckage. He picked up a small glowing filament that flickered with a dying red light.
But it's not. It's engineering. This thing, it's a machine, a computer.
The pieces were finally falling into place in his mind. The terrifying logic of the trap was coming into focus. It wasn't magic. It was a sophisticated transmitter, a piece of tech designed with a single, brutal purpose. It was a beacon. It was meant to synchronize with the city's perimeter defenses, broadcasting a wave of mental interference as soon as it got close enough to the edge. It drowned the brain in noise, forcing the consciousness to craft its own personalized hell while the physical body was guided into the slaughterhouse. But the deeper he looked into the ruins of the device, the more a cold, hollow dread began to hollow out his chest. The scale of the components, the sheer density of the logic gates, it was unlike anything human science had ever conceived. None of the parts made sense. The materials looked wrong. The assembly felt impossible. It was alien technology in every sense of the word. As he cradled the broken electronics, a frigid shiver worked its way down his spine, leaving his skin crawling. Was it even a contest? Is the gap between us and them really this insurmountable? If they are truly this advanced, then what hope did a few starving survivors ever have of fighting back?
If that key was just a clever masquerade, then what about the files Uncle Ann recovered? Were they all just fabrications?
Lin Yi's voice wavered, the fear clearly gaining a foothold.
Half-truths.
Lin Yi murmured, his focus singular as he meticulously gathered every metallic scrap and shard, stowing them away in his pack. He couldn't shake the feeling that even in their broken state, these pieces held the secret to their survival. He had to keep them.
It's a classic strategy. They gave us enough reality to make the deception taste like truth. We believed the descriptions because they matched the nightmares we'd already seen. But we never suspected they'd weave a lethal snare directly into the center of those facts.
Then, what about the sanctuary? The peach blossom spring in the north?
Lin Yi shot a desperate, searching look at Chu Kai, his eyes begging for some shred of hope to cling to.
Are you telling me that's a lie too? That there's nowhere left to go?
Chu Kai didn't offer a word of comfort. His silence spoke volumes, his own uncertainty a cold mirror to the panic rising in the group.
Worrying about a distant sanctuary is a luxury we can't afford right now.
Lin Yi said, cutting through the spiral with a sharp, commanding tone.
Survival is the only priority, and our current situation is critical. The creatures in the city have marked our trail. We've been exposed. This mountain, the city, everywhere we know is now a hunting ground.
He turned his head slowly, his gaze fixating on the impenetrable, jagged silhouette of the forest line against the night sky.
The boundary defenses will butcher anyone who tries to break through traditional routes. That door has been slammed and locked in our faces.
Could we dig them up? The sensors, I mean? They'd have to be buried to remain hidden, right? If we can locate the devices and destroy them, couldn't we just walk out?
Forget it. It's not that simple.
And Cheng Dao interjected, his face like a mask of carved granite.
I've already searched for them in the past. Without knowing their specific coordinates or how deep they're anchored, finding them is a fool's errand. We have minutes, not days.
And Sifang Mountain is no longer a sanctuary.
Chukai added, his ears twitching as if he could already hear the distant sound of the hunt.
The search parties have already begun their sweep. They're closing in. It's only a matter of time before they stumble upon this thicket. And when they do, it won't be a scouting party. It'll be a tidal wave of those things coming for us.
So that's it then? No way out, no way to hide? We're just sitting here waiting for the butcher's knife?
Lin Yi snapped, his jaw trembling with a savage, cornered anger.
If we're going to die here anyway, I'm not going out like livestock. I'll take a few of them into the dark with me.
Wait. Don't give up just yet. I think I found a crack in their armor.
Lin Yi said, his voice quiet but carrying a sudden electric tension.
You've got something? Lay it on us.
Chukai said, leaning in.
Remember what Uncle Ann told us? The monsters occasionally transport high-quality human subjects to other facilities outside the city. If they're moving people, that means there have to be safe corridors through the boundary, routes where the automatic defenses are deactivated or bypassed.
It's not that simple, kid.
And Cheng Dao said, a slow, grim shake of his head dismissing the easy solution.
The paths aren't undefended. The system just recognizes specific signatures and opens brief, timed windows to let the transport vehicles through.
He stooped down, grabbing a gnarled branch and roughly carving 2 parallel lines into the damp earth between them.
I've mapped the only 2 exits, the main bus artery and the high-speed rail line. But there's a lethal caveat. You have to be inside the vehicle for the pass to work. Step outside that metal shell, and the sensors will incinerate you instantly. I've seen it happen. I pushed a pig onto the road right after a bus had cleared. It didn't even make it 10 yards past the city limits before it was gone. To leave, we have to be on their transport, following their schedule on those 2 exact roads, no exceptions.
Then it's a non-starter. We're effectively trapped.
Chukai let out a long, defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping.
Exactly. Humans don't just walk up and buy tickets on monster transport. They'd smell us, or worse, the moment we stepped onto the platform. Especially now that the whole city is on high alert.
He tossed the branch aside, the wood clattering dryly against a rock as he straightened his back. Lin Yi's brow furrowed, his mind racing through calculations and risks as a reckless, borderline suicidal plan began to take shape.
The rail line is too controlled. Every staff member is likely one of them in a suit. We'd be walking into an oven. But the bus route, that's where the opportunity is. We can make a move there.
A move? What kind of move?
Chukai looked up, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the weight of Lin Yi's suggestion.
We aren't going to buy tickets. We're going to hijack the bus.